doors be opened.
Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the following reports. A report entitled Canada's Engagement in Afghanistan. Number 2, the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Agreement on the Environment between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And the Agreement on Labour Cooperation between Canada and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
Order. Dépôt de documents. Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation des rapports.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Okay, motion.
Motions.
No. Okay. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have with me 5,859 petitions calling on Parliament to get Bill 268, which is coming up at private members' session this afternoon, to encourage everyone to support that bill. These petitions come from all over Canada, Mr. Speaker, a number of them from Quebec, calling on parliamentarians, as I said, to support Bill 268. There's 4,562 people who have presented this over the break, had it in my office for me to present today. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour this morning to table on behalf of hundreds of people from across Canada a petition calling government and Parliament to provide a suitable area of public lands to be used for the locating of a memorial wall of names of all of Canada's fallen, and consider a shared funding arrangement with the established registered charity established by Mr. Ed Forsyth of Toronto for the creation and of the future maintenance of this national shrine to Canada's fallen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, welcome back. And Mr. Speaker, ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? So ordered. I thank the Honourable Member for his welcome. Order. The Chair has a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Malpeque, and I'll hear the Honourable Member in his submissions on this point now. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've made the request for an emergency debate on the hog crisis in this country. I think members of all parties have been hearing from farmers right across Canada, from coast to coast. It's one of the worst crises that I think the hog industry has faced in our lifetime as a country. In fact, in my area in Atlantic Canada, we've only 14 hog producers left in PEI, down from 600 10 years ago. There's only 7 in New Brunswick, and they're down to 4 in Nova Scotia. And we're to the point that we may not even be able to feed the one remaining plant in Atlantic Canada. In Western Canada, in Alberta and Manitoba, there were 600 producers out to a meeting in Manitoba in the spring, of which members of the government and ourselves as the official opposition attended. Those farmers are extremely worried about their future. They're losing their assets, they're losing their livelihood, and for this country, Mr. Speaker, we are losing an industry with tremendous potential. So, Mr. Speaker, I've made the request for an emergency debate, so that all parties could participate, to outline the concerns of primary producers in the hog industry, what it means to the Canadian economy, and that the public should be aware of these issues, and that the government could report on what it is doing or not doing relative to this crisis, and to bring greater profile to the emergency that the hog industry faces in this country. Thank you very much.
Well, the Chair has carefully considered the remarks from the Honourable Member from Malpeque, and also the letter, of course, that he sent indicating his interest in pursuing this matter in the House with a debate. While I have no doubt that there is a crisis in the hog industry in this country, it's not something that, in my view, is new. It's been going on now for many months, in fact. Worrisome, I agree. The Honourable Member says it is worrisome, and I agree it is, but I'm not sure that it meets the exigencies of the standing order in terms of being a sudden blown-up crisis. It's a continuing difficulty, a very serious difficulty that is faced by them, and I'd urge him to look at possibilities of possibly hearings in committees or other routes that are available to him rather than this one, because I'm not sure that it meets the exigencies of the standing order at this time. And accordingly, I'm going to decline his request at this moment, despite his able arguments. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant
Government Bills Commons.
C-23, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, and on the sub-amendment of Ms. Crowder.
When this matter was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster had embarked on questions and comments following his remarks. There are 5 minutes remaining in the time allotted for questions and comments for the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. I therefore call on questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please ask my colleague a question. Want to make sure that we start this correctly, and if he could actually outline, I think, some of the sidebar agreements that this deal has that are very unusual and also create some concern. The environment, labor practices, in particular, that have been dominant of this agreement and put on the side will allow for greater exploitation, and why the Government of Canada would go into a privileged trading relationship. And that's very important that we define that, Madam Speaker, is that we have currently trade with Colombia, we'll continue to have trade with Colombia, but by agreeing to this type of a deal in the way that it's struck right now, we will be moving to a privileged trading relationship to a government that has had labor and as also civil society problems that haven't been rectified. And why this government would continue down that road with sidebar agreements is very disturbing, and I'd like the member to describe some of those elements, please.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Windsor West for his question. It is inconceivable to me that Conservatives would vote for a trade agreement, a privileged trade relationship, as the member from Windsor West mentions, with the government that has such an appalling human rights record, the highest rate of killings of labor activists on the entire planet, and a president who was named by the United States Defense Intelligence Agency as 82nd on the list of Colombian narco-traffickers, a person who, in the Defense Intelligence Agency internal memos, was defined as a Colombian politician dedicated to collaboration with the Medellin drug cartel, the Medellin cocaine cartel, at the highest government levels. And Conservative MPs want to press for this privileged trading relationship with somebody who was defined by the U.S. as a narco-trafficker, 82nd on the list. Now, the Conservative government tries to defend this by saying, well, we put in some kinds of protection side deals. The member from Edmonton Strathcona spoke very eloquently yesterday about the fact that the environmental side deal offers no environmental protection. But the most egregious aspect of the deal is the provision that you can kill a trade unionist and pay a fine. Madam Speaker, essentially, the Colombian government, as the killings of labor activists continues, will have to pay a fine to itself. That is the great provision that this Conservative government and the Trade Minister have provided as a protection for human rights. Imagine, Madam Speaker, if Conservative MPs were trying to defend the same thing in their riding, saying, oh yes, you can kill people, but you're going to have to pay a fine afterwards. I mean, absolutely appalling, Madam Speaker, absolutely appalling. I'm glad the member from Windsor West asked that question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I wanted to follow up on the answer to that to the previous question by the member who has been driving this effort to stop this free trade agreement for quite some time now, and has been so far successful in stopping it from getting through this House. But I guess I'm surprised that there are any members in this House who would support a free trade agreement with a country that has seen, and I get these stats from my own local steelworkers, that so far in 2009 have seen 27 trade unionists killed, and 60 to 70 extrajudicial murders as well. Why would we want, as a country that respects and lives according to democratic principles, that we would want to enter into any kind of an agreement with a country of this nature? As a matter of fact, I had into my office last year, as some of you did as well, the daughter of one of these trade unionists who was killed, pleading on behalf of the families of trade unionists, who are simply out there exercising a right that we take for granted in this country, and is taken for granted in so many other jurisdictions in the world. Jessica Hoya Morales was in my office pleading for us to stop this nonsense and not be in any way giving credence to a regime that's doing this kind of killing.
I would like to give the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The number of killings has actually escalated. In 2008, there were nearly 600 killings in Colombia by paramilitary groups and the Colombian military, as defined by the Center for Research and Popular Education. And for those conservatives that say, well, oh, sure, he had links with the drug lords in the past, but he's reformed, he's better now. I'll just mention, Madam Speaker, that recently another drug lord, the successor to Pablo Escobar, said that he financed President Uribe's 2002 presidential campaign. Shame on conservatives. Shame.
Resuming debate is the Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Madam Speaker, I received from a number of people in my riding letters and emails inviting me to vote against this free trade implementation agreement that we are debating here today. It would be easy for me to give in to those demands because it corresponds with my beliefs. After having looked at the agreement as well as the situation that currently exists in Colombia, I had the opportunity to meet with various Colombians, particularly refugees and union members, who confirmed that there is a terrible situation involving violence in that country and their complete opposition to our adoption of an agreement with the current regime in Botaga. I would say that with all our colleagues from all the parties, I would ask them to also oppose this bill for two reasons. First, there will be little impact on trade relations between Canada and Colombia. In fact, this country is a very small trading partner for Canada. A number in the House have said it before me. The main reason for the Canadian government to reach this free trade agreement does not concern trade. Rather, it concerns investments. The chapter on protecting investments is the real reason for this agreement, because if there is little trade between Canada and Colombia. There are, however, projected investments, significant investments by Canada in Colombia, particularly in the mining sector. So there's a lot of pressure put on the Canadian government by interest groups, and that is behind this bill and the agreement. However, if we are to look at all the projection agreements that Canada has signed over the years, the one between Canada and Colombia would be in a neoliberal line. In fact, all these previous agreements include provisions that would allow Canadian investors to sue the contracting countries as soon as the government adopts measures that would decrease the value of their investments.
Such provisions are disturbing in a country where labor standards and protection of the environment are at best haphazard. Such an agreement to protect Canadian investors and in relation to the protection of labor standards would hinder all improvements to labor standards in a country that greatly needs them. In fact, all efforts by the Colombian government to improve those conditions would make it susceptible to lawsuits by Canadian investors. Colombia has one of the worst human rights records in the world, and especially in South America. In order to improve the human rights record in the world, democratic governments and those that are aware of human rights issues use the carrot and the stick approach. They sustain the approach to improve human rights records and reserve the right to withdraw benefits if the situations regress. With the conclusion of this free trade agreement, Canada would deprive itself of any ability to put any pressure on the Colombian government. Not only would it renounce the possibility to use the carrot and stick approach, it would give the Colombian government free rein. The Canadian government says that it has removed the side agreements on labor and environment from the main agreement. They are not part of the free trade agreement per se. Therefore, some investors could destruct the Colombian environment, could displace populations in order to foster the establishment of mines, or continue to have killed those who want to resist their projects, in particular union activists. Since 1996, Madam Speaker, 2,690 union activists were assassinated in Colombia. Unfortunately, we cannot depend on Colombian authorities to improve that record. The international organization Transparency International in Colombia last summer published a report describing the situation of corruption in Colombia. According to the report, which was funded by the British and Dutch governments, only 4 of the 138 government bodies in Colombia have a low level of corruption. That report is extremely detailed and describes the situation on the ground. Among the organizations that are considered to have a high level of corruption, there are the Colombian Congress itself and the Department of the Interior and of Justice. And according to the report, these departments have a high level of corruption. Anyone who can read Spanish can read the detailed report by that organization on their website. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois does not accept to deprive the Canadian governments, to put pressure on the Colombian government to ensure the respect of human rights, to help Canadian investors in Colombia. The Colombian civil society as well is opposed to the agreement. Because of the repression in Colombia it has become more difficult for Colombian civil society to have its voice heard. Nevertheless, on February 11th of this year, 4 of my colleagues, including Pierre Paquette, met with the coalition of social movements in Colombia, COMOSA. That meeting was organized by the CCCI, and COMOSA comprises the Aboriginal movements in Colombia, the women's associations, National Farm Association, Christian Workers for Dignity, National Health and Social Coalition, among others. The COMOSA delegation wanted to react to the Colombian government's affirmations. The human rights situation has not improved in Colombia, according to them. In Quebec and Canada, numerous voices have been heard against this proposed agreement. Madam Speaker, allow me to speak of the International Coalition for Solidarity, the Amnesty International, Development and Peace, KROS, the Alliance of the Public Service of Canada, Lawyers Without Borders, the Communications, Energy and Paper Workers Union, the Union of Postal Workers, the Union of Public Service Employees, the National Public Sector Employees as well. As you can see, many are opposed to this proposed agreement. Madam Speaker, I once again call on all members of this House to vote against it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara West Glanborough.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity here today. I just want to comment that as a member of the International Trade Committee, I had an opportunity to be in Colombia and meet with the President as well as some of his other cabinet colleagues. And I got to tell you that I'm very impressed by the number of witnesses that we were able to hear from, the challenges that this country has had to undergo in the last number of years. Our friends talk about the violence there and what goes on there across the aisle. There's no question that this country has had its share of challenges. But it is my profound belief that if we don't give them an opportunity to trade with this free trade agreement, that we are going to limit the kind of opportunities that this country has moving forward. And so I know that my friends across the aisle also like to comment on all the violence and all the crimes, and they refer to numbers in 2008, 2009. But what they fail to recognize, what they fail to acknowledge, is that under this president since 2002, more than 30,000 paramilitary fighters have returned to civilian life. Since 2002, homicides have declined by 40%. Kidnappings by 82%, terrorist attacks by 77%. And so I would just ask my friends across the way, if they're going to quote numbers, let's talk about the historical context. Let's talk about since the President, Uribe, has been in government. Let's talk about the time that he has had since 2002. Does Colombia have challenges? There's no question they have. But I believe that free trade is one of the ways that is going to help Colombia emerge as a stronger country. And I believe that Canada and the leadership that we are playing here, because of our rich and diverse connections to this country and to this hemisphere, have made this possible. And so I realize that Canada has both the opportunity and the responsibility to be active on this hemisphere and critical, important issues to all countries in this region. And I'd like to highlight today the key features of our America's engagement reinforces Canadians' commitment to deepening its participation in the region. Clearly, as the region addresses the worldwide economic downturn, it is timely to assess how we are all acting and cooperating in bringing solutions. We have evolved together as a region in the past to address a range of problems, from endemic poverty and inequalities to bolster common security and economic development. Canada has a long-standing rich and diverse connections to countries of the Americas. We have been forging privileged partnerships and commercial ties with the region as a whole for over 100 years, producing results that have been mutually beneficial. The UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean reported last year that Canada has become the third largest investor in the region. Foreign direct investment from Canada into the Americas, excluding Mexico and Bermuda, now stands at approximately $95 billion. To put that number into perspective, that is about 3 times the size of the Canadian investment that we have in Asia. While this covers a multitude of sectors, investment in financial services and extractive sectors have been notable. Canadian banks with a long presence in the Caribbean now bring stability and much-needed credit throughout the Americas. Canadian mining and exploration companies are also on the leading edge of the application of the best practices of corporate social responsibility. At a time when investment from outside the region is not always as scrupulous in attending to questions such as labour standards or community services and engagement, we are proud that Canadian companies serve as standard bearers to this region. Up until the recent economic downturn, our commercial relations had been on a steep growth curve. Our trade with the region in 2008 grew by almost 30%. Now, this is due to a combination of factors, including a strong demand for Canadian offerings and our competitive price points. But I believe that the strong message that our government has been sending on these important or bolstering free trade and open markets has played a key role. Certainly, we've been among the most active free trader in the region. We are building our successful free trade agreements with the United States, Mexico, Chile, Costa Rica, and recent free trade agreement with Peru, which entered into force on August 1st, 2009. In 2008, Canada signed a free trade agreement with Colombia, is now before you for ratification. Canada and Panama also concluded negotiations on August 11th, 2009. We have ongoing negotiations with the Dominican Republic, CARICOM, and the Central American countries. As for the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement and its parallel agreements on labour cooperation and the environment, it is part of a suite of instruments Canada uses in its engagement with Colombia. These instruments include bilateral and development cooperation and the Department of Foreign Affairs Global Peace and Security Fund. All of these support Colombia's ongoing efforts towards greater peace, security, prosperity, and full respect for human rights. In the past 5 years, the Canadian International Development Agency has disbursed over $64 million alone in Colombia. CIDA's programming in that country is focused on children's rights and their protection, while also supporting initiatives which protect internally displaced people and other vulnerable populations. And, Madam Speaker, I will say that while we were in Colombia, we had a chance to see firsthand some of the great work that CIDA is doing with those projects. As a country of the Americas, Canada has vested interest in the progress of countries in the Americas. Our economic success, our profound belief in democracy and the rule of law, and the national and personal security of our citizens, both within and beyond our borders, are all intricately linked with the welfare of our hemispheric neighbours. This recognition is at the core of Canada's America's engagement. As a committed member of the Inter-American system, Canada has both the opportunity and the responsibility to be active on hemispheric issues of critical importance to all countries in the region. Our America's engagement is focusing Canada's efforts on 3 interrelated and mutually reinforcing objectives: enhancing the prosperity of the citizens in the region, strengthening and reinforcing support for democratic governance throughout the Americas, and building a safe and secure hemisphere. Let me briefly summarize each of these points, beginning with prosperity. To say the least, prosperity has become more elusive of late for all countries in all hemispheres. Canada is faring better than most countries, but Canadians have not been spared from the wrenching impacts of the worldwide recession. Despite continued economic uncertainty, most countries in the Americas are arguably better prepared than in the past to weather the global downturn. Since the 1990s, many have worked hard to improve their debt situation. They now have lower total debt ratios, reduced interest rates, and decreased debt service requirements. In fact, many of these countries enjoy fiscal surpluses. Thanks to these efforts, many countries will be in a better position to rebound when better days return. And they will. if the lure of short-term measures, whether populist or protectionist, can be resisted. In this regard, there does exist a risk that the blame for current market failure will unfairly be attributed to capitalism rather than to the specific capitalists who, in the absence of adequate supervision, contributed to this outcome. In the region, one can detect the return of antiquated views, favoring import substitution and rejecting globalization. This must be resisted. Realistic solutions need to be identified and addressed. Finally, we have to resist protectionism in every sense, and here I refer not only to tariff protectionism, but also the impact of spending measures and rescue bailouts. Evidently, these must be managed in a way which does not damage market participation in the region. On security, these effects of the economic crisis cannot be viewed in isolation. They have a clear and identifiable impact on security and governance in the region. What are the medium-term implications on reduced remittances, returning migrants, rising unemployment, and failing government revenues? Some might call that a perfect storm. What we see is a clear reason to increase our engagement in addressing security problems in the Americas. As a result, Canada is assisting countries in the region of their efforts to strengthen their law enforcement, judicial system, disaster relief and preparedness, and health issues. Working together, we are confident we can reduce the impact of crime, drugs, terrorism, disasters, and pandemics on Canadians and citizens of the Americas. In this vein, DFAID's Global Peace and Security Program has developed over $14.5 million in conflict prevention and peace-building programs in Colombia between 2006 and 2009. This program focuses on truth, justice, and confidence-building initiatives, supports political dialogue, enhances security and stability. I believe there's every reason for optimism that the current economic climate notwithstanding, by pursuing this model of partnership, I have no doubt that together we can strengthen hemispheric cooperation in support of peace, security, and development and produce long-term results that will benefit us all. And for these reasons, I ask all honourable members for their support of this agreement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned at the beginning of his speech about the International Trade Committee visiting Colombia, and obviously it's best to have first-hand knowledge from the ground. Could he, I'm very interested in what happened to that because I haven't heard about that visit and what the members heard during that visit. If he could give us some more details, it could be helpful to all members in the House.
The honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
And I'd like to thank the member from Yukon for that question. I think one of the things that we found interesting as a trade committee when we went to Colombia is that we heard from a wide range of groups. And one of the things that I found particularly interesting was who the president had surrounded himself with. President Uribe, as some of you may or may not know, his father was killed in a kidnapping attempt in 1982 by paramilitaries, or by the FARC actually, sorry. And some of the people that he had around him in terms of cabinet ministers also have been affected by the violence in Colombia. And I believe that one of the things that is telling that when Venezuela showed up on the border of Colombia and the U.S. asked Colombia what they could require, did they need guns, did they need the ammunition, what did they need, the president's response was, we need a free trade deal. And so what I find impressive about this government, what I find interesting in talking to people on the ground is they realize they've had a history of violence. They realize that they've had a history of civil war. They've had a problem with a lot of issues. What I find surprising and interesting is that they don't want to continue on that path, but what they would like to do is they would like to use free trade as a means of trying to improve the quality of life of their citizens, of trying to have more value in their country, of trying to depend less on the drug trade. And so one of the things that I believe would be helpful would be as we support this agreement in helping enable Colombia in that respect.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm just flabbergasted a little bit with regards to why the Liberals and the Conservatives would want to support such an agreement, given the fact that there's been 2,690 trade unionists that have been murdered in Colombia since 1986. and 27 of them this year alone. Do you think that we should actually turn a blind eye on workers in allowing them to be murdered?
I would remind the honourable member to address her comments to the chair. The honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
And I want to thank the member for the question. I know that the member from Burnaby New Westminster is always complaining about how we don't use facts and figures and studies. Here's a study that was written called Columbia Free Trade Agreement, Prosperity and Democracy, and it says that the AFL-CIO repeatedly cites figures of 2,245 labor union members killed in Colombia since 1991 as a central argument for not approving the trade agreement. But that figure is heavily front-loaded. More than 4 out of 5 of those killings took place prior to President Urube's administration. So once again, I would ask for consistency across the aisle, not to mislead the House in terms of where these situations have come from, but recognize that there has been a challenge of conflict in this region, and realizing that Mr. Urube, or President Urube, is doing his best to look after trying to reduce the violence. Yes, there's still violence. We understand that. But quite clearly here, it is a labor that wants to make sure that we try and brand President Urube's government with these deaths, when in fact these happened before he actually was in government.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex for a very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted just to direct the line of questioning to something that the Speaker was talking about, the importance of trade in this hemisphere, and to contrast that with what we've done in the past, and especially if you could just touch on President Chavez and the impact that he's having on some of the other countries, what he's doing as opposed to what Canada plans to do through free trade.
Good question.
The honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook, again, a quick response.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for the question. I think that what we see happening in Venezuela is more of a protectionist measurement, and as I said, Colombia wants to reach out not just to Canada, but to other countries in order for them to be able to trade and rely less on the drug trade, rely less on some of the other issues that they've had to deal with over time.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from Toronto South.
I am happy to rise in my place and participate in the debate. Just for purposes of clarity, for those who are watching these proceedings on television, we're not actually debating the agreement. The proposal by the minister to send the bill to committee, we're actually debating a sub-amendment of an amendment, and both the sub-amendment and the amendment to the motion suggest that the House should not give second reading because the government concluded this agreement while the Standing Committee on International Trade was considering the matter. And so let me just try to understand what the position of the Bloc and the Democratic Party is, that the Committee on International Trade was considering this question, and therefore we should not send the agreement to committee because the committee was already considering the question. Now, you're looking at me a little confused, Madam Speaker, and I can understand why that's the case. The reason is because it doesn't make any sense. Yet, what we need to recognize is that there are serious issues about this agreement, and there are legitimate areas of concern and debate. And there is no question that a public airing and a public discussion with expert witnesses and a reasoned discussion at committee is fully warranted. And in order to anticipate some of the questions which I know I'm going to get from some members of the House, a recent exchange between the member from Algoma, Manitoulin, and my colleague from Niagara West Glanbrook was to say, you know, there have been hundreds of killings. We can all argue about the numbers. And the question was, you know, do you support the killing of trade unionists in Colombia? And the answer to that question is, of course not. The killing of anybody is horrendous. The killing of people who are exercising their democratic rights is an appalling situation. It's an appalling fact. The question before this House and the question which I personally hope will get to committee at some stage, is does a free trade agreement contribute to an improvement in the overall human rights and economic situation in Colombia, or does it cause a deterioration and a worsening of the human rights condition in that country? And that's a factual question. There will be lots of debate about it, but it's not an ideological question, it's a factual question. And to suggest, as was suggested by my colleague from the Bloc in his speech, that Canadian companies are in the business of sanctioning the killing of trade unionists, or to suggest that anyone in this House looks with favor upon people living in dangerous and difficult conditions is frankly simply shows how quickly we assume the worst motivations on all sides of the House. And I've been at this coalface too long to make any such assumption. I assume that everybody here believes that killing other people is a bad thing. And I believe very strongly that we are all committed to human rights and the extension of human rights. And I'm not going to accuse somebody who's in favor of a free trade agreement of being opposed to human rights and being in favor of assassinations. That's just an absurdity, Madam Speaker. It takes the debate to a level which it's absolutely impossible to have a reasonable and serious discussion. So let's go back to the fundamental question. The government of Colombia decided some time ago that it was going to try to create an economic strategy that it will allow it to get out of the situation in which it found itself. It's a country whose market internally is not big enough. Unlike its neighbor Venezuela, it cannot rely on the oil and gas reserves that it has in order to generate a huge income for itself. It does not have the luxury of protectionism, and therefore it was essential for it to engage with the rest of the world economically, and this was all part of the strategy that doesn't simply start with President Uribe, but certainly was one that he had a great deal to do with extending. And I think it's important for members to understand that we're not the only country with which Colombia has either succeeded in concluding a free trade agreement or is currently negotiating a free trade agreement. The member countries of the European Union, the member countries of the European Free Trade Association, which are all democratic countries, which are all countries with a vibrant trade union movement, which are all countries which have a powerful commitment to human rights, countries like Denmark and Sweden and Norway, Britain and France and Germany. These are countries which are all currently negotiating a freer trade arrangement with Colombia. So, of course, is the United States of America. Colombia has already concluded free trade agreements with its neighboring Andean countries. So the suggestion somehow that this is some sort of a conspiracy that's underway to undermine human rights organizations or to undermine the labor movement in Colombia is not simply far-fetched. It's also a question, frankly, that just doesn't stand up to real analysis. Now, there are parties in this House which are ideologically opposed to any free trade agreement that comes before. If it comes before us with EFTA, they're opposed to the one with EFTA. If it comes before, when we come to discuss the question of the EU, I can guarantee you they'll be opposed to the one with the European Union. And so we have to, those of us who don't have these ideological blinkers on, have to look practically at this question. And there is a very legitimate concern that has been raised, that will be raised again, that says what exactly is the impact of this kind of an agreement going to be on the human rights situation in Colombia. Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, let me just make it clear where I think how we need to look at this question. We are trading today with Colombia. That is to say, Canadian companies are doing business in Colombia. It's perfectly legal. It's perfectly, it's there. It's happening. There's nothing bad about that, unless it's being suggested by some people that there should be no trade whatsoever with Colombia. There should be no economic relationship with Colombia, and that the rest of the world should boycott Colombia, and there should be an international freeze on any investment, any trade, any economic relationship with Colombia. If that's the position that's being put forward by some of my colleagues in the House, I'd like to hear them suggest it. I'd like to hear them analyze it. But the fact of the matter is we are trading today. As a country, our businesses are trading with Colombian businesses, and Colombian businesses are trading with us. There are cut flowers on our market. All these things are taking place. So the question then becomes, well, do we want to try to create a set of rules that will provide for greater certainty with respect to the trading relationship which we're establishing? Personally, Madam Speaker, I'm a multilateralist at heart. I favor broader multilateral agreements. I'd like to see nothing better than for the Doha round to be reignited and to proceed again, and for us to try to create a stronger rules-based system for how we trade in the world. We support the World Trade Organization. I don't hear suggestions from the Bloc or from the NDP that we pull out of the World Trade Organization, or that we ask that Colombia be kicked out of the World Trade Organization, of which Colombia is currently a member. So let's try and understand, is there a mutual benefit to our two countries to expanding trade? Is there a mutual benefit to our two countries in continuing to monitor and to talk about and discuss and try and influence in two sovereign independent countries the human rights situation in their country and, frankly, in our country? Est-ce qu'il y a une bonne raison, Madame?
Is there a good reason, Madam Speaker, for Canadians wanting to have a relation that will guarantee even more security for investment? Would it be a good idea for us to offer the opportunity to Colombian companies to export more goods to Canada? It is a country with a great deal of poverty and in great need of economic development.
Let this matter go when the debate is concluded, whenever that may be. My view is this is a trade agreement that should go to committee. It should be thoroughly studied. Let the International Trade Committee resume the study that it was doing with respect to the agreement, and let it proceed. I think it would be wrong of us to take a decision today to say, no, we're not going to let that happen. We're not even going to consider this question because a group of people say we know better and we know what the outcome is better than anyone else. I'm not sure I have possession of all those facts that allow me to reach that conclusion, and I simply want this matter to proceed to committee at the appropriate time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, of course, listened with intent to my colleague from the other side, the critic for Foreign Affairs, on this issue of sending this to the committee. Of course, the member is also the member on the Foreign Affairs Committee, of which I'm a member too, and we have many issues we discuss on this. But the main question he's been talking about is sending it, his party's been talking about sending it down to the committee to see what impact that it is going to have on the larger scale in Colombia about human rights and about labor standards and all those issues, which of course are core Canadian values when we do business around the world. Now, of course, he's to some degree, I do agree with him in talking about the NDP and the Bloc. I mean, so they will never agree to any free trade agreement anyway, so we might as well, their debate over there is a total different issue. But the point is that we have free trade agreements with many countries around the world, and there are examples and issues of which we do that. So I would say to and ask the honourable member's opinion, and that the free trade agreements ultimately do result in good labour practices, good human rights, and isn't that what all of us want for Colombia?
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, I've got to confess, and I appreciate the question from the Parliamentary Secretary. I don't have an all-in ideological answer to that question. In my view, it can be the case that an increase in economic activity plus an increase in the bilateral relationship in terms of the discussions that we have with the government of Colombia, and not just the government of Colombia, but the discussions that we have with the people of Colombia, with the institutions. My colleague from King's Hanson and I had a chance to go to Colombia in August, and a pretty intensive 4-day visit. We met with a broad range of people. Some were in favor of the agreement, most were in favor, some were opposed. All of them were very concerned about the impact of the agreement on human rights, and obviously I think I was quite struck by the number of, even including trade unionists. The private sector trade union people that we met with in Medellin, for example, were fully in favor of the agreement because they understood full well that it gives their factories greater access to the Canadian market. They understood that very, very easily and very quickly. And they see that as improving their conditions, and they see that as a chance to improve their particular position. The largely public sector dominated Central Trade Union Federation was, not surprisingly, opposed to the free trade agreement, to which I said, are you in favor of any free trade agreements? They said no. They have a completely different model of what the Colombian economy could be like. I didn't think it was a very realistic model, given the choices that Colombia currently faces. So,
questions and comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm saddened by the member's comments. While him and his colleague from King's Hants were in Colombia, guests of the Colombian government, 12 members of the AWA First Nations were massacred by the Colombian military. Now, the Liberal Party used to stand up for human rights, used to speak out to issues like that. The 12 AWA First Nations killed, massacred by the Colombian military, as nearly 600 Colombians have been massacred by the Colombia military and massacred by paramilitaries associated with President Uribe's regime, and the Liberal Party just prefers to keep sipping on its wine. It is very sad, Madam Speaker. Now, there are provisions in the agreement that basically allow the Colombian government to continue to see the killings of trade unionists, human rights activists, and other Colombians, and the only provisions force a fine. Does the member think it's appropriate that you can kill a trade unionist and pay a fine, that that's appropriate?
The honourable member for Toronto Centre has 45 seconds to respond.
well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the parliamentary process, but I wish I could say that it's very difficult to answer a question that's put in such a fashion. Basically, what the member is saying is that he knows that it's the Colombian government that's responsible for every act of violence that takes place in Colombia, and that therefore any one of us who thinks that it's appropriate to continue to have discussions with the Colombian government about improving our economic relationship as well as the environmental review and the overall review of the political situation in Colombia is somehow condoning violence. And when he refers to
The honourable member has made his position quite clear. Resuming debate, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's with great pleasure that I'm able to speak to the issue of corporate social responsibility today as it relates to the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. And let me, on the onset, say that I agree completely with the Liberal Foreign Affairs critic when he says those of us who support this agreement and that the NDP is talking about this bloody this nonsense that by supporting this thing here that we are condoning murders or human rights abuses or the violence that is taking place in Colombia. I think that is totally misleading and fear-mongering done by NDP to support the position which they always do, which is against the free trade agreement anyways. So why don't they just go and just say they oppose it because of their ideology? But to say that this is directly related to those who are supporting this to violence is absolutely, Madam Speaker, nonsense, and I want to make it very clear that this is not the position here. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm standing up to talk about the corporate social responsibility that Canadian companies undergo when they go overseas to do business. The free trade agreement with Colombia, of course, will allow a lot of Canadian companies to go there, and so social corporate responsibility becomes a key element in the operation of Canadian companies and what Canadians have come to accept. Madam Speaker, let me say this, that the Government of Canada undertook a very, very lengthy, in-depth analysis of the corporate social responsibility with the stakeholders in Canada, with all those who were involved in corporate social responsibilities, including the NGOs, the government people, the industry people and everything, and came up with a voluntary code of conduct that the government has now done its response to the Parliament. This extensive corporate social responsibility that the Government of Canada and all Canadian stakeholders have done lays the foundation of what Canadian companies are expected to do when they are down in other countries. Now, Madam Speaker, I was in Tanzania in April of this year, as well as in Zambia, where we have Canadian companies working out there, and I had the pleasure of talking to the companies to see what they were doing as part of the corporate social responsibility, and I was very impressed at the amount of effort and the companies Canadians are putting around for corporate social responsibilities, bringing fresh water, schools, little dispensaries, where the government, of course, cannot provide, but where the companies are providing and giving hope to many, giving little basic services. This, of course, is a voluntary thing. All companies do that. And I must say that Canada should be proud. Canadians should be proud of many of these companies. Majority, most companies that operate overseas do such a fantastic job of corporate social responsibility. That is why, Madam Speaker, Canadian companies have such a high reputation. Canadians have such a high reputation around the world. This is something that party, the NDP, should go and see. Of course, they will never go to countries where they can see where progress is taking place. They will always choose countries which are mired in violence and all these things and come with their ideology to oppose the free trade agreement on that. Madam Speaker, as part of that in-depth consultation that took place, the Government of Canada will soon be creating a new consular office to help resolve any issue that arise between Canadian companies and the communities in which they operate. This announcement will be made very shortly coming out of it, and this is one way of ensuring that everyone here voluntarily complies with what is expected out of this, that came out of this roundtable conference. This is a very, very strong positive steps taken by the government to ensure that all stakeholders adhere to the recommendations of this corporate social responsibility. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is also going to be supporting a new Centre of Excellence. And this Centre of Excellence, again, as we said, should be outside the government, to develop and disseminate high-quality tools for corporate social responsibilities to see what are best practices. And this is both a joint venture with the stakeholders. Madam Speaker, these are some of the positive steps that this government is taking forward, arising out of the consultation process, which is the right way to do things, Madam Speaker, when we talk about this thing. Which brings me to the question that looking at what the government's approach has been in talking to stakeholders, and then we have a Liberal private members bill, C-300, which is now in front of the committee, which, Madam Speaker, has been hastily prepared without stakeholders' input into it, very badly drafted, that would penalize Canadian companies doing business overseas. I mean, Madam Speaker, this bill now in front of the committee is one of those bills that is emotionally created without input from company stakeholders, everyone in there. Just follow what is an emotional outburst of this thing. This is not how minority parliament should work. Now, I would be very much interested, Madam Speaker, to hear what the trade critic, the Liberal trade critic, whose speech I read, and the Liberal Foreign Affairs critic, who just spoke about how free trade agreements have a potential of helping in this country to see what their stance would be on this Bill C-300. I may say this is contrary to what they have been talking about in here, and I hope common sense prevails on the other side, that when it comes in front of the committee, that they would kill this bill, as this bill has a potential of damaging the great reputations of people doing business overseas. Madam Speaker, let me just say this also. While the intention is good, we all want corporate social responsibility to take place, but the way it was brought forward, the way it was drafted, the way it has lacked consultations and everything in here and being pushed, is just using the minority status in here to push through something which would have far serious consequences for Canadian companies, NGOs, and everybody else. There is a small minority of NGOs who are supporting this, but I think overall, and all these things, under this major exercise that the Government of Canada had undertaken last year in the corporate social responsibility, that is the way the government should be working. That's the way how we should work in this thing. So I'm very happy to state that the Government of Canada is taking social corporate responsibility very seriously, and as I've just said, we'll be announcing about a new councillor, and as well as the Centre for Excellence. Now, Madam Speaker, it must be recognized, and as I've asked in my questions to the Minister, to the Foreign Affairs critic, that the free trade agreements with which it's side agreements on labor as well as human rights and other issues will ensure that there is a rule-based system in our dealings with Colombia, which is what every Canadian wants, because that would take into account to ensure that there is strong ties between us and Colombia. At the same time, we can engage with Colombia on other issues of human rights and others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The commentaire, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member used a lot of his speech to complain about Bill C-300, and unfortunately, it's his government. It was basically the author of that bill by not reacting to the major exercise that he talked about that the Government of Canada undertook on corporate social responsibility. The Government of Canada Roundtable, a sponsored roundtable with industry and NGOs, came up with solutions, came up with recommendations. This is actually quite a rare situation where everyone agrees to that extent, and actually came up with some good solutions that everyone can agree with. And yet the government didn't react. They sat on it for months and months and months. Even though everyone agreed, even though the government was a part sponsor, they didn't react. So what the member was complaining about was unfortunately an issue caused by his own government's inaction. Finally, they came up with, even after Bill C-300, they came up with an inadequate response. So it was the government's inaction that inspired Bill C-300, and also the motion by the member from Pierrefonds-Dollard to take action on something that industry and the NGOs had agreed upon.
Right. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, yes, there was a roundtable conference. There were recommendations. The government needs to take its due diligence and look at it, that all agreements, all rules are met. I may say at the other end, this party was in the government and they know how it works. But at the end of the day, the government did respond. The government has laid the response in the House of Commons as well. And I've just announced what the government will be doing. But we must also remember, Madam Speaker, that corporate social responsibility by Canadian companies, as I've given the example in Tanzania and everywhere, in Zambia, everywhere, have an excellent record of it. I mean, this is not something that we don't have a record. We have a very good record out there. So henceforth, Madam Speaker, it does not. That's why. But we are just building to ensure that it will be even more strong as the member wants and everybody else wants in the stakeholders meetings. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I guess wanted to ask the member, given his critique of the New Democrats' position and the fact that we
don't believe his mic is on.
Okay, thank you.
To the...
Thank you very much. I did want to ask the member a question, Madam Speaker, in reference to his critique of the New Democrats' very real concern when we enter into negotiations and possible trade agreements with countries where there is obviously a high level of violence, particularly violence targeted at those who simply want to exert their right to democracy and a participation in their own local economies. So I want to know if it doesn't concern him at all some of the facts and figures that are documented, recorded, coming out of Colombia, where, as I said earlier, this year alone, 27 trade unionists have been killed, 67 extrajudicial murders, people in the justice system of Colombia losing their lives, 600 people massacred. My colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster mentioned just a little earlier. Do those numbers not in any way cause the member some concern re this free trade agreement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, Madam Speaker, it causes great concern to all of us when we see all these murders and deaths taking place, including the trade unions. We are all aware of all these things are happening, and we engage ourselves with the government of Colombia to work with them as an authority over there, elected authority, to bring those who are committed all these crimes to justice. That should be the key element of the whole thing. But to put the free trade agreement in that context is not the right thing to do, because then we would be penalizing the whole people of Colombia, the poor, everyone else who would have an open market access to us. Would he not want, I want to ask him, would he not want that the people of Colombia, all the people of Colombia would have free access to the Canadian market so they can sell and have a better living standard out there? Again, I'm going to repeat this. In reference to all those killings and everything, I agree this is a matter of serious concern, and those who are hurting should be brought to justice, and this responsibility lies with the government of Colombia to do that, and we would bring that to the attention of the government of Colombia. But we should not at the same time penalize the people of Colombia who would like to do business with Canada and have a better standard of living. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to this Bill C-23, which is the Free Trade Agreement with Canada and Colombia. I want to speak a little bit, or on this motion, pardon me, Madam Speaker. I want to just set the frame for my own involvement in this debate by saying that this was a difficult bill for me at first. I have met with delegations from Colombia and union organizers here as well who have expressed concerns about the human rights in the country. I take that seriously. Colombia is a violent country. It's many instances of corruption and human rights violations, which is consistent with a narco economy. It's indisputable that there is instability in Colombia and there have been human rights violations. It's also indisputable that there have been improvements economically, socially, and in terms of safety. So we balance off those two different issues. The question is, for the people of the country, how do things get better? Is the move more negative or positive for countries like Canada to engage Colombia? And of course, we've heard Canada is not alone. Many other countries are doing the same thing, looking at trade agreements with this country. As a member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, balance is something that we deal with all the time on issues. We balance local concerns with national concerns. We're always looking at what do our constituents want with what we consider to be the national interest, and also the party under whose banner we got elected plays a role as well. We balance the time that we spend on constituency work with the time that we spend here on national issues or perhaps party responsibilities, being a minister or a critic or work on committees. It's one of the difficult things about politics is finding the right balance. And on issues, quite often, it's a matter of finding a balance as well. We deal with issues that challenge us. There are pros sometimes and cons on both sides of an issue. So how do we work within a parliament, and how do we work even within our own parties
to move the ball on things and to advance not only Canadian interests, but the interests of people with whom we deal. I want to perhaps pay tribute, offer my thanks to our critic, the critic for international trade, who on a number of issues, he and I have had very serious discussions about concerns that I've had and maybe issues on which we differed in the beginning. And it is through working with him and the leadership that he's provided our caucus that I think we've been able to come up with solutions that make sense. There's been a number of contentious issues on the trade front. The EFTA deal was one. It was difficult for me, for my colleague from Halifax West, those of us who have been actively supporting the shipbuilding industry and the negligence that has been shown by this government, and that was a potential negative impact in the EFTA deal was its impact on Canadian shipbuilding. This Colombian deal is difficult because of the human rights violations, the allegations, but certainly the violations of human rights that have happened in the country of Colombia. On EFTA, our critic, the member from King's Hants, the member from Outremont, I believe our critic for industry, the member from Halifax West, and myself worked on this issue. How do we know what the right thing is? We are concerned about the impact on shipbuilding on EFTA. Our critics sat down with us and we said, okay, what is the real problem? The real problem for shipbuilding is that we don't have a national strategy for shipbuilding. That's what Canada needs. That, above all else, is what we need. That's why a country like Norway, which was the concern in the EFTA deal, a country like Norway has supported, advanced, and consistently invested in the shipbuilding industry and has gotten to a point now where they do present a bit of an issue for us. So my colleague from Halifax West and myself and our industry critic and our free trade critic went to see our leader, who said, absolutely, I will commit the Liberal Party to having a national strategy on shipbuilding. We'll look at things that, on tariffs. We will look at the structured financing facility, those things that will make a difference for shipbuilding. And in the summer, just after this House adjourned in June, the four of us met with representatives of the shipbuilding industry, with companies, with the Shipbuilding Association, with workers, and we kind of came to an agreement. There are certain things that we can do to advance shipbuilding, to make sure that everything is taken care of, that workers and management and the shipbuilding associations can come together in a shipbuilding strategy that a Liberal government would facilitate, that we would lead, and we would make sure that shipbuilding retains its rightful place in the industrial structure of Canada. On this deal, our critic and I had some discussions. Our critic for international trade, and we just heard the critic for foreign affairs, worked diligently on this file. They met with many Colombian stakeholders. They went down to Colombia. It may not be unanimous, but of the people that they met with in this wide range, not going down with blinkers on, but going down to study what's happening in that country, trade representatives, think tanks, unions, with President Uribe himself, with the UN High Commission and Human Rights representative in that country, to find out, is this deal going to help or is this deal going to hurt? And I believe through all of that work and the leadership that was shown by our critics on this file, that this free trade agreement can improve conditions in Colombia. Conditions that have, to some extent, improved already, as the member from Niagara West, Glanbrook, pointed out, and the member from Toronto Centre and others. We know that we need to be vigilant. We know that there's much work that has to be done. We know that there are people who have been killed, labor unions, labor organizers, and many others. The question is, how do you impact on that in a positive way? How do you make sure that what we're doing is right, not only for ourselves, but for other people with whom we share this world? I think many of the progressive forces in Colombia, in fact, look to Canada to assist, that this deal can actually help them, enable them to make things better for the citizens of that country, to improve the lives of people who struggle in that country. They consulted extensively, open-minded. And, as we have heard as well, we're not the only progressive country in the world, or what we would call progressive countries. Many of the countries with whom we do business, many of the countries whom we compare ourselves to on human rights, on labor conditions, on fair wages, on international development, many of those countries are also negotiating with Colombia. And of course, in the United States, the Obama administration has signaled that they're perhaps readier to move now on this than they have been before, that this is important to the people of that country as well as to the people of Colombia. So we have similar goals. Generally, as a Liberal, I support freer trade. I see one of the organizations that is supporting this deal is the Canada Pork International and the Cattlemen's Association. There are organizations in this country that my colleague here from Malpec has pointed out need help, and he called for an emergency debate earlier today on agriculture. These are organizations that can benefit as well. We should be supporting freer trade. That is what we do as Liberals, but we always say let's make sure we see the whole picture and make sure that we are not ignoring things that are going on in a country with whom we choose to do business. We think, though, that this bill or this deal can impact positively to reduce human rights abuses, can help to build and strengthen the social infrastructure in that country, strengthen the social foundations, can actually make things better for the people who are suffering now. And at the end of the day, when we look at any kind of a free trade bill, there are some in this House who will always oppose it. Perhaps there are some who always support it. I think it's important to look at every bill and say, we have to look at the global picture as well as the national picture. We have to look at the people we're dealing with as well as the people in this country. We have to make sure that we're doing things for the right reasons, that we're protecting citizens wherever they live in this world, not just to the benefit of ourselves, but to support Canadian industry is not a bad thing. To support industry in other nations is not a bad thing. And on balance, in the discussions that we've had, I've come to the very firm conclusion that this bill needs to go forward, and it needs to go forward quickly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just not sure if the Liberal member actually remembers that the steelworkers were here talking to them in last spring, and they made a commitment there then that there would be that they would support an independent, impartial, and comprehensive human rights impact assessment before Canada considers an agreement with Colombia. That's not happening today. So maybe he can answer the question with regards to whether he remembers that. And the other thing that I want to know is that whether he thinks that these trade deals will change the culture in Colombia, because that's kind of what I got from his speech. They, so maybe we're thinking that maybe they might not kill as many trade unionists now, but that doesn't make it any better. It's like telling someone who hits his wife that, he's not hitting his wife as much now, but it's not better for her either.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, pardon me.
The home of Sidney Crosby, Madam Speaker. The member forgets one simple fact, that all of these abuses have happened without a free trade agreement with Canada. It's almost as if she's suggesting that all of these abuses are happening because Canada is considering a free trade agreement. In fact, there are conditions built into this bill that have the serious and significant potential to improve human rights abuses in Colombia. I've been in this House since 2004. Since 2004. I'm not surprised that the NDP are opposed to this, and I'm not condemning them for being opposed to it. I just don't think that they've taken an open-minded approach to looking at this bill on balance and saying, can this be good or bad for that country? That's what they should do. I think, on balance, that the social infrastructure of the country that we're going to deal with can be made better by a deal with Canada, that the average people in that country may, in fact, be better off if Canada doesn't ignore them, doesn't shut them out, but, in fact, engages them in a free trade agreement. That's my hope, that's my expectation, and that's why I support the bill.
The Honourable, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the comments by my colleague from Sidney Crosby's riding. Although, on a more serious note, I want to ask him if he really believes that a country and a government and, dare I say, a regime that now trying to sort out who should benefit from the domestic economy of that jurisdiction, we see significant numbers of documented deaths to trade unionists and other social activists in that country. My colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster mentioned earlier, while his colleagues were in Colombia, 600 people slaughtered and connected to the government of this country. That giving the leadership of that country, given their track record so far in distributing the already limited wealth that country generates, that if we enter into a trade agreement that actually gives them even more money, that somehow they would distribute that more equitably, and that the fight that is there now. That, you know, we had a woman in, and she may have met with him as well, from Colombia just last spring, the daughter of one of the trade unionists who was killed in Colombia, Jessica Hoya Morales, speaking to us, asking us not to do this. Until we've done the assessment, the analysis, until we're guaranteed and we're sure that people will not continue to be killed, and perhaps in larger numbers as the pot becomes bigger, the gold becomes more shiny for those who are in charge in that country. If that, in fact, won't be, the record that we will be looking at as we reassess this in, say, 5 or 10 years if we go ahead with this today.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harper.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague and friend from Sault Ste. Marie. I did meet with the woman that he spoke about. As I mentioned, I had concerns about this bill. I think it's incumbent upon members of Parliament to meet with as many people as they can. And I don't dispute anything that she said, but you also have to take a look at these things from a balanced perspective, and you have to make a decision. According to Human Rights Watch, quote, under U.S. pressure related to the free trade agreement, Colombia has started to take some positive steps on impunity for anti-union violence. That's a quote from Human Rights Watch. So I don't dispute anything that people have told me, and I'll meet with anybody who has a concern about any piece of legislation, but it is our job as parliamentarians to make a decision on balance. And on balance, it is my view that a free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia will not only assist Canadian industry, but will assist the people of Colombia to live more peaceful and prosperous lives.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitou, and Kapuskasing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To join in this debate. It is a debate that says a lot about where we are going as a country, and frankly, this isn't the direction I believe most of our constituents would want to be going in or supporting. I know my colleague from Burnaby New Westminster has been quite active in his criticism of the many free trade agreements this government has been pursuing, and rightly so. He has engaged a great many Canadians on this front. He can tell you the response he has received from everyday Canadians is nothing like proponents of this deal would hope to see. It is a tidal wave of disapproval. Although most Canadians aren't concerned with the ins and outs of trade policy right now due to being preoccupied with the economic crisis, when they are, it is usually because of problems like we have seen with our dysfunctional softwood lumber agreement and not trade with deals flying under the radar. The problem with these kinds of agreements is that most people only become involved in the debate when it comes time to pick up the pieces, not when the nuts and bolts are being hammered out. They notice when a workplace closes because of our pursuit of a level playing field. They notice when they see the real incomes of the average family in decline as we compete with labor forces that are in disarray and at the mercy of corporate elite. Trade unionists are watching this debate. They are aware that Colombia has one of the most dismal records for human rights in the Western Hemisphere. They know that Colombia is one of the most dangerous countries in the world for trade unionists. They are asking us to step back from this agreement, and yet we're not seeing that from the Conservatives and the Liberals. Just last spring, the United Steelworkers came to this place and tried to get the members of the Liberal Party to recognize that the bad in this agreement far outweighs any good. Tried to get them to recognize that President Uribe and paramilitary groups are trampling on the human rights of workers in Colombia. They pointed out a side agreement that has a mechanism to invoke fines for the murder of trade unionists in Colombia. It is that common of an occurrence. They are asking the Liberal members to live up to the commitment they made in June of 2008, which is what I mentioned a few minutes ago, that there be an independent, impartial, and comprehensive human rights impact assessment before Canada considers an agreement with Colombia. Still, the government, with the support of the Liberals, want to fast-track this agreement. In the United States, a change in leadership has led to a change in thinking about this type of agreement. It is seen as a George Bush style of approach of trade. We need that Congress we saw that Congress put a hold on the U.S.-Colombia Free Trade Agreement last year, and President Barack Obama has said he will not pursue the agreement because of the human rights abuses. That is a rare and candid admission from a country that is arguably the biggest proponent of free trade agreements. There, the thinking is changing, finally. They would like to see their trade partners make the necessary changes to protect human rights and the rights of trade unionists before they sign into preferred trade partner agreements, and that's exactly what the Bloc and the NDP are asking for. They seem to be moving away from the belief that trade agreements are a panacea for the social economic woes of the country that will somehow cure all human rights abuses, end poverty, and protect the environment with the stroke of a pen. They are starting to reject the trickle-down model of economic and social development of Ronald Reagan and George Bush, and seem to be viewing trade deals as a reward for good behavior. But, Madam Speaker, the truth is, the United States is also becoming more protectionist about trade in general. We saw how the procurement policies for state government stimulus spending flew through loopholes in the North America Free Trade Agreement. That deal took much longer to hammer out than the one we are debating today, and still has loopholes enough to leave Canada high and dry time and time again. Just ask our steel producers. They will tell you. Or better yet, come to my constituency and discuss Canada's miserable softwood lumber agreement with the United States. You will get a sobering picture of the real effect of bad trade agreements. You will see the real effect on communities, the uncertainty of mill closures, and the migration of workers away from their roots and families. Go to towns like White River, Smooth Rock Falls, Opasadica, Hearst, Nairn Centre, or Dubreuilville, and you will see how the people fear for the future of their communities. It is the same all across Northern Ontario. People feel betrayed by successive Liberal and Conservative governments that talk about the benefits of unbridled free trade, but only ever deliver the worst effects of the agreements on their communities. We see loopholes that devastate our communities. The black liquor subsidy in the pulp and paper industry is a good example of this. Many companies in the United States have always used this byproduct of the pulp and paper making process as a fuel source. Now they are taking advantage of an American incentive to promote the use of alternative energy and are adding some gasoline to this mix. The end result is that by burning more gasoline than they were previously, they are now eligible for massive subsidies that certainly put a tilt in the playing field. By the time the government recognized the severity of the subsidy and responded to this crisis, it was too late for some. The truth is, it shouldn't have been necessary. If only our trade agreements had worked as we had been told they would. But they didn't, and they don't. How will this deal be any different? It has more to do with investment opportunities for the privileged than it does with anything remotely approaching fair trade. It will legitimize a brutal regime and death squads in a country where 27 trade unionists have been murdered this year alone. It will exacerbate Colombia's poverty, which is directly linked to agricultural development. In Colombia, 22% of employment is agricultural. An end to tariffs on Canadian cereals, pork, and beef will flood the market with cheap products and lead to thousands of lost jobs among the poorest Colombians. It will be the exact opposite if the fair trade deals we would like to see Canada entering into. What do we mean when we speak about fair trade? We mean new trade rules and agreements that promote sustainable practices, domestic job creation, and healthy working conditions, while allowing us to manage the supply of goods, promote democratic rights abroad, and maintain democratic sovereignty at home. It all sounds very civilized. I think that this is a model of trade most Canadians can stand behind. Fair trade is more environmentally sustainable, and we know that, given the choice, people will choose that every time. Fair trade policies protect the environment by encouraging the use of domestically and locally produced goods. Less freight, less fuel, less carbon. And by promoting environmentally conscious methods for producers who ship to Canada. Free trade policies are just the opposite. Even those created with the environment in mind do little to stop multinational corporations from polluting. The environmental side agreement of NAFTA, for example, has proven largely unenforceable, particularly when compared with other protections for industry and investors. Fair trade would encourage the growth of Canadian jobs. We would see more jobs and better jobs. We would see this because fair competition rules and tougher labor standards will put Canadian industries on a truly level playing field with our trading partners and slow the international race to the bottom that has resulted in the loss of Canadian manufacturing jobs. We are not adverse to competition. We are confident we can compete under fair trade regulations. Free trade rules, on the other hand, have hurt Canadian job quality. Since 1989, most Canadian families have seen a decline in real incomes. That is 20 years of hurt, Madam Speaker. We warned about it then, and we are telling you about it now. We are trying to avoid the mistakes of the past. Fair trade would protect labor rights by fostering the growth of workers' cooperatives and labor unions. Fair trade policies, which favor co-op unions, and equitable pricing will protect workers in the developing world who might otherwise be exploited, and as we are seeing in Colombia, are being exploited or worse. Fair trade would take away reasons for Canadian producers to export jobs. They would have to operate under the same rules as they do in Canada. There would be no significant difference for those who choose to produce offshore. That is why we cannot support this free trade agreement.
The honourable member may have time to complete her comments in questions and answers. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. Well, I invite the member to finish what she was going to say as part of her answer. But my second question is, she mentioned the effect of the softwood lumber agreement on communities in her constituency. I wonder if she could elaborate to us exactly what the effect of that agreement is on some of her communities in more specifics.
Thank you for the question. And I don't think that this is going to come to news for new news to anybody, but a lot of my communities have actually been quite devastated. Opasataka was a one-industry town. Smooth Rock Falls was a one-industry town. White River was a one-industry town. Most of those are one-industry towns. And as soon as that closed down, and the fact that the wood allocation still is allowed to go elsewhere, it really puts a bind on these communities. We have seen houses up for sale for $10,000. People have actually lost their jobs. Aside from losing their jobs, they've actually lost their houses. So it's a shame these communities don't even know whether or not, with the tax base that they're getting, will be able to continue to survive. So just on that note, fair trade rules would protect actually human rights across the globe and would actually also protect the jobs in Canada. So thank you very much for your question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for her eloquent speech. And I just want to make comment that I did spend 3 days in her riding over the summer visiting Sudbury, Hearst, and Timmins. And she made comment about there not being much support there for some of the measures that we've undertaken as a government to help that community. And I have to disagree entirely. There were a number of people who were very thankful for many of the measures that we've put in place during this economic recession. And I would just ask the member opposite to perhaps touch on the fact that I met with a number of people who thanked us for the $4 million that's being provided to a cultural theatre in Hearst, the thank yous that I received for a number of other measures that have come to those areas because they are suffering, and we acknowledge that. But I would like the member to take this opportunity to also acknowledge the heartfelt thanks that come from those community members to the Government of Canada for the job we're doing to try to protect their interests during this recession, and it is a global recession.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for her question and her comments, and I'm glad that she was able to see the devastation across my riding with regards to some of these small communities. And I'm sure that the community members and the community leaders are very thankful for the tax dollars that you've put back into their community, because all in all, it is their tax dollars, and I don't consider them as gifts from the government. I mean, the thing is we need to give them back their dollars. The issue here at hand is with regards to the softwood lumber industry and the free trade agreement that was put into place. And of course, the softwood lumber industry certainly was not a good thing for my communities. For the most part, and as she will note, is that the biggest demand up there is the access to reasonable credit. This is what a lot of my communities still need in order to be able to move forward. The aspect of the free trade agreement certainly has had a negative impact on my communities, and I would hope that we're going to see more dollars filtering, and that the FedNor dollars that these communities have asked for will stop being held up on the minister's office. In the minister's office, and be put back in the agency itself to be able to move those dollars more quickly into the communities. I have a community in an Aboriginal community who has advised me that they are still waiting to hear from the $20,000 request that they put on the FedNor request that they put on the minister, that's still sitting on the minister's office. They've already had their conference, and they still don't know if they're going to get their dollars to reimburse. So shame on the minister on that part. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we discuss a matter that not only involves Canada's economic and trade policy with Colombia, but is also a general statement of our general orientation of our general foreign policy. This government has looked out to the world. We are not a government whose foreign policy is inward-looking. We are a government that wants to engage, that to reach out, to follow upon the proud Canadian history of reaching out to the entire world. And this is entirely appropriate, since Canada is made up of peoples, individuals, families. Our history comes from all over the world. So the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement is very much part of that history. It's part of our government's willingness to engage and to reach out. Under this government, Canada has become, and continues to be, and will continue in the future, a large player in the international stage. And we just don't do that by reaching out to the high-profile missions around the world, the Afghanistans, some of the UN peacekeeping missions. We do that by engaging the entire world, including places such as Latin America, Colombia, Peru, Panama, places where we're reaching out to engage in free trade, to engage with these countries to build Canada's economy, to build their economy, to build closer ties on economic and cultural basis. Now, it is entirely appropriate that this government and all Canadian governments continue to build on free trade agreements and to engage in free trade throughout the world. Canada's history is fundamentally that of a trading nation. We think of the schooners, the Blue Nosers, out from Nova Scotia that went out, traded to the Caribbean along the coasts of the Americas. My region, Western Canada, the grain basket of the continent. We reach out and we trade to the whole world. Canadian wheat is well known around the world, our lumber, our mineral exports. In fact, the whole reason that Canada was settled has to do with trade. The fur trade, the Hudson Bay Company, the Courrier de Bois, the Northwesterners. We are a country that is fundamentally built on trade. And to continue our success, to continue our history of prosperity, we need to continue that history of trade. We need to continue that pattern. We need to continue it wherever we go in the world. And when we look at the fundamentals of the trade deal with Colombia, we see there's opportunities for Canada. again, concentrating on my region, we can look at some of the agriculture products that Colombia is looking for to Canada. Saskatchewan pulse growers have been very successful marketing down to Colombia and are looking forward to greater successes. And in fact, one of the things that Colombians are most looking for and reaching out to Canada is our agriculture technology. For their pork industry, they look to expand that. For their beef and cattle producers, they're looking to have superior Canadian breeding technology to expand their industries there. We also look at the opportunities for Canadian natural resource producers, and not just the mining companies going there to extract the minerals and bring the profits to Canada after putting resources, investment, and creating jobs down there. We're also looking to bring our technology from there, because Canada, in natural gas and oil, we have some of the greatest technology in the whole world. Now, this agreement is not only fundamentally good for Canada, it's fundamentally good for Colombia. Free trade, in and of itself, is good everywhere, all the time. It's been an economic principle established throughout history. As Europe and the broader world began to pull back from its mercantilism and progress onward to capitalism and free trade, we saw the unprecedented growth of prosperity. The Industrial Revolution was allowed to flourish. And Colombia is looking forward to expand its exports to Canada. While currently Colombia concentrates on such products as coal and fresh-cut flowers, and of course we all know about Colombian coffee, there are many other areas where the Colombian government and the Colombian people and business are looking forward for expansion. They're particularly looking forward to Canadian investment. They're looking to expand their biofuels industry and other industries that require the ingenuity and technology from other countries. And they're looking to do this because they desire a better economy, a better society for their people. It is interesting to note that as much as some members of this House have been criticizing the agreement because of what it will do to the Colombian people, you look at some of the elements of the agreement. They have to demonstrate to Canada and improve, and they have agreements inside the agreement talking about free association, collective bargaining, labor and labor rights, important things to help raise the standards for the Colombian people. And it should be stated, these are not things that are being imposed from the outside. These are things that Colombia itself wants to do. But Colombia knows it has had a challenging history and knows it needs to demonstrate to the rest of the world that it is important to them to change perceptions of their country. Now let me deal with some of the questions and comments that have come from the opposition who are opposed to this, and try to understand their logic and demonstrate why it is not appropriate in this debate. Essentially, they are saying that we should not go forward on this agreement because the President, Uribe, and his regime have been opposed and not supporting the increase of human rights. When we look at the statistics and the trends of murders and kidnappings and things that have been going on in Colombia, we see the trend is in a positive direction. We see the government has been doing its best to curb the violence, to solve the civil war. We should also note that it is in the government's and the President's interest to make this agreement work, to have human rights be more successful. Because this is an agreement that is not only important for Colombia's relationship with Canada, it's important for their relationship with the entire world. Because this agreement will demonstrate, particularly to the United States, that Colombia has made progress in areas that it has been criticized. So this is important to them for what they can achieve, not just with us, but with the broader world. And therefore, they are motivated to continue the successes of the last few years. But it should also be remembered that this agreement is not merely with just a president who, even if he is reelected next year, as polls show is very possible, will move on in another 5 years. This is an agreement that has support of their lower house and their Senate, supported by members of different political parties, and as has been noted here, is also supported by the private sector trade unions. Considering the debate in this House has been about protection of labor rights and protection of union leaders, I think it is important to note that private sector unions in Colombia have by and large been supportive of it. We should also note that the logic of not pursuing a trade deal because of certain human rights criticisms does not hold based on history or behavior to other nations. The question is not so much, is everything perfect in a country? We know everything is not perfect in Canada. We know everything is not perfect with many of our trade partners. The question fundamentally should be the direction and desire of the people and the government of the country. And the direction and the desire of the people of Colombia is to improve their human rights situation, to improve their labor standards, to make a better, more peaceful, more prosperous country. If we applied the same rigorous standard of perfection on Canada in Canada's history, no one would have had a trade deal with Canada. We have been a country that has been on the forefront of human rights, reaching out to the rest of the world, to looking forward to improve and make our own country a better place. But in Canadian history, we have not been perfect. We know that and we understand that. So if we desire and demand perfection among other countries, we are effectively saying we have been hypocritical in not demanding other countries asking for it from us. So I ask the honourable members of this House to support this agreement. To support it because it's good for Canada, it will increase our trade, it will increase our prosperity. To support it because it is good for the people of Colombia. It will increase their trade and their prosperity. If we allow the perfect to be the opponent of the good, we will never progress. This is an agreement which stands on its own merits. It stands in the historical Canadian tradition of promoting human rights, promoting democracy, and promoting trade. I am very proud to support this. I am very proud that my government has reached out to engage in this agreement with Colombia, and I will be proud to vote for this agreement when it comes to final vote.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Yukon.
Madam President. I thank the member for his speech, but he mentioned the pride that Canada has and the expertise in shipping grain around the world, and that's true at the moment. But it's very, very ironic that he would make such a point on a day when the Conservatives have put on today's order paper for debate terribly flawed changes to the Grain Act that would reduce inspections that could cause a crisis in the grain by things getting through, scandals in our grain industry that could pervert that great reputation we have around the world. Every member of Parliament except the Conservatives have recognized this. There's a HoC motion, of course, on this bill because it's such a terrible bill. We've had the terrible experience of the Conservative policy of suggesting reduction in inspectors on the floors of meat packing companies. We know the problem we had with the listeriosis crisis when Canadians actually died, and I would hope the member would stand up, at least in his caucus, if he can't do it publicly, and decry this bill that would reduce inspections on grain and threaten that tremendous reputation we have around the world for wheat.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Yeah, I'm not sure what my honourable colleague's question has to do with the debate about Colombia, but let me respond as someone who's the son, the grandson, and the great-grandson, proudly so, of Western Canadian grain farmers, and as someone who's farmed himself. I'm very proud to support what the government is doing when it comes to changes to the Grain Commission and its position on the Wheat Board. The member should know industry tends to be supportive of these changes, and industry is also very, very aware of the quality of Canadian grain is one of our greatest selling points, and they will do nothing to jeopardize the quality or reputation of our grains.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie on the bill
Thank you very
under
much,
debate.
Speaker, and I appreciated the comments from the member and appreciate the opportunity to have this very important debate here in this House these days. I would ask the member if he doesn't agree with the analysis of what's just happened to us in the last year, not only in Canada but worldwide in terms of the economic crisis, if it wasn't driven primarily by unregulated, unfettered activity by a market that we found was totally out of control, that nobody seemed to be able to manage, and in fact that we're still there. And trying to work our way through it and trying to come to some understanding of what it is that we need to put in place, how it is that we need to change the way that we do business, particularly in this country, as we, as members of Parliament, have responsibility for our constituents and their jobs and their small companies and our communities. That if in the middle of and still not completely understanding how free trade, which is another word for unfettered, unregulated markets, was the cause of the difficulty that we're in now. We still haven't figured out how we change that. Why we as a government would be moving holus bolus into yet another free trade agreement that we don't quite understand in terms of its impact on Canada, never mind the impact that we know it will have on the people of Columbia.
Honourable member for Saskatoon.
Well, thank you. I guess, Madam Speaker, my speech on Colombia must have been pretty good since I'm not receiving too many questions on it, and it seems to be on other matters. The honourable member's main premise of his question was that free enterprise and free trade caused the economic crisis around the world this last year. I would naturally beg to differ. I would say what had happened was the American housing sector had been essentially socialized through Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, government institutions, distortions through their tax system, which instead of being free market, ended up subsidizing the building of homes. And so what the United States engaged in was not socialism for the poor, but socialism for the rich, and it came back to ultimately haunt them. Again, without those massive government interferences and various other aspects engaged in by U.S. political leadership, I don't know if you would have seen the bubble and the collapse in the United States that then affected other portions of the world. I fail to see how a free trade agreements in any way caused what happened last year.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by welcoming my electors in this wonderful Laval riding, despite all the rumors regarding the House of Commons. All our MPs are doing their work and carrying on with their work until the government falls. What surprises me the most in the debate today regarding this free trade agreement, what I find most surprising is that on the one hand, we seem to believe that a government that has never recognized human rights for people in Canada or Quebec who go to foreign lands and who are caught in dangerous situations, who do not respect the rights of such people. And it seems that now we're going to ensure the respect of rights by Colombians by the simple signature of a free trade agreement with them. We in the Bloc Québécois do not oppose free trade or international trade, but nonetheless we are opposed to anything that could be harmful for vulnerable people, and we have observed in the past, Madam Speaker, I think the government did not take the trouble to wait for the committee to draft its report and table its report. And this shows even more the government's lack of respect in this situation. This lack of respect is so obvious, Madam Speaker, that we're wondering how come my colleagues of the Liberal Party still support this bill at the third stage, at the committee stage, because we clearly see that there is no way that we can make sure that the Colombian people's rights will be respected. This is an agreement where there is no guarantee for displaced people, for people who have to live elsewhere. And since 2007, there has been a resurgence of murders and assassinations, political murders, and the resurgence of murder and assassination in Colombia. And there is a resurgence of population movements because people find it too dangerous to keep their homes or sometimes small miners are displaced by large mining companies, or small farmers who are displaced by the big farm industry. And when these people are displaced, they're displaced towards big cities such as Bogota. And the situation in those big cities that are overflowing with people that have no way of earning a living. We have these slums, as we see in Brazil as well. People don't really live there, they just simply survive. And I think that this is the kind of result we want from this agreement. I wonder, Madam Speaker, how can we believe that the government that would allow mining companies, that would allow them, because there's no rule to regulate their activities, or that would oblige them to maintain or respect human rights in Colombia? How can they believe that?
That these mining companies would do it on their own. For a number of years, every year, we receive visits from the organization called Development and Peace, and they tell us and show us what is already happening with mining companies in other countries. And we see that in those other countries, the rights are also being violated. Human rights are also being violated in those countries. So how can we believe that these companies would suddenly discover social values in themselves, more open and more highly developed social values for the people that they will displace, people who will be displaced, hopefully to better places. I don't believe that companies that can get billions of dollars, and of course there is a lot of minerals in Colombia. There's also emeralds, and I know that women love emeralds, and there are billions to be made off of those resources. And there has to be a way to sanction such companies, giving them fines of up to $15,000 for violations. When you can get billions of dollars, what's $15,000? It's nothing. It means nothing when you're talking about such vast sums of money, Mr. Speaker. I think that if we'd really wanted to ensure that everything was done fairly and correctly, we would have waited first for the report to be tabled. Second, we would have attentively listened to the individuals who came to meet us here, that is, people from Colombia. I met with 5 Colombians last spring, and they begged us not to ratify this free trade agreement. And at the very least, we should have listened to their concerns. At the very least, listened to their complaints. At the very least, we should have realized that what we were doing was ignoring part of the population of Colombia, just to give to a few individuals, a few elite individuals, something. So they've managed to get an agreement with Canada, an agreement that gives more to these elite individuals than to the general public. And of course, they have done nothing to deserve such an agreement. We talked about President Uribe. We know that he would like to continue to stay in that position as president. There's no guarantee that he will, but if he does, what can we believe or think at that time with regard to human rights? How can we believe that human rights will be better respected? I don't think that we can. Because when somebody decides to be a dictator, as we can see in that individual, we can believe that human rights will not be respected. We can believe that human rights will not be sustained, that nothing will be done to give credibility to organizations defending human rights. Earlier, there was talk of reports emanating from trustworthy, credible organizations, and these reports said that Colombia was had seen a lot of progress. But this depends on the organization establishing or writing up the report. But human rights organizations, and there are 5 in particular, who are telling us that the progress is not happening, that there are increasing numbers of murders of union members, trade union members, more displaced people, and more disappearances. So if we look at both sides, I think that we have to put our trust in those who are the most vulnerable, put our weight behind the most vulnerable, and not ratify this free trade agreement. We saw what happened with the softwood lumber agreement, and if we are negligent in the way that we write up free trade agreements, if we are not sufficiently attentive, we will realize that the results obtained will not be the results that we want. I think that if the government had truly wanted to respect people in Colombia, the Parliament and parliamentarians who are working and who have worked and taken part in the committee hearings in an exemplary fashion, I think that government at the very least would have waited for the report to have been tabled, at the very least for the recommendations made to be taken into consideration. This was not done, however, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see the government, which is not concerned about the rights of women. It's not concerned about the rights of our soldiers. As we've seen this morning, there were veterans whose incomes were cut off. A government who is not concerned with the rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada. How can we believe then that a government that acts in a one way towards its own citizens will act in a different way towards citizens of another country, a country for which it has no consideration? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for her speech, and she really emphasized the fact that the free trade agreement with Colombia should not go forward, particularly due to the atrocities that are happening to trade union members. And in fact, the Colombian government is being charged with murders that were committed. There are huge concerns on our part. In the last 10 years, we've seen 60% of union workers, 60 of them were killed. And I'd like to talk about this concern, and I'd like to ask the member, should we really turn our backs on these individuals, these people who often live in poverty? Should we really have a human rights or a free trade agreement, or should we not first protect human rights? The Honourable Member for Laval. The answer is simple, Mr. Speaker. We should always take into consideration human rights before profits. Questions and comments?
Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her speech. I thought she had mentioned right at the very beginning of her speech about. Hope she gets over that cough. Give her a break. Okay. I thought the member mentioned right at the beginning of her speech about the work against the problems of safety in other countries, and I think she was mentioning perhaps if Canadians travel there, and of course both the totally dismal and unacceptable record of this government by treating Canadians differently, not protecting our Canadians when we go to other countries. I have a lot of families in my riding where the children, teenagers or young adults travel overseas, and to have the scare that they're not going to be treated equally by this government if they get in trouble is certainly a big concern for our party, and I think it's a concern for the member, but if she could elaborate.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Yukon for that question. I understand that he is concerned all the more so because he's a new father, and so he knows how important it is to take care of the ones that we love. Mr. Speaker, and the people that we abandon in other countries, that the Canadian government abandons and does not defend in other countries. These individuals are also have loved ones here in Canada, and they have left behind them families, people who love them, and people who miss them, and people who would like to be able to see them soon again here. And yet, those individuals can't come back for some reasons, or other individuals who have to wait so long before they can come. And we have seen this. People who had to, someone who had to live for years in an embassy and who was billed for the food that they consumed while there. I found that quite repugnant to see that the government would bill an individual for the food that they ate because they were being forced to live in an embassy because they were unable to return home. I understand my colleague's concerns, and I can assure him that we share those concerns. Thank you.
Time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Speaker, and I will be brief. Mauricio Vasquez was a teacher union activist in Colombia who was killed. And I'd like to ask my colleague, it's very disturbing that it's not just the hard industry union activists that are being killed in Colombia, it's their civil society, like teachers. And I'd like to ask my colleague if that deepens her concerns when civil society, like nurses and teachers who organize for public services, are assassinated in Colombia.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question. In fact, there is reason for concern given the situation in Colombia, people in civil society. We have reason to be concerned, Mr. Speaker, because it's a country where there is such terror that has existed for such a long time because of the drug market. The trafficking market is very lucrative in Colombia, and we know that people in that industry will do almost anything to get close to power. Sometimes we see that the paramilitary, well, they could have ties with the government. So I am concerned, and I am concerned for every single individual who dies, every person who disappears because they have the right to live.
Resuming debate. May please débat. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to support this important initiative of free trade with our South American neighbours, the people of Colombia, in Bill C-23, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Colombia, and the measures and agreements on the environment and labour cooperation, which are part of that agreement. Canada has always been a trading nation, and a great portion of our economy and wealth came historically from selling goods that are mined, sourced, and manufactured in Canada as far back as the Hudson's Bay Company. Our historical wealth that began hundreds of years ago with fish and furs developed into manufactured goods and high-tech industry. Because Canada could always produce more than our people needed. Because we have the resources, and because Canadians are an industrious people. I think of Daniel Massey, who in 1850 founded the Massey Farm Implement Company in Newcastle, Ontario, and his son Hart, my mother's great-grandfather, who was a brilliant businessman who took over the family business, having moved the manufacturing to Toronto and developed the most advanced farm machinery in the world, for example, reapers and threshers that were sold all over Canada. Massey Manufacturing took on the world and won, became one of the world's largest farm implement companies, and continued to grow. Hart Massey was also one of the original masters of the corporate takeover and managed to absorb the Ferguson Tractor Company and later Harris Manufacturing Company to create the world's largest farm implement company, Massey Harris. Wow.
This was accomplished at the time despite the tariffs that existed. One can only imagine how much farther Massey Harris might have gone had there been true free trade, as will be accomplished and move forward in this agreement. I also think about one of Canada's leading companies today, Research in Motion, who make the blackberries that are so ubiquitous here in Parliament Hill and business worldwide. A current example of how Canadian entrepreneurs, given a level playing field, can take on the world and win big time. Those entrepreneurs have always provided thousands of jobs right here in Canada, and increasingly value-added jobs, high-tech jobs, the jobs of the future. In so many cases like our high-tech industry, our software industry, and even mining and resources, it is important for governments to sometimes get out of the way of our most industrious and creative citizens by lowering barriers that are not benefiting the economies of nations that should, of course, be trading more. This agreement opens the door without trade barriers to Canadian wheat, paper products, mining, oil and gas, engineering, and information technology. I think of two of the world's largest engineering firms whose head offices are located in my riding of Oakville, AMEC and Acres International. They are already world beaters. They already engineer projects all over the world. But they will have better access to Colombian business as we move forward, and better access as we deepen our presence in Latin America. Trade creates new jobs and new wealth. All one has to do is look at Ontario's Auto Pact, which has existed since the 1960s. It's one of our earliest free trade agreements. In my riding of Oakville, we make 4 Ford models currently, including the Ford Edge. 80% of the cars and 60% of the auto parts manufactured in Ontario are sold in the United States. Thousands of jobs in Ontario depend on cars and car parts sold in the U.S. The auto industry knows what we know, that Canadian workers are reliable, they're hardworking, they're well educated, they're healthy, and they're productive. This industry is totally integrated. I have a constituent in Oakville who runs a plant in Brantford, Ontario. They make engine manifolds that go on trucks to plants in the United States and Mexico. They're installed on the engines. They come back by truck to Oshawa and other parts in Canada, where they're installed on cars that are then resold in the United States. This is how far a free trade agreement can integrate an industry and create wealth. That is why 1 out of 4 jobs in Canada today comes from free trade. Canada has prospered mightily from free trade. Our largest trading partner, the U.S., has been hit hard by this recession. Their debt to GDP ratio is more than double ours. Many of their financial institutions have failed. So our producers who sell to the U.S., their sales are down. The place that was our greatest source of trading wealth and jobs has now become a weaker point. But we have been for years over-dependent on the U.S. market. Well, the U.S. economy will recover, as will ours. But I've always wondered why the previous government in 13 years didn't pursue more free trade agreements to lower that dependency on our American neighbors. We now have a leader with a long-term vision for Canada, Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and a government that is doing that, working with our Democratic allies to open doors.
Just remind the honourable member from Oakville that we have to refrain from using proper names of our colleagues, just ridings or titles.
Back in November, the Prime Minister went to Peru to pursue a free trade agreement with the Peruvians, and we are currently debating free trade with Peru. We have also concluded a free trade agreement with Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. Canadian products will now go into these countries without tariff penalties. Lower prices will mean more sales in those countries. And if our American friends are not in a position to buy Canadian goods for any reason, then perhaps people in Europe or South America will. The most exciting potential is the European Union, where there are 27 countries. This government is moving forward towards a formal negotiation with all of Europe, the world's second largest economy, at over $1 trillion. With such a trading partner, the dependence we've had in trade on the U.S. market will diminish. If the U.S. economy weakens for any reason, as it has during this worldwide recession, in fact it started in the United States, we will have other avenues for trade. Canada will become more independent by trading with more partners. There are serious concerns over human rights record in Colombia. Yet their current administration has shown it wants to improve human rights. As people's lives become better in Colombia, that administration will become more stable, and have the time it needs to improve human rights. For example, they've signed the accord to follow the ILO, International Labour Organization, rules, regulation, and obligations regarding trade and labour, as Canada already does. And there are sanctions for countries that do not follow these accords. Perhaps most importantly, union leaders in Colombia have said they support this agreement. They've said this agreement will improve the labor situation in Colombia. Who would know better than they? The most important principle is that people's lives in Colombia and Canada improve over time. By doing business with Colombia, we have good reason to believe they will. Free trade creates prosperity and jobs. An ongoing trade dialogue and interaction will help expose what is best about Canada to the people of Colombia who are in positions of influence in their society. It will take time. But the people in Canada and Colombia who have ideas, are inventive, and produce excellent goods will all benefit from this agreement, and as will the people who work in their plants and factories. Canadian companies will continue to lead the world. I think of Fifth Light Technologies in Oakville, where a brilliant engineer has developed a ballast for fluorescent bulbs where they can dim the bulbs up to 1% of time operating personal computer-based technology right in a factory in a large building. They are able to reduce the lighting cost in large facilities by up to 70%. That's conserving energy. If this product, if this technology was put in every commercial building in Ontario, for example, the owners of the company feel that we would need one less nuclear reactor. This is a world-beating company. This is the kind of company that could take their technology to Colombia or to Europe or to anywhere else in the world and be ahead of everyone else, creating jobs back here in Canada. This is an example of our future as a trading nation, taking what we do best in the world while engaging our trading partners in human rights and principles. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the member from Oakville for his speech when he particularly mentioned that 1 out of the 4 jobs lies somewhere else. In fact, I was also troubled when he mentioned that this Prime Minister and his leader has a vision when it comes to creating those opportunities for engineers. That's not what we are hearing from the business leaders. Last week, our leader, the leader of the official opposition, we met with the business people that deal with China and India. And I can tell you, every single one of them said that this Prime Minister has failed time and time again when it came to dealing with the Asia-Pacific Rim. And I would like to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, this honourable member, that why his leader have not made a single trip to those 2 emerging world powers. That's where the opportunities for Canadians lie.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Well, I understand the Prime Minister is planning a trip to China in the near future, and we understand, this government understands that China is a tremendous potential trading partner. We do business in China already. But there always has to be a balance, as our friends in the NDP have talked about today, between human rights and business. And I was very proud when the Prime Minister stood up for Hussein Khalil, a Canadian citizen who was imprisoned without apparent reason in China in previous discussions. So any discussion we have on trade with any trading partner, there always has to be an open dialogue and discussion about human rights at the same time. My colleagues on the Liberal side of the floor have talked about human rights as well, so I think they would be pleased with that there's always a balance between talking about human rights and trying to improve human rights in other countries while improving their economy and trying to bring countries that don't benefit from the rights we do into a better position on human rights. No one thinks there are no injustices in Colombia, for example. There are injustices in every country. But if Canada wants to influence events in Colombia or China, we've seen where the government of Colombia has said they will abide by international labor agreements and pursue better human rights. We feel, and I think experience shows us, that countries are likelier to listen to other countries and institutions if their economy has become at least partially dependent on trading with those countries.
I'm just going to stop the honourable member there. I know there are some other members who would like to ask a question. A question from the honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, and I was a little bit surprised by the description of the auto industry by the member from Oakville. We need to clarify something here very important. The Auto Pact actually that Canada signed with the United States was actually destroyed by our free trade agreement that we signed with the United States, and Canada has slipped from 4th in World Assembly to 10th, and subsequently we've also lost further market share. So there is an important distinction to recognize here, and some of the members reference about the jobs to Mexico, they used to actually be done in Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the member might want to talk to the member from Chatham-Kent who sits close to him about the Navistar International Truck Plant in his riding that actually is closing because the work has been moved to Texas, even by this own government, which is actually procuring a truck deal for $200 million, and they decided to allow that to be done in Texas instead of Chatham, sending those workers home. And then on top of that, Mr. Speaker, some of that work as well, too, has been moved to Mexico. So I think that's important. But I do want to ask real quickly then, Mr. Speaker, if I can, what he believes is going to hold Colombia to account when we've had another 27 union activists killed there, civil society members, including teachers, when we don't really have a case after we sign this deal. We'll have no more stick as opposed to, to put this pressure on the Colombian government for reform.
There is less than a minute left for the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the simple question is, what would happen if our trading partners don't agree and abide by their agreements? I think it's very important to note, worst case scenario, Annex 2 of the Parallel Agreement on Labour Cooperation sets out a maximum fine of $15 million for failing to respect the obligations set out in the agreement. But I believe it's more moral persuasion that will work. When people understand they need to change, like in the middle of a recession, if we have an ongoing relationship with Colombia, which we're working on, and this agreement will help establish, we will have a presence in that country. That is the best way to assess, on a day-to-day basis, the human rights reality in that country. We can monitor Sections 1603 and 1604 of the agreement being upheld, which refer to the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and its labor standards. As you know, that covers the right to association, to free collective bargaining, to rights concerning the health and safety of all workers in the workplace. So in fact, this agreement enforces two high standards. Colombia signed a free trade agreement and is willing to demonstrate it will maintain those standards. We're happy to support this agreement to make that happen.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak on Bill C-23 today. It is one that has taken on great importance here in Parliament this week. In many respects, it is a bill that announces to Canadian people that most unlikely of alliances may yet come into being. The Conservatives and the NDP are twisting themselves in knots, trying to put the best spin on all their flipping and flopping. But first, let's talk about the text itself. This bill has its beginnings in the summit meeting that occurred last November in Lima. The Prime Minister said at that time, and I quote, "Free and open markets are the best way to ensure the global economy rebounds quickly. Regardless of what has happened between November and now, I and my colleagues would like to take the Prime Minister at his word and believe that he meant what he said back then. Yet for those of us who have been following this government's approach to Asian markets over the last 3 long years, it could only be seen as an 11th hour conversion. Because if Prime Minister had always believed what he said in Lima, the last 3 years would have been very different. He would have been aware of other points of focus in international trade, other borders beyond Colombia and the Americas. This was an issue earlier this month when my leader, the leader of the official opposition party, and I sat down with some of our key stakeholders in Pacific Rim export markets. The fact is, the last time there was any significant trade negotiations with an Asian country, you would have to go back to 2001. In all this time, 3 governments have completed 6 free trade agreements with countries in the Americas. These deals were structured much like this one. Yet, with a little research, you soon discover that the Americas account for only 11% of the world's GDP growth, while Asia accounts for 42% at 2008 purchasing power parity rates. And to make things worse, almost twice as many Canadians are from Asia as the Americas. Our focus also misplaced considering the strength of our cultural ties. Because in economic times like these, you cannot help wondering how better positioned Canada would be if we had actually engaged in Asian markets over the last 3 years, and never mind the Americas. Yet perhaps the Prime Minister was afraid that more time that he spent in Asia, perhaps he would become less Canadian. Or maybe someone would run ads saying he was just visiting his own country. However, perhaps I should just keep a focus on the bright side. Here we are, and the government is doing something at least to open up Canada's markets to the world. And if doing something means Colombia, we will get down to it and let's do it right. Because Colombia needs to engage with us. The past 40 years of its history tells of illegal drugs fueling paramilitary groups in one of the most destructive conflicts in the hemisphere. The conflict caused massive displacements, murders, and human rights violations. No member of this House is under any illusion about Colombia's past. Our task now is to shape its future. Yet now we see that this is very issue of human rights abuses, the one that conservatives used to explain their failure on China file, is not the sticking point it once was. And with this Colombia agreement now a part of Confidence Board, it's no longer an issue with our New Democrat friends either. This is quite flip-flop for them, needless to say. Just this May, they were saying, and I quote, "The NDP is standing on the side of millions of Canadians who oppose murder, torture, and human rights abuses. We oppose the blood that is on this agreement," unquote. Well, I guess those millions will hear a different story from them in the coming months or coming days. They also claimed this deal makes a mockery of human rights. Well, for the NDP, I guess it is a better mockery of human rights than the mockery they make of this parliament. Lying in bed with conservatives at the first opportunity. But so much for empty rhetoric. Let's look at the facts. As a member of the International Trade Committee, I visited Colombia last year with my colleagues to talk to the people of Colombia. We heard from experts, businesses, NGOs, trade unions, and officials. Our committee found that there has been progress in Colombia since President Uribe was elected in 2002. Violence and murders are down 50%. Kidnappings are down 90%. Union member killings are down 70%. Displacements are down 75%. Tens of thousands are being reincorporated into civil society from demobilized paramilitary groups. 92% of children are in primary school. 30,000 hectares have been reforested. Yet against this progress, paramilitary groups continue to violate human rights, environment programs lack adequate resources, and corruption remains a major problem. So we must ask ourselves how we can build on our progress and engage Colombia on human rights. The Liberal Party has always believed that economic engagement helps build Canadian influence on human rights. People on the ground in Colombia agree. The United Nations told us in Bogota that Canada can use the agreement to promote dialogue and improve accountability on human rights. Human rights activists in Colombia told the committee that trade agreements are an effective means to pressure Colombia to live up to its international human rights obligations. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is squandering the tremendous potential of the Asian market and spending all its time and resources in the Americas. I mean, it's clear from the Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan is the only province in Canada that had a surplus budget last year. And the success story is that they are the only province that deals with other countries than the Americas, and that is where all their consumption of the goods and commodities is going. And we should all be learning from that province. You know, while this deal on Colombia, Canada must support Colombia's efforts to tackle the drug trade and security and corruption. Let's make sure of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Official Languages?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member opposite for his comments. I tend to agree with some of what he's indicating about progressing with free trade in Colombia to address some of these humanitarian issues. However, I take issue with some of the comments made with regards to our attempts to negotiate free trade agreements with India and China, etc. And I have a question for the member. I'd like him to take this opportunity to explain and perhaps defend his Liberal Party's position for 13 years, where they were only able to negotiate a paltry 3 free trade agreements, where in 4 years our Conservative government has opened, and let me read, doors to Canadian businesses by signing new free trade agreements with Colombia, Peru, Jordan, Panama, the European Free Trade Association states such as Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, Liechtenstein. We've opened 8 trading offices in India. We've about to open 6 trading offices in China. I'd like to hear from the member and give him an opportunity fairly to defend the paltry 3 free trade agreements that were done in 13 years compared to our Conservative record, which I think stands up very, very well to whatever it is that he's going to defend.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the Honourable Member from St. Boniface for her comments. In fact, I would like to remind the Honourable Member that it was the Liberal Party that started the talks on free trade with the Americas. And I can tell you, and this member can go and talk to the business leaders in British Columbia. And if she comes out there, and they will tell you, in fact, if she travels across Canada, they will tell you that it was the Liberal Prime Ministers, the Right Honourable John Chrétien, that took those business leaders to those countries to pursue the business relationships. It's all about forming a relationship. In the last 3 long years, her leader and the Prime Minister of this country has poked in China's eye, have made no positive contribution to develop a relationship, because from relationships it develops trade. And that is where this Prime Minister is lagging. In fact, asking me this question, this member should be going to her leader and telling her leader to make a progress on that file right there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it interesting, the two parties fighting over who are the better free traders in the country or in our history, when in fact any analysis of the difficult economy that we're in will tell you, and everybody's agreeing, that it is unfettered, unregulated free trade globally, driven by greed, that has caused the difficulty that we're experiencing now. And as we, as a government, engage in, or should be engaged in, how it is that we restructure our economy to focus on the needs of our the domestic needs of Canadians, that perhaps we should be backing away from some of this discussion about free trade. And getting ourselves organized, and also encouraging other countries to do the same, so that we can right this ship and move forward with some confidence that, in fact, at the end of the day, no matter what we do, everybody will benefit. I remember growing up in the little town of Wawa, where 1,200 people mined ore and sent it to Sault Ste. Marie, where 12,000 people turned it into steel and sent it out to communities across this country, where hundreds of thousands of people made buses and cars and boats. It was the advent of free trade that brought a collapse to all of those communities, and has given us what we see today, which is a very difficult circumstance for many working men and women across this country.
I'll have to stop the Honourable Member there, so the member for Newton North Delta has time to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's not about which party is the leader on free trade. In fact, if we look at the history in Canada, Canada has always been a trading nation. And if we look at Canada's future, Canada's economic future lies in Asia. And we should, as a country, should be the leaders now. Because look at where the positive growth is. It is only in China and India. Those are the two emerging economic powers in the world that we got to.
We'll have to move on with resuming debate. Very pleased to débat. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford. Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Canada is one of the great trading nations of the world. And for many, many years, we as a country have relied on trade to provide us with prosperity and to provide us with a standard of living which is the envy of the rest of the world. And during these very economic, challenging times, we as a country obviously have to look at how we do business going forward. Presently, 75% of our trade is with the United States. Now that's good news, but it's also bad news, because by having 75% of our trade with one country, we become very dependent on that country's economy. And during this recession, we've noticed when the United States has economic problems, especially the very serious ones they have right now, we also feel the impacts of that. And you also know, Mr. Speaker, that some time ago, the World Trade Organization negotiations for a global agreement on trade fell apart. And this provides a new opportunity for us as a country, as Canadians, to enter into bilateral trade relationships with countries around the world. Not only will these relationships strengthen our economy, we in turn can have an influence and an impact on other countries that are perhaps developing, and we can help them enhance their prosperity. And so, to that end, our government, our Conservative government, has been very aggressive in pursuing bilateral free trade agreements with countries around the world. For example, in the last 4 years, our government has opened doors to Canadian businesses by signing free trade agreements with Colombia, which is the agreement we're debating today,
We've entered into a free trade agreement with Peru, with Jordan, with Panama, and the European Free Trade Association, which covers the countries of Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. But there's much more work to be done. We've actually engaged with Brazil, and we've opened new trade offices in that country. And of course, Brazil is South America's largest economy. And our trade last year, in 2008, totaled some $2.8 billion, which was an increase of 70% over the year before. That's great news for our economy, but it's also good news for Brazil. And at the same time, of course, our government has launched discussions on an economic partnership with two of the world's largest economic groups, the European Union and India. Now, I think it's self-evident that Europe is a huge opportunity for Canada. We haven't had a free trade agreement with those countries in the past, and we've now started negotiations towards that kind of an agreement. You know what the potential is? If we sign a free trade agreement with the European Union, we expect the benefits to Canada will be in the order of $12 billion per year.
Wow. Let's get to it.
You know, we're in the middle of a global recession that's impacting all countries around the world. And we have an opportunity right now to buttress ourselves against the impacts of that recession and perhaps future economic challenges that will arise around the world. $12 billion is the potential from one free trade agreement with the European Union alone. Now, of course, of interest to my constituents in Abbotsford would be the country of India. Some 20 to 25% of my residents have Indian origins. We have some 25,000 Indo-Canadians living in Abbotsford, and they frequently travel to and from India. Many of them are business people. They have business relationships spanning the globe, and we have recently launched negotiations with the country of India aimed at the conclusion of a comprehensive economic partnership. Simultaneously, we also have discussions underway which are aiming at the conclusion of a nuclear cooperation agreement between our two countries. What we've also done in India is opened up new trade offices, a total of 8 new trade offices in India. And I had the pleasure of accompanying the Citizenship and Immigration Minister to India in January, and we were able to see some of the offices that we've opened there. And I can tell you from personal experience, Indians are open to these new trade relationships. They know that there's a mutual benefit there, not only for them, but for Canada, to strengthen those relationships. But we haven't stopped at just India and Europe. We're also looking at the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. In the Middle East, our government has signed a free trade agreement and foreign investment protection agreement with Jordan. And we're also having further discussions with the country of Morocco with a view to perhaps commencing free trade negotiations with that country. And of course, I haven't even mentioned China, which is the world's largest emerging economy. Most Canadians understand how important China is to our economic prosperity and future. And our government has made impressive gains with our commercial relationship. As you know, quite a number of our government's ministers have traveled to India in recent months, in the last 2 years. And in fact, China, believe it or not, is now Canada's second largest trading partner. They've leapfrogged over Japan. They're now in second place. So we would be remiss if we didn't pursue economic and trading opportunities with that country. And so to that end, what we've done is we've recently opened some 6 new trade offices in various cities in China under our global commerce strategy. Again, this is great news for our country. It's great news for our economic prosperity. And in return, of course, we assist China because that's an emerging economy, one that wants to take its place in the world, wants to modernize, and obviously Canada is willing to cooperate and to become engaged in doing so. Now, one of the disappointments I recently heard about, Mr. Speaker, was that the leader of the opposition, the Liberal leader of the opposition, of course, had planned to make a trip to China. And because of his focus on trying to win power here in Canada, because of his threats to go to an election, he actually canceled his trip to China. Here we have opportunities to build these relationships. We have opportunities to build trading relationships with the largest emerging economy in the world. And the leader of the opposition, after making arrangements to travel China, puts his own political interests ahead of those of Canada by canceling that visit. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister is committed to traveling to China in November. He hasn't canceled that visit. It surprised me that the Liberal leader would actually do that. Now, our record, when compared to that of the previous Liberal government, over 13 years, they signed a paltry 3 free trade agreements. Over 13 years, only 3 agreements, agreements which should have been able to strengthen our economy and further cushion us against things like the current global recession. Well, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that at this time of global economic downturn, Canadians can count on our Conservative government to oppose protectionism and defend free and open trade on the world stage. And that's why our government has negotiated new free trade agreements with many, many different countries over the last 3.5 years, including Colombia. This Colombian free trade agreement will create new jobs for Canadians and Colombians alike. But developing new market opportunities and improving human rights are not mutually exclusive. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the most well-respected human rights records in the world. Now, for us to expect other countries to rise to our level of human rights before we ever engage in trade relationships with them is ridiculous. I mean, it's self-evident that if we want to engage with other countries, not only on trade, but on issues of human rights, it's advisable to link those. And that's why the Colombian Free Trade Agreement actually does link those, and that free trade agreement has specific provisions addressing labor, addressing human rights, even addressing environmental requirements. And there are enforcement provisions in that Colombian Free Trade Agreement as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak strongly in favor of this government and of this Parliament moving ahead and finalizing the Colombian Free Trade Agreement. It's good for Canada and it's good for Colombia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Verchères.
The honourable member from Verchères.
Questions and comments? Yeah, the member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay. Thank you very much. I guess I always find it interesting to hear the members of the governing party speak about the benefits of free trade and how, given that what we're experiencing today in terms of the economic collapse of the world financial system was driven by unfettered, unregulated free trade and greed, that we would be still looking with great joy to even more of that as we try to relate and interact with other jurisdictions in the world, that we wouldn't be refocusing on the reorganization of our own domestic economy at this time speaks to me of being somewhat irresponsible. But that's not really what I wanted to ask him the question about. You know, he raised the issue of human rights at the end of his speech as if it was just a sidebar. The fact that, 17 trade unionists, 17, I mean, just one should be enough, but 17 trade unionists have been killed just in 2009 should be enough to push anybody, any reasonable community or country away from the table and to question and to ask questions and to demand better guarantees as we look at this, if we're going to enter into that kind of a free trade agreement at all. We had a woman here, the daughter of a free trade unionist who was shot in Colombia, asking us to back away, to reassess, and to do an evaluation before we entered into this trade agreement. Why wouldn't we do that?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And I know he takes human rights very seriously, and I want to assure him that my reference to human rights in my speech was certainly not a sidebar. I take that very seriously. I anticipated that would be his question because that is the only objection I sense coming from the NDP to signing a free trade agreement with Colombia. But I want to remind him that between 2002 and 2008, kidnappings in Colombia decreased by some 87%. Homicide rates have dropped by 44%. Moderate poverty has fallen from 55% to 45%, and Colombia has attained coverage of 94% in basic education. It goes on, the progress that Colombia has already made. And as I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, what we're not looking for is perfection. We're looking to engage with a country that wants to pull itself out of some of these problems. We want to be partners with them, assisting them to do that. And that's why some of the collateral agreements to this Colombia Free Trade Agreement actually address issues such as labor protection, environmental protection, human rights. These are key issues that are indeed addressed in the agreement. And that's why we have general support in this House. We appear to be developing a consensus here. Unfortunately, the NDP does oppose this agreement. But I also note that the former NDP Premier of Ontario, who now sits here as a Liberal, actually just spoke in favor of this free trade agreement, yet we have the NDP members of this House strongly opposing it. So it seems to me that there appears to be an ideological mix with political partisanship, which may be confusing some Canadians. And I would strongly recommend that this member, again, look at the merits of the agreement and the purpose of the agreement, which is to assist Colombia to enhance its human rights record and at the same time, of course, develop a level of prosperity that Colombians themselves are aspiring to.
There's a minute left in questions and comments, so I can allow a 30-second question and a 30-second response. The member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Just to say to the member, I appreciate his answer that, certainly it's not just human rights that we're objecting to or raising as an issue in terms of this Colombia Free Trade Agreement, although it is certainly central for us. To suggest that, and I made a mistake, 27 trade unionists losing their lives, 67 extrajudicial murders. Somehow, if that's a reduction, I'd hate to have. I can only imagine what it was like, and where it will go if we actually enter into this free trade agreement and that kind of opportunity for.
I'll have to stop the member there to allow enough time for a response. The member for Abbotsford.
And thank you again for that question, Mr. Speaker. My friend actually referred to a witness that appeared before a committee, and I happened to be at that committee meeting and heard the witness speak about some of the concerns they have about personal safety in Colombia. But I can also tell you that by happenstance, I had a Colombian citizen visit me in my office in Abbotsford, and we were not there to discuss free trade agreements, we were there to discuss something else. And so I took the opportunity to ask her, listen, what is the security situation like in Colombia? And she said, you have absolutely no idea. She said, my safety has improved considerably. She was a member of a religious minority, and she said, you know what? That country is so much safer today than it used to be.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are talking this afternoon about the sub-amendment made by the member for Nanaimo-Cowichan, which would amend the amendment of the member for Sherbrooke, which essentially is asking the House to refuse to give its consent to the adoption of Bill C-23, enacted to implement the free trade agreement between the Republic of Colombia. And the sub-amendment by the member for Nanaimo Cowichan is asking the House to take into consideration this refusal given, and I would read it, that after having understood the strong opposition expressed by advocacy organizations, and therefore to ask the House to refuse to give its agreement, given the comments that we've heard from groups asking us not to support this bill. And I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there are a number of such groups, both here in Canada and in Colombia, who have asked us to do this. So I'd just like to mention a few of those groups here, if I may. The Canadian Labour Congress, the Canadian International Cooperation Council, Amnesty International, the FTQ Development and Peace, the Public Service Alliance of Canada, Lawyers Without Borders, Communications, Energy and Paper Union of Canada, the Postal Workers of Canada, the Public Service, the National Union of Employees in the Public Sector. So these are just a few of the organizations here in Canada and Quebec that have asked that we not support this Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. And I must tell you that even in Colombia, civil society is trying to mobilize in order to show its disagreement with this agreement. It is, of course, more difficult to organize in Colombia given the difficult climate that reigns in that country. But I'd simply like to mention that in last February, a number of members of our caucus met with members from the coalition and organizations from Colombian social and civil society. There are a number of women's groups, national coordinators of agriculture, justice and dignity, the National Movement for Health and Social Security, the Afro-American Movement, the Black Community Process, among others. So this is extremely important when it comes to making our decision, and that is to look at what a number of the stakeholders have said to see if there is some consensus with regard to this agreement. And unfortunately, in this case, in this instance, I think that we have heard a number of voices that condemn this agreement. And here in Parliament, in June 2008, the Standing Committee on International Trade published a report entitled Human Rights, Environment, and the Free Trade Agreement with Colombia. And in that report, there were a number of recommendations that were made to the government, recommendations that were not implemented by the government. So the government then decided to ratify this agreement without taking into consideration those very wise recommendations put forward by the Standing Committee in question, asking Canada not to sign the free trade agreement with Colombia until we have confirmation that human rights have been improved and maintained. And the government decided nonetheless to go forward with the agreement, even if, according to recent information at our disposal, the human rights record is a disaster in Colombia. There was also the fact that the committee recommended that the government mandate an independent organization to conduct environmental assessment studies and impact assessment of the signing of the treaty in this. If some studies were done, the public has not been made aware of them. The committee also recommended that an appropriate party be put in place to look at the repercussions on human rights. So all this is part of a process that would have led Canada to sign this agreement in the context of consideration for those repercussions on the Colombian people. And of course, these recommendations came from parliamentarians. So once again, we see the propensity for the conservative government to ignore majority proposals put forward from the House. We have had it, we have seen it, and we have even named here in the House a number of such instances that have occurred over the two Conservative mandates. And I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Standing Committee on International Trade had already had a rejection by the government, because last year the government rejected the report by that same committee asking the government to exclude water from all trade agreements. So the government decided not to take into consideration once again the opinion of the House. So how, as parliamentarians, are we then to consider this kind of attitude? This attitude which is anti-democratic, because ultimately the parliament is the voice of the people, and when parliamentarians decide to join together to make proposals to the government, I believe that it is the government's duty to take note of those recommendations and to act in consequence. However, it's quite ironic, because in the current context of this free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia, what is ironic is the fact that the government is saying that we have to move forward with this free trade agreement in order to encourage democracy, a greater democracy in Colombia. How can we believe the government when it says this, when it decides not to listen to the parliament, its own parliament? And so here we have a free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it is important to protect investments in agreements, and we are not in opposition to that. However, we must make sure that these agreements are completed while respecting all the parties. The government is telling us that this is a free trade agreement, and normally when we have free trade agreements, we do so with partners of similar size. And in this case, we believe that this agreement will protect investments more than anything else. And of course, they want to make sure that investors are protected, will not be dispossessed of their property during some kind of nationalization that might occur. So in this case, we need to ensure that this kind of protection is not done on the backs of the people of that country where the investments are being made, because we see that under Chapter 11 of NAFTA, which is a way for some investors to sue the country when it comes to a government trying to protect human rights or improve its human rights or environmental record. So we see that what we have here does not respect what parliamentarians in this House have wanted to achieve and have asked for during their work in committee, and it is unfortunate to see the government ignore all of the proposals made to it by civil society groups.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Goma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that you will allow me to have a moment to read a letter that I just received from Brett Mansfield of Vancouver, and my bloc colleague could perhaps make a comment on this.
For the month of August, including a 10-day delegation investigating the effects of free trade with Colombia. We met with unions, sugarcane cutters in Cali, support workers in Buenaventura, Indigenous groups, NASA, ACIN, Afro-Colombian groups, Kalima Naya, a number of displaced groups from Naraino, and victims of state crimes and so-called false positives. I have many concerns about the possibility of a free trade agreement with Colombia, but also with the model of free trade itself, and deeply support the logic of a fair trade model that you propose. This is what Canada and the world needs. And I am saddened by the way the Liberals and Conservatives are so blindly committed to more free and open trade. Please continue to speak up on this issue and to urge the NDP party to work for a more equitable trade model. C'est exactement ça qu'on essaie de faire.
That's exactly what we were trying to do, Mr. Speaker, and I hope and I am convinced that my Bloc colleague would like to comment on the fact that what this gentleman has said is that after listening to us, he decided to write immediately to us. The Honourable Member for Verchères les Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the comments read by my fellow member, and it goes along the same lines of what I wanted to say, and that is that the government seems to be ignoring and not to listen to voices in opposition to this free trade agreement. And I must say that the Bloc Québécois has always adhered to the principles that international trade must allow for both parties to benefit. And I would say that the statement or letter read by my colleague shows that we need to ensure that this principle is adhered to ensure mutual development and benefit. So it's very important in establishing these trade relations to always ensure that the government, in this case the Canadian government, can always ensure that it can maintain pressure on the Colombian government to improve the situation within Colombia. And I think that this free trade agreement, in the way that it is written, will not allow the Canadian government to exert any kind of pressure, the necessary pressure to do so.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
I appreciate the comments from the member on this important piece of public business before us here today. He mentioned improve the situation. Do you have any definition for us of what improve might mean? We heard members from the government side talk about the 27 trade unionists that have been killed so far in 2009 and the 60 to 70 extrajudicial murders as well as an improvement. Is that, in your view, an improvement? And do you have any detail that you could share with us in terms of what you would accept as improvement?
The Honourable Member for Verchères les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that it's difficult to accept the fact that people defending workers can be killed in exercising those duties. I think that it is our duty not to accept this kind of behavior. And it is clear from the figures provided by my colleague just now that we cannot accept this kind of behavior. It's also important for us to ensure that the government change its position in all trade negotiations in order to ensure that in trade agreements there are provisions ensuring respect for national and international labor standards, human rights, and the environment. Resuming debate.
Secretary for the Minister of Official Languages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian International Development Agency has been working with the Government of Colombia to bring greater peace and security to Colombia. Although Colombia is an established democracy with a growing economy, a responsible government, an active civil society, and stable institutions, it also suffers from the longest-running conflict in the Americas. More than 3 million people are internally displaced in the country. However, in recent years, the global community and international organizations working in Colombia have recognized that the personal security conditions of urban Colombians has improved. With the support of the international community, government authorities and civil society organizations are taking actions that are contributing to increased peace, security, and prosperity. It is important that Canada continue to work toward peaceful change in Colombia, and we can be very proud of our track record in supporting this process. In fact, Canada is the lead donor on children's rights and protection in Colombia. CEDA's programs are protecting children from violence, preventing their recruitment into armed conflict, and helping them regain their place in their home communities. We promote environmentally sustainable agriculture and provide individuals who have grown illicit crops with alternative livelihoods that contribute to national food security. Canada's relationship with Colombia includes support for peace and democracy, a strengthened bilateral economic relationship, a frank dialogue on human rights, close cooperation on security, and humanitarian issues, counter-narcotics and landmine action. In the past 5 years, CEDA has disbursed over $64 million in Colombia. CEDA programs focus on democratic governance with an emphasis on the protection and promotion of the human rights of vulnerable people affected by the conflict, especially children, adolescents, and internally displaced people. CEDA has contributed $8.8 million to assist internally displaced people to claim their rights, strengthen Colombia's national policies and programs that respond to the plight of the displaced, and help to find durable solutions that will facilitate their return when possible. This past February, in fact, the Minister of International Cooperation announced that CEDA would focus 80% of its bilateral programming in 20 countries, and of course Colombia is one of them. Furthermore, DFAIT's Global Peace and Security Program provided more than $14.5 million in conflict prevention and peace-building programs between 2006 and 2009. The program centers on justice and confidence-building initiatives, support political dialogue, and enhancing security and stability. Canada is also one of the largest supporters of the Organization of American States mission to support the peace process in Colombia. This mission has played a critical role in supporting the government's efforts to demobilize paramilitary forces in Colombia. It also protects the rights of women victims of sexual violence, as well as Indigenous conflict victims. Between 2007 and 2009, Canada provided more than $10 million to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to protect internally displaced people and refugees in neighboring countries. CEDA works with its trusted multilateral partners, such as the Red Cross and the World Food Program, to reach these people. In addition, DFAIT's counterterrorism capacity building program provides states with training, funding, equipment, and technical and legal expertise to help prevent terrorist activity. Since 2005, the program has provided $1.5 million to projects in Colombia. Mr. Speaker, Canada is also one of the largest donors for mine action in Colombia. From 2003 to 2008, working primarily through the Organization for American States and UNICEF, Canada contributed more than $3.7 million for humanitarian demining, stockpile destruction, victim assistance, mine risk education, and mine action coordination. Colombia's efforts to achieve greater peace and security are further aligned with Canadian values and interests. The government of Colombia has taken positive steps that demonstrate its continued efforts to curb violence against trade unionists, to fight impunity for the perpetrators of such crimes, to promote security and peace within a human rights protection framework, and to establish the rule of law. Canada's labour program, through the International Program for Professional Labour Administration, is providing $1 million for labour-related technical assistance initiatives in Colombia. These initiatives are helping, not harming, but helping the Colombian Labour Ministry to increase its capacity to train labour leaders and enforce labour legislation. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there are still challenges in Colombia, and Canada will continue to do its part to support that country's efforts to strengthen peace, security, and full respect for human rights. But strides have been made. Let me take a moment to tell you some of the results of CETA's development programs in Colombia. CETA has been working through the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to help the government and civil society organizations to work together to develop a national plan of action on human rights. As a result, human rights are being integrated into the activities of Colombian government institutions, and an increased number of officials now know and understand international human rights obligations and are able to implement them. In addition, there has been better media coverage of human rights issues, and more information has been made available to the public on human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. However, illegal armed groups continue to recruit boys and girls and engage in sexual and gender-based violence as a weapon of war. Mr. Speaker, children's rights and protection are being given prominence among CETA's programs to mitigate these challenges, and we are getting results as a result. An estimated 15,000 children and youth have been prevented from being recruited in armed forces, and 260 demobilized child combatants have been reintegrated into their home communities. A new law was passed on children and youth, and more than 12,000 civil servants are trained to implement the law. Approximately 6,000 adolescents have developed their conflict resolution and other life skills in schools with support from 400 peers trained as youth leaders. 70% of all demobilized children and youth will receive better health, education, protection, and integration services because of CETA's efforts. Since Colombia has the second largest population of internally displaced persons in the world, 3 to 4 million people, and is the country in the Americas which is the most affected by landmines and explosive remnants of war, CETA's support is helping improve the lives of a significant number of Colombians. Colombia now has public policies and programs that protect and guarantee the rights of internally displaced persons, programs that take into account the different needs of women, of children, and of ethnic minorities. CETA's efforts have also led to protection being provided to 470,000 internally displaced people who did not receive benefits because they were not part of the national registry. Well, more than 100,000 of these displaced people were issued identity documents through the National Registry Office and are now able to receive the services to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, we believe that Canada's efforts to advance a free trade agreement and to promote and protect human and labor rights in Colombia are mutually reinforcing and equally important. The economic development that flows from increased trade in tandem with enforcement of labor rights will strengthen Colombia's social foundations, reduce violence, and bring greater security and prosperity to Colombians. Colombia is an important strategic and trade and investment partner for Canada, and Canadian companies are very involved in Colombian mining, oil, and gas projects. As I am sure you are all aware, CETA's mandate is to reduce poverty and foster sustainable development. Economic growth is one of the 3 themes that the Minister has spelled out for all CETA programs, along with children and youth and food security. In Colombia, economic growth through the Free Trade Agreement will not only help to secure the futures of children and adolescents, it is the key to stability, security, and environmentally sustainable growth. My fellow members, I ask you to consider that the economic growth this agreement will bring can help to solidify the government of Colombia's efforts to create a more prosperous, equitable, and sure democracy. I, as a mother of 5 children, hope that you all think about your own children when you vote, because this is an important issue for not only Canadians, but for Colombians and their children. Please vote for this, please support this, and make a difference, not only in humanitarian issues, but in economic issues. And I applaud all of you that have stood before us today to indicate your support. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my colleague is, I'd like to know, with the economic exchanges that we have with Colombia, could she tell us how many millions of dollars our trade represents? So if we want to do a free trade, things have to be profitable. Now, is this profitable in political terms or economic terms? I'd like to have the response. The Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I do want to address the issue of money, but I want to be very clear. In my view, and in my government's view, those two issues are equivalent. The economy and protecting people's rights, the human rights of people living in Colombia, those two issues are balanced. My colleague is from Quebec.
Total exports to Colombia were valued at $120 million, which represented 17% of Canada's total exports to the country. And Quebec's leading exports to Colombia include paper and paperboard, which was valued at approximately $21.1 million. Also, copper articles, mainly wire, were valued at $25.9 million in exports, and machinery in Quebec was valued at approximately $32.1 million.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This member pretends to be tough on crime, and this government pretends to be tough on crime, but the member should know that 2,690 trade unionists have been murdered in Colombia since 1986. In 2008, the number of murders was up by 18% over the previous year, and so far this year, 27 trade unionists have been murdered up to September of 2009. In fact, the Obama administration in the United States has put a halt on negotiating a free trade deal with Colombia. The British, our other allies, have cut military aid to the country. Why would this member want to support rewarding a country that has a terrible human rights record? I mean, why don't we sit back and take a look and investigate this issue further before we go ahead, holus bolus, and try to sign an agreement with Colombia at this time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for his question, and I would like to point out that some of the facts that were just represented by the member are in fact inaccurate and need some clarification. The United States, in fact, just recently provided the funding that was being held back, and I would suggest to the member that he may want to review his facts. Aside from the United States now also coming to conclusion that they should provide this funding, I want to just clearly state that I stand behind being tough on crime, and I believe it is absolutely absurd for the NDP to suggest in any way, shape, or form that our measures and the measures of many other countries in this world, by initiating free trade agreements that help humanitarian issues and that help economic growth, that in any way it lended to the death of any of these trade unionists. I think the death of anyone is absolutely horrific, and I would clearly state that I don't support anyone in this House suggesting in any way, shape, or form that free trade agreements by many countries in this world lend to the death of those union representatives, and our hearts go out to those families equally.
There's enough time for a brief question. The honourable member for Yukon.
Yes, Monsieur le Président. What does the member think that either signing or not signing this agreement, what effect would it have on our CETA aid that she outlined?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for your question. I believe that it will enhance the position that we have. I'm very proud of our government and the work that is being done with CETA. As I outlined in my speech and my comments, CETA has taken initiative in many, many countries, and Colombia is one country that we are really wholly looking at defending and supporting. I believe that this agreement will initiate further confidence measures. I believe that Canada is being looked upon as a leader in this regard, and I thank you for your question, because I believe that many of the members of the Liberal Party are in support of our measures, thanks to the cooperation and thanks to the results we've achieved through CETA.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a democratic country that respects the rule of law, a country that respects human rights. We have to make sure to support those countries which aspire to those objectives and work in that sense. That is one of the reasons why Canada has to conclude bilateral economic agreements to improve the economic perspectives of companies in Colombia. and we have to reconcile that with the responsibility to promote human rights. We believe that a free trade agreement would encourage the Colombian government to do other reforms to foster economic growth, security, and human rights. In the past few years, Colombia has done true progress in economic terms, social programs, and safety. However, the process is still fragile. FARC terrorists, narco-traffickers, and the attacks of the Chavez regime from Venezuela are constant threats. Colombia is a very beautiful country made up of honest people and full of natural resources. It is a country which has lived a catastrophic situation in the past 40 years. It was paralyzed and divided by a civil war which began as an ideological combat and which evolved into a war between narco-traffickers and others, a war that has only led to despair and violence. Since 2002, enormous progress has been made, especially with regard to safety. 8 years ago, people were afraid to walk in the streets of Bogota, and 400 municipalities were still being controlled by the FARC. Such progress has to continue, but they have been supported up until now. Some civil society members have stated their opposition to Bill C-23 for human rights reasons. Corruption and the violation of human rights exist in Colombia and have existed for the past years. However, Human Rights Watch has indicated that under the pressure of the United States and a free trade agreement, Colombia has begun to take positive measures to fight against the anti-union violence. However, these improvements must continue. Progress has been made since 2002, but violence remains in Colombia. Corruption as well is chronic. Over 30 members of the Congress were under arrest in 2008, and over 60 were under inquiry because it was revealed that they had alleged ties with the paramilitary. Despite these inquiries, it is important to note that the paramilitaries are funded by narco-traffickers in Colombia, and they contribute to making sure that traffic continues. Civil society members agree to say that Colombia cannot fight effectively against narco-traffickers nor bring improvements in terms of safety and fighting corruption unless the legitimate economy improves, creates jobs and opportunities for all. Bill C-23 is dismissed by unions who have been opposed to all of Canada's free trade agreements, such as the Steel Workers Unions and the Canadian Labour Congress. Canadian unions state that the Colombian government has implicitly encouraged violence against unions and that reaching a free trade agreement with Colombia would mean that we accept such acts. Human rights groups and labor groups do not want to reward the Colombian government through a free trade agreement. Much remains to be done in Colombia. This country needs our help. If we closed the door to a country like Colombia, which has made progress, in particular at a time when civil society leaders, unions and governments, as well as victims of violence of paramilitary groups and the FARC guerrilla are trying to go forward, if we isolate Colombia in that region and we leave the country exposed and vulnerable to unilateral and ideological attacks by Chavez's Venezuela, we allow evil to prosper. Canadians have no moral justification to stand back. If a single member of Parliament or Canadian is concerned about the situation of human rights in Colombia, we do have the obligation to help that country out. The free trade agreement deals with a regulated system which intends to ensure the rights of workers, human rights, and the progress made in the environment of Colombia, and as well to help Colombians manage and to improve their rights and to build on their progress. The rights of workers and the problems in these areas occurred because there was an absence of a free trade agreement. There are already ties between Canada and Colombia, but there is no regulated system to direct that relationship. This new free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, contains robust provisions with regard to labor and the environment. In fact, no free trade agreement signed by Canada up until now contains such provisions. Consequently, as Canadians, we must ask ourselves why such an agreement could not reinforce our capacity to positively influence the human rights and labor rights in Colombia. Overall, most people and groups, including NGOs and human rights groups, are for ratification of a free trade agreement with Canada. They do not believe that this agreement would have negative impact on the economic situation or on human rights in Colombia. A large number also believe that the agreement could improve surveillance by Canada on the rights of workers and Aboriginals thanks to its framework and to parallel agreements on labor and the environment. Canada has seen the challenges to which the Yoruba government is faced with and the work that is done against the FARC and the criminal gangs. Canada has also seen progress with regard to the disarmament of paramilitary groups, and there has been a reduction in violence in general and violence against trade unionists in particular. Colombian senators have also spoke about a tripartite commission in Colombia, a commission made up of government, unions, and employers. The commission, under the supervision of the International Labour Organization, helps Colombia meet its commitments toward the International Labour Organization. During the annual Labour Organization meeting, it noted that progress has been made in Colombia in 2009. Finally, and this is what is most important, most senators that Canada has met is that a free trade agreement with Canada would reinforce and improve living conditions in Colombia. Such an agreement would reduce poverty, would prevent the resurgence of illegal armed groups, and prevent a greater number of Colombians from depending from the narco economy. The Canadian delegation met with a Colombian group of economists who were in favor of a free trade agreement based on rules with Canada. They stated that it was important that Colombia conclude such a free trade agreement, especially since countries like Chile and Peru had reached similar agreements with their key economic partners, including Canada. They indicated the importance for Colombia to diversify its trade relationships, unlike countries such as Venezuela's Hugo Chavez's Venezuela. The threat that Venezuela represents for Colombia has been a recurring theme during the meetings with Canadian delegates. FARC guerrillas are increasingly present in Venezuela, and the Chavez regime is protecting them and are continuing to launch attacks against Colombia, against corporations and individuals. In fact, a number of private sector unions in Colombia support the union movement. In that country, the union movement represents 6% of labor force, and the opposition to this agreement comes from the private sector, or the public sector. Public sector union members have nothing to lose by supporting an anti-free trade ideology. However, those who have the most to win from a free trade agreement are the workers in the parallel economy, which represent 56% of the labor force. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, since you've indicated I have less than a minute left, I would like to say that it is now high time for Canadians who are concerned by the welfare of the Colombian people to ensure that they have the possibility to participate and to not abandon them because of ideological reasons. We can help the Colombian people replace the forces of evil by the forces of good. It is now time for Canadians to extend a hand to Colombians and to help them build a better future, one that is more prosperous and more fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As a commentaire, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoula, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. President. This discussion certainly takes it to heart here. And we had a previous member from St. Boniface make some comments a few minutes ago, and I'd like to share this with you, and maybe the Liberal member can also comment on this. So there's serious issues about what she had indicated, touting the amazing work of CETA in Colombia. While there is some truth to what she is saying, we were concerned to learn that CETA played a significant role in helping Colombia rewrite its mining code so as to make it more friendly for transnational investment and consequently much more difficult for local artisanal miners. This is all documented in a great book called Profits of Extermination by Francisco Ramirez Quiller. How does this represent the poverty reduction and sustainable development that the member from St. Boniface, with the help of the Liberals, espouses CETA is so much about?
Mr. Speaker, I find it unfortunate that some members of the NDP can only see the negative side of a file such as this one. Colombians could become participants in official economies if trade continued to grow in that country. Economists agree. I'm not talking about NDP members, but I'm talking about economists. They agree in saying that security is greatly improved in Colombia, and the demilitarization of the paramilitaries is well on its way. During our trip to Colombia, our delegation met with civil society groups that deal with human rights, and some former paramilitary groups in Colombia are transforming into criminal groups involved in the drug trade. And the native communities should be consulted more regarding investment, free trade, and protection of biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, certainly if we're only looking for negative points, we can find negative points. If the NDP wants to show a bit of compassion and wants to help the Colombian society, I think that there are far more advantages than disadvantages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a brief question. I listened intently to the honourable member's discussion on this important topic, and he mentioned at one point, in a general sense, some of the improvements that have in fact been occurring in Colombia in recent years with respect to crime and security in particular, and I wonder if he could perhaps maybe expand on some of those themes for the House.
Honourable Deputy Hull Elmer.
The honourable member from Hull Elmer. Mr. Speaker, this is a very interesting question, and I'd like to continue telling you about the good points and not about the bad points. And my colleague's question actually opens the way for me to continue in the same vein as our colleague was speaking just now. We've met with many people who are decision makers and opinion leaders and business leaders, and the human rights defense groups told the delegation that the free trade between Canada and Colombia should be based on workers' rights, labor rights. We met with union leaders and industry representatives, and we learned that drug trafficking was greatly attributed to the fact that in the poor regions of Colombia, especially in the countryside, there is no other choice. There is no legitimate business. And as soon as we're talking about the countryside, and we hear that there are not many options or alternatives, certainly crime will be on the rise, drug trafficking will continue, and we all know that when there is drug trafficking, certainly public security is jeopardized on a daily basis. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, let's look at the positive points and help Colombian society.
Go north.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed great to be back in our fall session and opening up with a discussion, as I said earlier, on a very important topic for Canada, but certainly indeed for Colombia also. There's no doubt members will realize that especially during these economic times that we're in, that's brought on by a global economic recession, that is vital for Canada to continue to keep its doors open for business, opportunities where investment can grow. Mr. Speaker, I've seen the examples of this need right in my own riding of Simcoe North, where producers, manufacturers, those that are involved in supplying key industries that would be able to expand and grow in a market like Colombia would directly benefit. So it's a great delight to be part of a discussion that's advancing opportunities for investment and for business growth for Canadians. In fact, the Colombia Free Trade Agreement is in fact part of an ongoing focus by this government to expand our interests in trade generally, and we've been active, as has been commented on earlier in this debate on this bill, in respect of the number of fronts that Canada is working, not just in the Americas, but in Europe and in Asia. All of this is, of course, vital in terms of expanding the reach and, in turn, the prosperity that companies can provide operating here in Canada and, in fact, supplying to markets and supply chains that are active in these new markets for our country. On that vein, Mr. Speaker, when we look at our overall progress this last few years, and we can look back no more than 4 years to see that we've opened up new agreements with not only Colombia but Peru, Jordan, Panama, and of course we're all familiar with the works that have been concluded in EFTA. But in addition to those works on specific bilateral trade agreements, we're continuing to keep more trade offices open in emerging markets and those that we know are vital to our own interests. We're helping expand trade. We're opening doors for Canadian business. That, of course, is encouraging investment at a very critical time for our country. Members will know that our government and through the Prime Minister and his interest in expanding our interest in the Americas, this has been ongoing now for at least the last 2 years, close to 3. And I've mentioned some of those markets that we're already expanding into, but the Americas has a particular interest for Canada because of certainly our geographic proximity being in the same hemisphere. But this is an area where Canada can play an increasingly vital role, not just in trade, but also in areas of defense and in policies that are anything relating to our diplomatic efforts in our parts of the world. When events unfold in this hemisphere, Canada's interests are more directly impacted, and so our ties and our interests with focusing on trade and greater and stronger ties with other nations in the Americas is a tremendous benefit, not just to Canada, but to all of the member countries that make up this hemisphere. And so it should not be lost on members, and indeed those who are listening at home, that we're not only achieving a trade and an economic benefit by these agreements, but that we're also helping to reinforce our own national and security interests at the same time. Now let me just take a moment to speak a little bit more specifically about Colombia in particular. And certainly members have heard a number of points made on both sides of the question, pro and con. But it cannot be lost on our audience here in the House, but certainly indeed for people who are tuning in, that these kinds of agreements represent benefits not just for Canadians, but also for Colombians. And so on the whole issue of advancing human rights, for example, making sure that we're recognizing important labor and environmental standards in the course of these agreements, it should be understood that the interests of advancing human rights and those of advancing economic benefits are not mutually exclusive. That is to say, one can benefit the other. They indeed are complementary activities that we need to be engaged in on both fronts, not just in creating economic upside, but also knowing that that kind of prosperity that is created in a country like Colombia, which we all recognize is still moving along the path of better security at home, better recognition of human rights. Canada has been active in advancing those interests, certainly. We're not there yet, but something like increased trade with a country like Colombia can in fact move that along at a much quicker pace. We need to realize that Colombia is not going to make much more progress on the human rights if they become isolated by the international community. And that's something that's certainly not lost on our interests here in Canada. Indeed, we've seen where Colombia is taking up with the same kinds of discussions with the United States, in fact, indeed, with the European Free Trade Association, and in the near term with the European Union as well. So we need to see that this is a path that is, in fact, while we recognize that it's still not perfect there, that progress is being made, and our continued engagement, ours and other international partners' continued engagement in Colombia is going to advance and improve the situation on the ground, even though in the last 4 to 5 years we've made some terrific progress. What are the key things that are going to, in fact, what are the direct elements of a free trade agreement? And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that these are items that may have been covered in earlier discussions, but I'm eager to see that, in fact, I'm delighted to see that this is the kind of a free trade agreement that's going to include greater market access for goods, for better cross-border trade and services, in investment, in the financial services sector, and in government procurement. We know in this day and age where, in order for businesses in Canada or those in Colombia to be successful, they have to be part of an integrated industrial supply chain that in fact is producing goods and services not just for their own markets, but for the world. And the more that we open up the doors to investment in other countries, the greater the chance that Canadian companies right here at home are going to be able to participate and supply goods and services to those transactions. So it truly is, it's not like a decade or more ago where we look in sort of isolated pockets where markets are. This is a large and growing global supply chain which our companies can play a greater part in. In fact, indeed they are, and as we open up more agreements just like this one, the upside for our companies becomes even greater. Going back to a point I made earlier, Mr. Speaker, with respect to benefits for Colombians themselves. Right off the bat, a free trade agreement like this is going to reduce, if not eliminate, tariffs for Colombian manufacturers, for exporters and producers. They will then be able to increase trade with Canada and probably in the near term expand even into North American markets. There will be a more liberalized trade will expand investment and in fact create more job opportunities for Colombians on the ground. But the same can be said, Mr. Speaker, for those businesses that are part of that activity right here in Canada. Now I know I'm getting the sign here that we're just about out of time. I'd just like to sum up and say that this is exactly the kind of activity that we need to continue to make a part of our priorities on the economic front. It's going to bring great results for us here at home, but at the same time, it's going to be advancing important security and interests for that host country as well. I say let's continue to keep on with these kinds of free trade agreements, and it's going to make the world a much better place, Mr. Speaker, and we know that to be true from our own examples these last few years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I invite questions from honourable members.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Just two quick questions. One is if you could elaborate on the effect that Colombian investment has had in Canada and vice versa, the effect that Canadian investment has had in Colombia. And the second question is, as Chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, if he has any comments on the Colombian relation between the Colombian government and Aboriginal peoples that's been raised earlier in this debate.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. We know, Mr. Speaker, that at the moment there is about $1.1 billion worth of trade between Canada and Colombia now. We know that a good portion of that is in some of the resource industries in oil and gas and in the mining sector. We also realize that because those are key industries for ourselves here in Canada, there are a number of businesses that in fact supply that sector. I can think of one in my own neighborhood that's producing tube and other parts and machinery and heavy equipment, for example, that become part of that trade mechanism, and without tariffs allow those industries to be more competitive and expand and grow and create more jobs. On the second point, and I appreciate the honourable members pointing this out, there is indeed an indigenous population in Colombia that needs to be just as well engaged as with the union sector and other interests in making sure that those keep.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'm just interested in his comments about the impact on the Colombian people with this free trade deal. It's been shown in this House that through statistics garnered from Statistics Canada and processed by the House of Parliament Library, that the impact on Canadians' society from the free trade arrangements we've made with the United States and with other countries over the years has actually led to a greater disparity of income between upper income and lower income people. Now in Colombia there's a tremendous inequality at this time. With a free trade arrangement that's going to open up the potential for agribusinesses to move vast quantities of low-priced agricultural products into an indigenous population that 22% of use subsistence agriculture.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Simcoe North. Order, please. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I appreciate the question, but in all honesty, Mr. Speaker, I could not disagree more. The results of our work in expanding free trade has been nothing but a positive. And we realize and accept that these things do take time, but when trade and commerce can flourish in a market like that, incomes can improve, and as they do, the wealth of citizens there in both countries, frankly, a higher standard of living can be realized. And that's the target, and indeed what comes along with that is better security, the better ability to recognize and bring to some kind of balance the societal issues as well that are equally as part of the kind of difficulties that we see Colombia having, but they're not going to solve those without some ability on the economic side.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank the honourable member from Simcoe North for his assistance on this bill and his interventions. Secondly, I'd like him to comment on the fact that, the NDP have been very critical of this bill, but reality is, Mr. Speaker, they have never supported a free trade agreement that's gone through this House. Not one time, not one free trade agreement ever. And I don't understand in this particular agreement where it has a labor cooperation agreement that will bring an end that will bring the elimination of child labor, will allow for the freedom of association, and will allow for the right to bargain collectively, I can't understand why they wouldn't support this particular bill.
The honourable member for Simcoe North has about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for making some very critical points that do in fact support the labour agreements that is integral to this. But he makes the clear point, and I am just as confused as to why the New Democratic Party does not support these, because in fact it shows a tremendous upside for Canadian workers. A party that purports to represent Canadian families should realize the kind of benefits that come from an agreement like this, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, suicide has caused the tragic death of far too many Canadians. While suicide is too often kept quiet, we continue nonetheless to hear about individuals who have taken their own lives. Everyone in this chamber has struggled with or is familiar with those who struggle with depression or mental health issues. Unfortunately, there are predators hiding behind the anonymity of the internet, adopting false identities to convince vulnerable individuals to throw away the gift of life. My private member's motion M388 calls on the government to update Canada's laws to ensure that counseling a person to commit suicide or aiding or abetting a person in a suicide attempt is a crime, regardless of the means used. Over 8,000 Canadians have signed petitions in support of this initiative, and that number continues to grow. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members to consult their constituents regarding internet predators and to take action to protect Canadians when they are most vulnerable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 10 million sockeye salmon missing from the Fraser River this year. Returns were much smaller than the Department of Fisheries and Oceans had predicted. There were a record number of smolts in 2007, which should have resulted in a huge return this year. However, only a very small portion of the smolts have returned this year to the Fraser River system. This is a crisis. There was evidence in 2007 that something happened to those smolts before they reached the ocean. Surveys of sockeye salmon heading to the ocean done in the Strait of Georgia in the summer of 2007 came up with very small numbers. Why did DFO not raise the alarm at that time? What research has been done to determine the fate of all those salmon in 2007? And why did DFO continue to predict massive returns this year when it was clear that many smolts had perished before even making it to the ocean? The loss of these fish is having a huge impact on Aboriginal communities, the commercial fishery, and most importantly, the ecosystem. Why is the Minister not saying anything on this? Why is she mute on this very issue?
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. As Deputy Chair of the Interparliamentary Union, I would like to note the second International Day of Democracy. The choice of this date by the United Nations corresponds to the adoption by the Interparliamentary Union in 1997 of the Universal Declaration on Democracy. This affirms the international dimension of democracy as well as its fundamental bases. As elected members, it is of utmost importance to remember the fight others fought and not take our rights for granted. We have to remember and not imagine that democratic liberty is something that we can take for granted. We should be proud of the progress we've made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I greeted Grandmothers for Africa as they pedaled into Victoria, ending a 280-kilometer fundraising ride. These remarkable women are recipients of the Rosemary Brown Award for their tireless work in solidarity of grandmothers in Africa. So today, I rise to support the Grandmothers Campaign to unblock Canada's access to medicines regime and get affordable generic drugs moving to the world's most vulnerable people. This week, the second half of the first and only shipment under this legislation is leaving Canada for Rwanda. And the generic provider has said that this will be the last shipment unless the regime is amended. My colleague from Winnipeg North has introduced Bill C-393 to remedy the regime's flaws, and I urge all members to think like a grandmother and support this bill.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, throughout my great riding of Leeds and Grenville, there are shovels in the ground, there are roads, sewers, and other infrastructure works being built and repaired, and folks are looking forward to the future. Everywhere I traveled in my riding this summer, the people told me they are pleased with the direction our government has taken to help position Canada to face tomorrow. This summer I attended openings of the new ethanol plant in Johnstown and a wind farm on Wolfe Island. Major investments in green industries that our government is supporting. I saw dollars flowing directly to community futures development corporations to help kickstart local economic development that is supported by our government. My constituents have one message: remain focused on the economy and do not have an expensive and unnecessary election.
Hear, hear. Bravo.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I recently returned from a historic and moving trip to South Africa, where I met with the heroes of the anti-apartheid movement, including Winnie Mandela and now President Jacob Zuma, as well as with those whom I was associated in the defense of Nelson Mandela, George Bizos, and Albie Sachs, while returning to lecture at Wits University, where I was arrested in 1981 for advocating Nelson Mandela's release. Mr. Speaker, there's an important Canada-South Africa connection in matters of constitutionalism and human rights. Just as the South African Bill of Rights draws upon our Charter, we can learn and draw upon South African constitutionalism, particularly in the matter of equality rights, free speech jurisprudence, and the rights of children. Similarly, I spoke with President Zuma about using South Africa's moral authority to exercise moral leadership internationally, in support of the Canadian-sponsored resolution on Iranian human rights violations and the Burma democracy movement, while appreciating its condemnation of all forms of racism and anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, the anti-apartheid movement was an important part of my advocacy and of my identity for 20 years. This trip reunited me with my heroes while reminding me of our imperatives domestically and internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, Premier Dalton McGuinty told reporters that he had received the Liberal leaders' backing for the harmonized sales tax. According to the Premier, we have secured the Leader of the Opposition's commitment to moving ahead with the single sales tax should he earn the privilege of serving Canadians in government. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's secret guarantee contradicts his public attack on the harmonization. Just the other week, the Liberal leader told the CTV News, and I quote, "The HST, the thing that concerns us is that this government has, during a time of recession and economic difficulty, basically pushed a sales tax harmonization across the country." Isn't this a flip-flop, Mr. Speaker? His action is calculated and opportunistic. The Liberal leader is deliberately saying one thing to Ontarians while cutting the opposite deal behind closed doors. More evidence that he is not in for Canadians, he is in for himself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel. On August 4th, a Category 2 tornado hit Ville de Mont-Laurier. More than 50 houses were hit by the tornado, and about 20 are now inhabitable. Roofs were torn off houses and trees were uprooted. I salute the excellent work of the Emergency Measures Committee as well as the firefighting services of the city. I have rarely felt such solidarity. Although these circumstances would be ones that would leave people depressed, citizens helped each other out. Unfortunately, 2 people who had come to look at the extent of the damage died following a helicopter accident. I would like to offer my sincere condolences to the family of the pilot, Mr. Roger Bélanger, and Mr. Hugh Hogland, cameraman for CTV. I would like to assure the people of this area of my support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been clear and consistent on our efforts to fight white-collar crime. We sympathize with families who have lost money at the hands of these criminals. Yesterday, a member of the Integrated market enforcement team of the RCMP announced charges that have been laid in the case of an international Ponzi-type investment fraud scheme of over $100 million. I would like to commend the RCMP, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, and the local police dedicated to work on this investigation.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, arrests like this one are only part of our government's commitment to stopping white-collar crime and standing up for victims of these elaborate fraud schemes. In addition to increased funding for integrated market enforcement teams, the Minister of Justice has laid out legislative changes which we plan to introduce soon to combat white-collar crime.
Great news.
I call upon the opposition to work with us to pass our crime bills and not to gut these bills as they have done previously. Mr. Speaker, in order for this important bill to go forward, the Leader of the Opposition must stop trying to force wasteful, opportunistic elections or a reckless, soft-on-crime coalition government.
Shame on him.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In public, the Prime Minister says that an election is not something anyone wants, but behind closed doors, he's dreaming of a Conservative majority. We also saw the video in which he said he hoped for an election as soon as possible in order to give Canadians a good lesson. We wonder why he feels he has anything to teach anyone else, especially given that the deficit is increasing every time the Minister of Finance opens his mouth, and that 1.5 million Canadians are unemployed. The Prime Minister feels, and I quote, that women are a marginal group. He calls judges ideologues, left-wing ideologues. How long will we have to look at these values being destroyed, values that have made Canada the envy of the world? Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister does not deserve the trust of Canadians.
For North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to read a statement made by an honourable member of this House yesterday morning, and I quote, "Yeah, another one. A fourth election in 6 years. Canadians don't want elections, and I agree with them. I mean, it's terrible that we have to be in constant election cycles right here." Mr. Speaker, that quotation is from the same honourable member who criticised the Liberal leader's lack of clarity and lack of wisdom. It was made by none other than the Liberal MP for Papineau, Mr. Speaker. Canadians don't want an election. The honourable member from Papineau doesn't want an election. In fact, the only person in Canada who wants an election, Mr. Speaker, is the Leader of the Opposition. What a lack of wisdom, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Halifax.
Award, it's my incredible privilege to rise today to honor the life of Muriel Duckworth. Muriel Duckworth was known as a wonderful, warm, caring human being. She was also a woman who was tough as nails, committed activist who called out inequality and intolerance. In the tradition of the suffragettes, Ms. Duckworth took care of her family while working tirelessly towards peace and justice. She challenged racially discriminating hiring practices. She was a founding member of many grassroots organizations, including the Voice of Women for Peace. She joined in the struggle for justice in many areas, including healthcare, education, daycare, and economic development. But she is perhaps best well known for her tireless work integrating pacifism and feminism. She was a pioneer. And we were so lucky to be able to share Ms. Duckworth's 100th birthday with her this year in Halifax. Thank you, Muriel. We will do our best to carry on your legacy.
The honourable member the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government is focused on what matters to Canadians, our economic recovery, and helping out those hit hardest by this global economic recession. Right. To such ends, yesterday, the Minister of Human Resources Skills Development announced that our government will introduce new measures to further support long-tenured workers. By providing additional weeks of EI to unemployed Canadians who've worked hard and paid EI premiums for years, we're helping them transition back to work. This is the fair and right thing to do. It will make a significant difference in the lives of Canadians and their families, particularly in the Great Kenora riding. In contrast, the Liberal Party leader is only focused on his own interests and trying to force an unnecessary election that will harm our economic recovery. After abandoning the interests of unemployed Canadians this summer, the Liberal leader confirmed yesterday that he will be voting against long-tenured workers, their families, and our initiatives to help unemployed Canadians. This just shows the Liberal leader doesn't care about unemployed Canadians and their families, only about himself.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, this year is the 25th anniversary of the election of the member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt, who is the Dean of the House of Commons. He was elected in 1984 in the context of what René Lévesque called le beau risque, or the noble leap of faith. Since then, this beau risque has disappeared. It ended when Leech Lake died. Our colleague noted what the facts were and founded the Bloc Québécois with others. Despite appearances, he's never changed party because his party is loyalty to the Quebec nation, loyalty that only the Bloc Québécois allows him to exercise fully. If our friend managed to be elected 8 times, it's because of his work with his fellow citizens, and 8,000 of them came to pay tribute to him in Sorel-Tracy. We're very proud that he is one of us. We pay tribute today to his loyalty to Quebec, to his loyalty towards the people in his riding and his colleagues. Thank you, Louis.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
The blooming romance between the Prime Minister and the leader of the NDP. Like many relationships, things started out a bit rocky. For a long time, the Prime Minister was quite derisive of the NDP leader, calling him a left-wing ideologue and his party the Bloc Anglais. It might have had something to do with the fact that the NDP tried to kill the government 79 times. But it's all behind them now, and the romance is in full bloom. In retrospect, we all should have suspected something was afoot when the NDP changed its website to blue, featured their leader wearing a sweater vest, and talked about changing the name of its party. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, I have a sad feeling this romance will only end up in heartache for all Canadians.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read a statement made yesterday by a member in this House, and I quote, "A 4th election in 6 years. Canadians don't want one, and I agree with them. It's terrible to be always having elections." Mr. Speaker, that quote comes from the same MP who denounced the lack of clarity and wisdom on the part of the Liberal leader. It was made by no other than the Liberal member for Papineau. Canadians don't want an election. The member for Papineau doesn't want an election either. In fact, the only person in Canada who wants an election is the leader of the opposition. What a lack of wisdom, Mr. Speaker.
The opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 7 months ago, the Prime Minister met with President Obama. 7 months ago, Buy American was threatening Canadian jobs. Country of origin labeling was hurting our pork and beef exporters. And a thickening border was damaging trade and tourism. 7 months later, these things have only got worse. For 7 months, the Prime Minister has ceased to have any credibility in advancing the Canadian cause in the United States. So how will the 42 minutes tomorrow be any different?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I anticipate not just with President Obama, but with congressional leaders discussing things like environment and energy security, discussing peace and international security, and of course, Mr. Speaker, discussing the economy, which all governments of the G20 are focused on primarily now, and which I would encourage the Leader of the Opposition to focus on instead of trying to force a needless and wasteful election.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just said he wants to talk about clean energy. That's an important subject, but he doesn't have any credibility on the subject. He's had 3 environment ministers in as many years. Got the worst climate change record in the G8. We've got no plan, and we've got no plan to create the green jobs of tomorrow. How can we trust the Prime Minister to advance the cause of the environment in 42 minutes tomorrow when he's failed for 4 years?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, this summer, for example, I announced the Mayo-B hydro project in the Yukon, which is an important project not just for the economy, but for the environment as well. We have a clean energy dialogue going on with the United States administration. Both of our governments are putting a lot of money into both green and clean energy technology. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I do recall a time not too many weeks ago where the Leader of the Opposition actually supported those initiatives. I would encourage him to go back to supporting positive initiatives instead of trying to force the country into a wasteful election for his own purposes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this dialogue on climate and the environment is a dialogue of the deaf. Now, the Prime Minister met with President Obama. We were facing the Buy American threat, and that threat continues to exist today. How can we have trust? How can we trust the Prime Minister to advance the interest of Canadians, that he will do so in 42 minutes if he has not accomplished anything in 4 years? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada-US relations have improved significantly since we were elected in 2006. Now, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I will be having important discussions with the head of Congress, with the President, on issues such as the environment, energy, on peace and international security, and the economy. Mr. Speaker, our government and the Obama administration are focused on the economy, and I would encourage the Leader of the Opposition to do the same instead of focusing on a wasteful election. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the only climate change that we've seen to date is the Prime Minister's tie. He's changed colors. It went now it's orange. It went from blue to orange. Now, seeing as how the new Leader of the NDP and the Prime Minister are working on a coalition, the people don't trust the Prime Minister. We're going to see a new version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde tomorrow in Washington, and we want to know who the real Prime Minister is. Is it the friend of the dinosaur-era reformist or the charming, smiling conservative? Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. If my honourable colleague could perhaps articulate a question instead of all that fanfare, it would be helpful. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. They're not interested in the question. What's interesting when we look at that tie, his tie is almost blue. It's turning to orange. And so, at any rate, when there was a meeting with the three amigos in the summer, the President Obama marginalized and trivialized the issue of the Buy American clause. He even said that it wasn't as serious as people thought and that we shouldn't worry about it. The Prime Minister had an opportunity at the time to protect the interests of Quebecers and Canadians, and he did nothing. Tomorrow, it will be mark the 1 month period that he said nothing on this. He has another opportunity tomorrow to defend our interests. How can we have confidence or trust this the Honourable Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an issue with protectionism. with the representatives of Congress in the United States, and that's why we have put forth a proposal for their consideration. I held meetings with various people a few days ago in Washington, and we wanted to put forth our solution. We have directed our trade negotiators to work on the document, and we will continue working towards a solution. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government announced some new measures dealing with employment insurance. However, there are many They're getting all worked up, but there are a lot of questions that remain unanswered. Will the measure help forestry workers? It's a sector that's experiencing very difficult times in Quebec and has been the case for many years. Will it help people in the pulp and paper industry because the plants are closing intermittently? Beyond the good intentions, the conditions required by the Conservative government are not helping, and a number of people who are long-term tenured workers are not benefiting from these additional weeks. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the measures announced by the Minister yesterday are good measures for workers in all sectors across the country, including long-tenured workers who will see their benefits extended during the recession. I would encourage the Bloc Québécois to finally support measures for the unemployed people in this country. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the issue of older workers, people who are 55 and over. When they've been working for 25 or 30 years in the same company, I call those people long-tenured workers, but each year those people, many of them are unemployed, but they're not entitled to benefits. That wasn't the case for the auto workers in Ontario, so I'd like to hear whether the conditions for the auto workers in Ontario are good for these workers in Quebec. That's the question, and I would want an answer to it. Order, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the improvements to employment insurance are for all unemployed people in Canada. It's not a policy that applies to one province or one industry. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for the Bloc Québécois to support these positive measures for the unemployed people of this country. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. What was just said is not accurate, Mr. Speaker. Despite the announcement yesterday, there are problems with access and eligibility. If we look at the department's website, we can see that some 50% of the unemployed do not have access to the EI system. So how can the minister claim that she's helping workers, the unemployed rather, when 50% of all people are abandoned at a time when getting a job and keeping a job is so difficult? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. The member for the Bloc Québécois should review his figures, because for 2008, 82% of all people who contributed to employment insurance were eligible to benefits. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that in the manufacturing sector, the automobile sector, mining, the forestry, all of those sectors which have been hard hit by the economic crisis, all of those sectors and all those employees, those long-tenured workers, are eligible for EI based on the parameters adopted yesterday. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, we need more than a piecemeal approach full of measures to help the unemployed. We need a comprehensive overhaul of the system, and this will be necessary to help workers. The 2-week waiting period must be abolished, as the change from 55 to 60%. The eligibility standard must be reduced to 360 hours. Why is the government refusing to take action now? The Honourable Minister. The government has put in place a number of measures to help people who are losing their jobs. First of all, Mr. Speaker, we added 5 weeks And we added that on to the end of the period so that these people who are unemployed will have benefits for a longer period of time. We've also focused on work sharing. This enables some more people to be involved. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, we put in place the measure that we did yesterday for long-tenured workers. And there are measures for people for transitional training. So some 700,000 people who've lost their jobs will benefit from these measures, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The Prime Minister is going to meet with President Obama tomorrow, and we assume that the issue of climate change will be on that short agenda. It's vitally important. We know the Prime Minister favours the increased production of tar sands oil and its export. He's supported in that by the leader of the Liberal Party. My question to the Prime Minister is, wouldn't it be better to raise with President Obama the kinds of solutions that really will deal with climate change instead of proposing more export of dirty oil from the tar sands? What about the solutions instead of more pollution?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment has been pursuing a clean energy dialogue with the United States for some time now. We are focused, as they are, on not just on climate change, but particularly on those areas that need special attention, like the oil sands, and like coal-fired electricity in the United States, which is about 40 times bigger than the oil sands. I point out, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to clean development of the oil sands, on which many Canadians' jobs depend, including, Mr. Speaker, a number of NDP voters, or at least people who work there who used to be NDP voters.
Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, if nothing changes, Canada will withdraw from combat missions in 2011 in Afghanistan. We know that President Obama is looking for commitments and support for the longer term. When the American president raises the matter, will the Prime Minister reassure Canadians that he will not make a commitment for the troops in Afghanistan beyond 2011? And will he support the idea of the European leaders for a UN conference on Afghanistan in order to come up with a change in direction? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the position of this government is clear. The military mission will wrap up in 2011. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are currently training Afghan forces to better defend their own country and we're working with Americans. The President Obama is very committed to the mission in Afghanistan. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
On August 27th, the United States imposed a fishing moratorium on a 21,000 square kilometre area of the Beaufort Sea that falls well within Canadian boundaries. This is the largest encroachment on Canadian territory in our history as a country. The Prime Minister had a photo op on a frigate in the Arctic, but will he really protect Canadian sovereignty by asking President Obama tomorrow to withdraw the fishing moratorium the United States has imposed on Canadian territory?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the territory in question in the Beaufort Sea has been the subject of a territorial dispute between the United States and Canada for some time. Obviously, we would like to find a resolution of that dispute, but of course, in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we will assert our right to enforce Canadian law in our territory.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the Buy American protectionist measures are destroying Canadian jobs. Exports from Canada to the U.S. have dropped by more than 35% this year alone. Buy American has been in place for 7 months, and we are still waiting for a Canadian exemption. Why aren't the Conservatives in a position to obtain any results of? Why can't the government do anything to protect Canadian workers? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we have reached an agreement among premiers in Canada to have an agreement that we can present to the U.S. stating that we will be open to free trade and will remain that way. We will be avoiding protectionism, as I said to Mr. Speaker, there are people who are currently working with the Americans in order to come up, to finalize, work on a solution, and this began last week. The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
Months and no results from this government. A recent CIBC report confirms that Buy American is smothering Canadian growth. Canadian exports to the U.S. have plummeted 35% this year, and Canadians can't trust the Conservatives to protect Canadian jobs. Trade is clearly an area of federal responsibility, but the only leadership in Canada has come from provinces and municipalities. Why have the Conservatives failed so miserably to protect Canadian jobs from American protectionism?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Order.
Speaker, our Prime Minister has shown leadership. We have shown leadership in bringing together premiers and territorial leaders from across the country, and they have, in a somewhat unprecedented way, in a fairly short period of time, we allowed them some months to do this, come together with a procurement agreement, which I have now presented to the U.S. Trade Representative, did this last week, and he has appointed a chief negotiator. We have appointed a chief negotiator, and we are looking at this problem of Buy America, which, Mr. Speaker, we frankly see as an element of protectionism. We want to see this turned around, and we're aggressively pursuing it in that direction.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to answer why he's allowed his ministers to abuse infrastructure funds they're responsible for simply to try and buy votes in their ridings and delay jobs for Canadians at the same time. But while he sits silent, we find that more government ministers have had their hands in several cookie jars. And today, would the Prime Minister care to explain how the Minister of Finance managed to get, for his university, the highest per student grant in the province, 8 times the per student share they ordinarily would have gotten?
The Honourable Minister of State. Order.
Mr. Speaker,
Order.
This government put an unprecedented amount of money into science and technology, and it did include $2 billion into the Knowledge Infrastructure Program. $2 billion that was matched by provinces and the private sector that amounted to almost $5 billion into this economy, creating jobs right now in every community with a university or college.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed he didn't say it's going fairly into every community with a university or college. And Mr. Speaker, when the Minister of Finance said in his budget, and I quote, that measures would target Canadians and communities most in need, I guess what he forgot to tell Canadians is what he really meant. He was going to target those most in need of stimulus to vote Conservative. Now, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure fund for British Columbia, the Conservatives took 8 times as much money as opposition ridings on average. In Nova Scotia, the Building Canada Fund, they took 50% more funding for themselves. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Prime Minister, why should we trust them when they're so busy looking after themselves?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Speaker, it's another day and another outrageous allegation from the member opposite. Let me tell him how it works. Let's take it how it works in the province of Ontario, his province and mine. We sit down with the provincial Liberal government of Dalton McGuinty. We get applications and we make decisions. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Premier Dalton McGuinty, I resent the accusation that Dalton McGuinty is involved in some sort of a vote-swinging regime to help the Conservative Party. We're working well with Dalton McGuinty. We're working well with the government of Ontario. And how dare he attack my Premier?
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Order, please. Many people demonstrated calling for Ottawa to take action to help them make it through the forestry crisis. This demonstration is the illustration of the discontent in the forestry sector in Quebec. They are calling for assistance equivalent to that received by the auto sector in Ontario. The Conservative government, in fact, will it put in place our proposals which deal with the loan guarantees and improved accessibility to EI as the FDQ's paper union is calling for. The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region for a meeting, and I attended the demonstration in question. And it was not as the member opposite is reporting it was. We're talking about a provincial jurisdiction here, and our government is doing more than it's been done in the past. Our government, thanks to our approach, has provided for over $100 million for forestry and silviculture, and once again, the Bloc Québécois voted against these measures. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The coalition in Quebec is calling for more use of wood in federal buildings. The Bloc Québécois has tabled a bill for the use of this wood in federal buildings. How will the Minister of Economic Development, who wants to help regions like the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, has he simply allowed his colleagues to vote against a measure like that at the Industry Committee? The Honourable Minister of there are a number of those people who've benefited from the $170 million that was used to develop new products as requested. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, these are very concrete measures. I will repeat that there are some $323 million that are invested in order to renovate federal buildings. So, of course, there is an increase in requirements for wood, and these are very concrete steps, Mr. Speaker. We are taking action. Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Quebecers are calling for a clear message to be sent out to white-collar criminals. There's a situation with the Jones, as you will recall, and the Bloc Québécois has put forth measures to prevent white-collar criminals from being released after serving 1/6 of their sentences. There is a consensus in Quebec on this measure. Will the government act in good faith and enable the Bloc Québécois bill to go ahead? It's a very simple bill. It only has 2 measures. Will the government enable it to be adopted at all stages today? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious crime. We know that white-collar crimes cause serious damage, and we can never, in fact, imagine how bad the consequences are. We are taking action, but unfortunately for the Bloc member, we've announced our own measures. And, Mr. Speaker, we are taking action. We hope that the Bloc will support our measure, because at present the Bloc is opposed to abolishing the house arrest provisions for white-collar crimes, and that is shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Before giving mandatory minimums, you have to catch them, and if possible, get them back. With respect to the government's attitude towards the elimination of the 6 of the sentence, the Bloc Québécois is proposing a specialized, permanent, integrated approach to support the police officers and to help them capture white-collar criminals. Can there not be some hope of the government's cooperation? The Minister. Well, I hear my colleague speaking about complementary measures. You know, in 2007, $10 million was set aside for the police, and also the Bloc now is coming forward with a bill. I can point out that the government is working hard. We are delivering. But beyond the question of coming up with something like that, improvised and ineffective.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville. Order.
Mr. Speaker, 3 months ago, the Minister of Transport said Canadians do not want a job-killing payroll tax increase. Now that unemployment is approaching double digits, these same Conservatives seem to believe a payroll tax increase is a great idea. Why do these Conservatives insist on burdening workers and businesses with this job-killing Conservative tax hike?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this member is complaining about EI premiums, and yet they want to spend billions on their 45-day work year that would cost a lot of money. You can't have it both ways. We have frozen the EI premiums for 2 years and established an arm's length transparent body to set the rates into the future.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Honourable member for Mississauga Street today.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Human Resources wrote in an op-ed piece, and I quote, "A massive increase in job-killing payroll taxes will hurt workers and small businesses alike." $13 billion. That's the new tax burden the Conservatives are planning. If it was a job killer in May, why is it the right policy today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources.
Perhaps the member didn't hear me, but we froze the EI rates for 2 years. And it's not us that increase taxes. We cut taxes to billions of dollars. It's the official leader of the Liberal Party that said he plans to raise taxes when he spoke a few months ago.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has violated the trust of Canadians about taxes. First, Conservatives raised income taxes. They broke their word. Then they slapped a brutal new Conservative tax on income trusts, ripping $25 billion from the savings of 2 million Canadians. Again, they broke their word. And now they're going to slap this job-killing Conservative tax on employment through higher EI premiums. The Prime Minister used to say that was a dumb idea. Why is he breaking his word again? How can Canadians possibly trust these people?
They can trust us to reduce taxes because we've done that. It's that party that's raised taxes and spent billions of dollars. On the one hand, they say spend $4 billion or more dollars on EI. On the other hand, they say don't raise taxes. You have to decide which way you're going on that.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the issue here is trust. Canadians simply cannot trust a government that so often fails to tell the truth. The Prime Minister said increasing EI premiums was dumb. He promised he would never raise taxes on anything. Conservatives also said, Mr. Speaker, quote, "There is no greater fraud than a promise unkept." So why are they slapping a new Conservative tax on jobs? Using their own words, would that be a fraud? Because it would be a promise unkept.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can trust us as the party that cuts taxes. What we have on the other side is a party that proposes carbon taxes when it's convenient for them. It's a party that spends billions and raises taxes, and they come around and try to change it the other way. They're trying to have an election simply for opportunistic purposes. Nothing to do with the right interests of Canadians. We will stand behind Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford. Order.
Mr. Speaker, all members of this House have had an opportunity over the summer to speak to their constituents about the actions of their party and their leader. I know that Conservative members of this House sought the opinions of their constituents on our government's crime agenda, an agenda that ensures that the rights of law-abiding Canadians and victims trump the rights of criminals. To the Minister of Justice, could he explain the details of our government's comprehensive crime agenda and how that agenda could be derailed by an unwanted and completely unnecessary election?
Very good. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I want to thank the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker. I have spoken with a lot of Canadians who are very supportive of our tough on crime agenda. I pointed out to them that we've introduced bills that crack down on identity theft, car theft, getting rid of double credit for time served, and the faint hope clause, and Bill C-15, Mr. Speaker, the bill that would crack down on serious drug dealers. Now, I've challenged the Liberals to get this passed, but getting tough on crime has never been a priority for the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. This is why I say the only party you can count on, Mr. Speaker, to stand up for victims and law-abiding Canadians is this Conservative Party and this Conservative government.
Honourable Member. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, laid-off Nortel workers continue to be denied their pensions and benefits. A petition with 17,000 names on it has been presented in this House, calling on the government to amend legislation to put a stop to this atrocious situation. While larger commercial creditors get settlements, workers are told to go to the back of the line and keep their fingers crossed that there'll be something left for them after the big creditors have been paid. Will the Finance Minister stand up for Canadian workers and enact legislation to protect the pensions of hard-working Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of...
A lot of pension issues to which he refers are actually provincial issues within the realm of provincial legislatures. When it comes to bankruptcy proceedings, however, this House has already opined on that issue, and we're looking forward to enacting those regulations.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Speaker, but I wish we would have had that kind of leadership before, because, Mr. Speaker, this House passed that legislation unanimously, and we didn't hear from the government. So I want to know from this government, from the minister, when will those people who are outstanding, waiting for support from their government, which we've seen from the British government, from the American government, get the phone call to say, you know what, your government's here for you, your benefits are on their way, and you're going to get protections for your pension, for your severance, and for your LTD. When is that day going to come, and when is that phone call going to be made by that minister?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the issues to which the Honourable Member refers are within the realm of provincial competency, provincial legislatures. However, this House did pass a bill, in fact, two parts of the bill over two parliaments, and indeed we're looking forward to enacting those regulations forthwith.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that he would be meeting the President of the United States tomorrow. The subjects for discussion are many, but there is one that the Prime Minister has not been raised. It is that of Omar Khadr, this child soldier, Canadian citizen who has been 7 years held in Guantanamo. Does the Prime Minister intend to ask for the repatriation of Omar Khadr, the last Westerner in Guantanamo, when he meets the American President? The Honourable, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question from my colleague is this. Yes, indeed, tomorrow the Prime Minister will be meeting the President of the United States. Clearly, there will be an agenda, the interests of Canada, but also, Mr. Speaker, there will be a question about security, about other matters, for example, Afghanistan and the economy in general. Mr. Speaker, we know that August the 14th last, there was a ruling that was handed down by the Federal Court of Appeal, a split decision. There is an appeal by the government with respect to that. The member for Sherbrooke. The dispute that exists now with the United States doesn't really come from the Buy American Act, if you like, but rather in certain municipalities, those municipalities using only American products are eligible for American programs, aid programs. Now, does the Prime Minister intend, in his meeting with President Obama, to mitigate that program so that the United States will be able to accept other products in this program? The Minister, I had a meeting last week with the mayors and other directors of municipalities here in Canada. I explained our plan with respect to the Americans' protectionism. I have their support to continue with our plan. We will continue to work together with the mayors and municipalities to get our message out against American protectionism. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians have been affected more than any other group by this recession. Indeed, almost half of the Canadians who have lost their jobs are under age 25. Yet Canada needs these young people to prepare a more prosperous, stronger future for everyone. How can the government justify the fact that it has no short-term plan, no long-term vision to help? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
We've invested $20 million over 2 years to help summer students have jobs. We've created 40,000 jobs this summer alone, 15 million for YMCA for youth internships, 20 million for federal public service student employment. We're investing into students and we're ensuring that they have jobs when they need them. Thank you, Mr.
Very good.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Words, because of this recession, students across our country found it extremely difficult to find summer jobs to help pay for their education. In fact, youth unemployment is at 20%, more than twice the national average. I met with a group of students today from across the country, and they listed all the ways these Conservatives have failed them. How can we trust this government to create the jobs of tomorrow if they won't even give young Canadians a chance today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, not only have we created jobs for young people, but we also provided grants for them to go back to school. We've provided grants of $250 per month for those in low income, $100 per month for those in higher income. And here's what the Canadian Alliance of Students had to say. They're pleased to see that the Canada Student Grant Program and the Repayment Assistance Plan are aimed at giving students access to a post-secondary education and alleviating debt repayment upon graduation, respectively. And this was June of 2009. We're taking steps at many fronts, and we're helping many more students than that party did when they were in government, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, flu H1N1 is going to hit even harder in October. 74 people have already lost their lives because of the flu. We have to act now. Is the minister going to release her list of priorities later this week? But we would prefer to have the First Nations and the Inuit on the list because they are at greater risk. Our question is very simple. Can the minister tell the House if the Aboriginal peoples will be on the list of priority? The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that every Canadian who wants to receive the vaccine will receive it. The vaccine rollout is currently being developed. Advice on the Special Advisory Committee made up of Chief Medical Officers is working on that, and I expect that vaccine rollout document to be released sometime this week. We're working with the provinces and territories to ensure that all Canadians who want to receive the vaccine will be able to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, does the minister realize that H1N1 is not a postal code?
Problem on our hands. At the symposium in Winnipeg 2 weeks ago, leading epidemiologists in this country said that First Nations and Inuit people are 25 times more likely to contract H1N1. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, is this government going to stop the bureaucrat tease and this diddle-daddling with respect to First Nations and Inuit people and act?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only party that thinks H1N1 is a postal code is that party. Our goal is to ensure that the balance between the needs and speed of the timing of vaccine, Canadians will be gathering as much information as we can on the vaccine to ensure that it is safe and effective for all Canadians. And thanks to the actions of Health Canada, we'll be able to approve that vaccine quickly, and all Canadians who want to receive the vaccine will be able to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition claims that the government has given China and India the cold shoulder on trade, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, the Liberal record speaks for itself. Despite having 13 years in power, the Liberals made no progress on trade with these countries. Furthermore, they completed only 3 free trade agreements and none after 2002. Could the Minister of International Trade please tell this House how our government's action on trade with China and India compares to this dismal Liberal record?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
question, but for the help that she has been on the, especially related to our India trade. Mr. Speaker, just a quick short list. In the recent time, in the past months, we've had 14 members of Parliament ministers visit China, including myself and Minister of Foreign Affairs. We've invested $2.5 billion into the Asia-Pacific corridor to help the flow of goods to Asia. 6 new trade offices, Mr. Speaker, in China, 3 more in India. That brings us up to 8. The Prime Minister has started negotiations with the EU in terms of free trade agreements. We have discussions with India right now in terms of trade, foreign investment protection, a nuclear cooperation agreement, more FTAs on the way. We're doing quite a bit more than those guys ever did.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, governments have long urged Canadians to save for retirement, and mechanics, teachers, bus drivers and others, including former Nortel employees, have done just that. But the Conservatives have failed to act in the face of a recession that has eroded retirement savings for many people. With their sorry record on income trusts, the Conservatives clearly have no credibility. How can Canadians trust this Conservative government to protect their savings today when they deny that there's even a problem?
They can't. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
In the Economic Action Plan, we have probably the largest innovation in savings for Canadians since the RSP in the 1950s, and that is the tax-free savings account. This will revolutionize savings in Canada. All Canadians are eligible to participate. There's good take-up across the country, and it's going to be even more important year after year as more and more Canadians invest in tax-free savings account and earn interest tax-free.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. A few months before the beginning of the Olympic Games in Vancouver, the capacity to provide French coverage of the Games is inadequate. Reports in the news media today show the concerns of Graham Fraser. Only 10% of the staff at the airports will be bilingual, able to speak French. What is the government going to do to respect its legal obligations with respect to francophones? The Minister. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in 2010 will be perfectly bilingual. Mr. Graham Fraser said today that many measures are being taken to ensure that the Olympic Games in Canada will reflect this fact. I'm very happy to hear this question because it allows me to say today our government announced $7.7 million of new funds, $1 billion rather, of new funds to ensure that the Games will be completely bilingual. And that is something that we can say we are doing again, delivering the goods. Order, please.
Eastern Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, air safety inspectors at Transport Canada are so strapped for travel costs they've had to secretly dip into a budget meant for the Mackenzie Valley pipeline. The Transport Minister has said he will look into this misuse of public funds, but that misses the point. Transport Canada wants out of the flight safety business and is underfunding the work of its safety inspectors. This is the real issue. Will the Minister call an inquiry into whether Transport Canada is living up to its responsibility to ensure Canadians are safe when they fly our airs?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at Transport Canada, we take our obligations for the safety of the travelling public very seriously. There's an important public role for the government in this area, and we take it very seriously and will continue to do so. Just in the budget this year, the Minister of Finance provided literally hundreds of millions of dollars of new resources to my portfolio to assist in ensuring that we live up to those obligations, Mr. Speaker. Safety is something that's very important in our civil aviation sector and one that we will continue to put great priority on.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice announced earlier today that our government is intending to bring in legislation to fight white-collar crime in this country. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice explain to the House how the government intends to deal with this very serious problem and how it will defend the victims of crime? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. White-collar crime is a problem that has been taken seriously by our government and has always taken it seriously. The Minister of Justice announced this morning that we will be creating mandatory minimum sentences for serious offences, and we look to the possibility of restitution, creating measures of restitution. Just let me read. When the camera isn't on them, they do everything they can to block any type of substantive answer in this House.
Order.
Order, please.
To the attention of honourable members, the presence in the gallery of 3 distinguished visitors: the Honourable Rosemary Maturin, Speaker of the House of Assembly of St. Lucia; the Honourable Juan Fernando Cordero Cueva, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of the Republic of Ecuador; and the Honourable Joan Purcell, Speaker of the Senate of Grenada. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Government Bill, Commons. Reading of Bill C-23, the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act, and on the sub-amendment of Ms. Crowder.
Order. À l'ordre.
Order, please.
L'honorable député de Marc Aurel Fortin.
The honourable member for Marc Aurel Fortin on a point of order. Order, please. The honourable member.
La parole maintenant.
The honourable member has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the House's unanimous consent for this motion that notwithstanding the standing orders, that the law having to do with parole, the one having to do with the serving a sixth of a sentence, with abolishing serving a sixth of a sentence, be sent to committee. That it be deemed having been sent to committee, past third reading and adopted. Does the honourable member for Marc Aurel Fortin have the unanimous consent of the House to present this motion? There is no consent, no unanimous consent. Resuming debate.
Debate. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand to speak to the debate on Bill C-23, which
interrupt the honourable member for Western Arctic, but I believe the honourable l'honorable député de Marc Aurel.
The honourable member for Marc Aurel Fortin on another point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know who did not give consent. Well, the Speaker doesn't take note of who says what, but I did hear no's. So the honourable member will understand this, I'm sure. All right, now we're on debate.
Has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I say, I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-23, joining with many of my colleagues in our attempt through this debate right now to deal with an amendment to the bill, which would deny second reading to the bill at this point because of the failure of the government to follow procedure, really, when it comes to the development of such an important endeavor. This amendment, brought by the Bloc and further sub-amended by the NDP, really speaks to the importance of the work of the committee that was engaged in the discussions around a free trade agreement with Colombia. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is really paramount that the issues have full examination. We've heard the debate here. We've seen the divergence of views that exist on this particular issue. We've seen that this bill is not well understood by the Canadian public. It's not accepted by many people within the Canadian public. Groups and organizations have spoke out vociferously against it. My emails have been filled for months with the demand of individuals that they would like to see that this free trade deal be stopped. I've had countless letters from my constituents on the subject. This issue needs much further examination. What has happened here is that the minister has pushed this bill forward without proper examination, without proper analysis, and this is the result that we're here today in the House of Commons speaking to an amendment that looks to block the bill moving forward at second reading. So why is this amendment important? And why do I support the amendment? Because we've broken with our democratic practices. We're not taking into account fully the process that we have in the House of Commons for examination of significant legislation. As well, we need to give full weight to evidence from civil society, and that won't happen before the committee has completed its work, completed its evidential gathering, written a report, presented it to the House of Commons. So those steps are missing here, and they make up an absence of understanding around this particular bill. And thirdly, to the amendment, without that report in front of the government's not really going to be required to do proper analysis on the legislation, on the free trade deal, much as it hasn't done analysis on many of the free trade deals that have come before this Parliament over the last year and a half. I think it's patently absurd that we enter into free trade deals based on ideology, and I'd like to turn that argument around on the Liberals and Conservatives that keep coming after us. We're against free trade. That's why we're standing up over and again on our ideology. This government supporting free trade based on ideology, not on the analysis of the impact of the deal on the particular sectors that are going to be affected, not by its analysis of free trade arrangements as they've impacted Canadian society. That work hasn't been done. That work won't be done if this government and the Liberal opposition continue to support free trade on an ideological basis, rather than on a practical and pragmatic basis that is what we as parliamentarians should be moving forward with. So this amendment, as it stands, is an important amendment. It takes away from the government its right to bring this bill forward without that kind of work that needs to be done. That's why we're standing here, and NDP members and Bloc members over and over again are standing up to speak on this particular amendment. Because we want to see Parliament work correctly. We want to see Parliament work for all Canadians. We want to see legislators acting with rational and reasoned approaches based on correct analysis rather than simple ideological commitment to free trade. That's what's going on here. to the larger issue of the free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, and to, the essential elements that would be involved in a free trade arrangement with Colombia, that's something that, of course, has occupied much of the debate anyhow, and I certainly will add to it in my case as well. Why does Colombia want a free trade deal? Why is it that Colombia is pushing for a free trade deal with Canada? Is it because the free trade arrangement that they were looking for with the United States has been unsuccessful to date? Is that why? Is that why the emphasis is on Canada now, hoping to go through the back door to get what they want rather than through the... Is that what's going on with this deal? Is that why the emphasis is moving ahead with this free trade arrangement rather than taking the appropriate steps, rather than doing the proper analysis? That we're creating an opportunity not only for Colombia to move ahead with a free trade deal, but put pressure on U.S. legislators right now who quite clearly are standing up and saying, why would we want to support a free trade deal with a country that doesn't meet the minimum standards of labor practices, of environmental practices, of common decency towards their society, of the lack of criminal action at the highest level within that society, the government, which by all intents and purposes is a government that has been led by quasi-criminals for the past dozen years, has a record of that is incredibly bad when it comes to dealing with its citizens, has a record of turning a blind eye to the most malignant forms of oppression that occur in any part of South and Central America. The conservative speakers have talked about the improvement in numbers killed in Colombia. Improvement in numbers killed of trade union people. Do they not think for a minute that the wholesale slaughter of trade union members over the past dozen years has led to a point where these people are taking their own steps to avoid repression, they're taking their own steps to avoid being killed, that this society has taken, this government and this leadership has taken so many actions against them that they've basically had to be very, very circumspect in how they deal in their own society. Isn't that more likely the case, that the repression that has occurred for so many years in that country has now played out to a point where the amount of murder required, the amount of murder available to the death squads, the amount of potential victims has reduced? This has brought down the numbers, I'm sure. Stands to reason. Now, within that society, within that repression, we have talked about going into a free trade agreement. We say, well, the things are improving there. Don't we have a minimum standard that we should apply to any country before we enter into an arrangement, a preferred trade arrangement with that country? It's not good enough to talk about improvement in numbers killed. That's not good enough. We need to actually examine the nature of the society that we're proposing to link up to. That's the kind of analysis that this government hasn't done and won't do because it doesn't believe that anything should stand in the way of free trade. The U.S. Congress has made a different point of view. Now, they're not NDPers. We join with our colleagues in the United States in standing up against this proposed free trade arrangement. And Mr. Speaker, I see I'm running down on my time, but I'm sure there'll be many other New Democrats to stand up to continue this argument, because this argument is important to Canada, it's important to this Parliament, and it's important to the people of Colombia as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague's speech in terms of the fundamental question of what is our obligation as legislators in the country of Canada to ensure full development of the Canadian economy, but also for certain international standards of development. And this issue that he kept raising about the ideological blinders that the Conservative Party has, where they believe that capital and the free movement of capital, wherever, however, with whoever, is the only issue. It's sort of a kind of hoodoo mysticism that they believe that as long as you let capital do what it wants, everything else will be fine. So here we have a murderous regime with a horrific record on human rights. Our colleagues in the United States, who in the past have supported some very murderous regimes, they've raised clear objections. Clear objections have been raised to this government, and yet they don't seem to have any interest whatsoever in addressing very, very serious abuses that are international in scope. And the question I'd ask my honourable colleague is they've thrown up this narrow fig leaf of respectability that, while there's less people being killed now than before, therefore there's an improvement. However, if you look at the history of Guatemala, you look at the history of El Salvador, Nicaragua, under the death squads, at a certain point there's just not all that many left to kill. Or, the corollary to that, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that if you do make enough examples out of enough people, it's very hard to get other people to take their place. That's why they're called terror killings. That's the whole point of terror killings, is to make examples in villages and communities and in factories and at mines that if you step out of line, you're going to get killed. You don't have to continue mass murder year after year to make that work, Mr. Speaker. You just have to start making examples. So now that we're seeing less people being killed but still gross violations of human rights, is only indicative that this policy of this regime, this outlaw regime, is having an effect on suppressing the basic rights and developments of this country. So I would like to ask my honourable colleague, given the immense interest of the Canadian oil and gas sector, the Canadian mining sector, in getting into Colombia to get at deposits, the fact that this government is showing no interest whatsoever in basic issues of establishing standards of human rights norms, what expectations does he have that there will be any obligation on any company, Canadian, Chinese, whatever, going into Colombia to exploit their resources, to have any obligation whatsoever to ensure that the communities that are affected are going to actually have some basic levels of protection?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, that, Mr. Speaker, of course, is a question that leads me to support the amendment that we have in front of us. We don't have the answer to that. We don't have the answer that says these are the rules that are going to drive development within this country. We don't have that answer. We can't have that answer because we haven't done a fulsome and complete dissection of that society in this Parliament to understand what kind of society we're entering into. We're taking, now we've had parliamentarians off on a trip to Colombia, and I've had a variety of views brought back to me about that trip. Obviously that trip was very carefully stage managed. Obviously that trip spoke to individuals that wanted to carry forward the government's message. In the cases when they weren't speaking to those type of folks, we saw that the people that were being interviewed were, in some cases, almost terrified for their lives. These are things that parliamentarians reported back on. So where do we find the justification, the understanding of the society that means that we can put forward a free trade deal which will bring our companies into this region under rules that are comprehensible to Canadians and to Canadian businesses? We're putting our businesses at risk here. We're not doing them a favor in the long run. We're causing them potential for grief.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the House for giving me this time to speak on this very important debate on the free trade agreement with Canada and Colombia. You know, trade not only brings economic opportunities, but it also brings, when when nations trade, it brings dialogue and between nations, and it brings ideals, beliefs, what they have in common. So I think this trade agreement is very important. When you see other trade agreements around the world, whether it's the NAFTA agreement we had between Canada, U.S., and Mexico, how it forged our countries together, not only in trade, but also in relationships with each other. Very recently, we did a Middle East tour with the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we talked to the people of Jordan, and they have a free trade agreement between Jordan, Israel, and Egypt. And those countries get along. They get along mostly because they're trading with each other. They're relying on each other for exports and imports. And when you look at the European Union, over the centuries, all the strife that was in Europe, and you look at their European bloc and their trading practices, one of the reasons why you have things getting along so well in Europe is because they're traders now. So it's very important that trade is happening around the world, because it makes different societies and different nations to get along. 7 years ago, when I was on the Trade Committee, we went all through South America, and it was quite an eye-opener to see the potential that was in this region. We were in Chile because we were already right now, at that time having a free trade agreement with Chile, and our exports to Chile, our paper products, our everything from airplane parts, it just increased when we had a deal with Chile that time, and we started buying products from them. So I remember that tour we did, and we went all through those South American countries, and the ones that we were trading with and we had agreements with, especially Peru and Chile, it was a tremendous amount of trade, and also airplane routes were open between those two countries, so you had a lot of dialogue. When you look at Chile, for instance, and the products that we're buying, and really we should be looking at the products, the potential we'll be buying more from Colombia. It's very strategically for us, because we're on the northern hemisphere, they're on the southern hemisphere. A lot of times we cannot have certain products here that they can have. Right now we have S&C Lavalin setting up from Canada down there, setting up shop. So there's so much we can gain from. Just a couple of years ago, when I was responsible in the previous government for the emerging economies, I got to tour all these countries, especially in Asia, these emerging economies in Asia, and how their economies were increasing and how they were expanding, and it was mostly because of trade. And especially Eastern European countries, when I visited those, you would see Poland and you would see Romania, Hungary. Those countries were all of a sudden, after the Iron Curtain came down, they started doing more trade with the rest of the world. Their economies got better. Their social networks got better. Even their labor laws got better in these countries because of trade. So we should be not so afraid of having a free trade agreement with Colombia. It's going to be very good for both countries. And we got to think of the situation that is right now in South America. You have Venezuela, who is strong-arming really Colombia. It's helping with the guerrillas that are fighting the Colombian government. And we should help them break away from the dependence on Venezuela and the few countries that they're trading with. We have to do trade with them, and because if they're caught and staying in that situation that they're in, Mr. Speaker, it's not a very good one, because you'll constantly have strife, and your economy will not expand. So, but you know, the other thing is, we're not the first country. We're not the first country to sign a free trade agreement with Colombia. When you look at the other countries now, we have, and I mentioned the European Union. The European Union already has a trade agreement with Colombia. And when you look at the European Union's their countries, they're all democratic countries. They have very vibrant trade unions. You know, they're committed to human rights. So they seen the merit of doing this trade agreement with Colombia. So, you know, if they seen the merit and they went through all the hoops with it, we should be looking at it. And you see other countries that are stepping up to the plate and going to do trade with Colombia. Scandinavian countries in Britain and the Netherlands, France and Germany. They're all joining in and helping Colombia prosper. And you know, when you talk about prosperity, You know, there's a saying, you know, if, you know, people will flourish when things are happening, when business is good, when people have a job. But when people do not have a job and when economies are bad, it's very hard, especially on the young people. I remember visiting Syria, and in Syria and Cuba, you see these countries that are boxed in and they do not have a lot of trade. You see a lot of young people in the streets. These people are in the streets and they're not working. They don't see any hope. They don't see any in trade or in business. They don't see any future. And what many times what happens in these countries, and it's happened in Colombia, they fall for the other side of the economy that's not good. And we see with Colombia the narcotics. That's where a lot of these young people have nowhere else to work but in these industries. So you see it in a lot of these countries that do not have trade agreements out there. They're not trading with the rest of the world. They're boxed in. They have a lot of young people. And it brings nothing but strife, and they cannot move forward. So I think it's very important that we are one of the leaders here on the trade agreement with Colombia. And just look at us as Canadians. We are traders. We are traders. And, you know, for one of the biggest countries in the world, we have one of the smallest populations. And look how much trade we do a day. You know, the numbers are roughly, we're almost importing $1 billion a day. We're almost exporting $1.5 billion a day. Those numbers are tremendous for a small population when you look at the world of over 30 million people. So we're traders, we believe in trade, and we have to show leadership out there. Now, you know, in poor Colombia, you know, for 40 years it's been paralyzed, it's been divided, they've been desperate, there's violence, you know. And legitimate trade, and I talk about legitimate trade, you know, not trade that, you know, in narcotics. Legitimate trade is what's going to bring them out of it. So we have to foster that trade, and we have to help them out. And I was just talking to the member from King's Hands, and he mentioned, you know, even the U.S. is making a trade deal. How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? 2.5 minutes. Very good. That gives me good time to finish off here. So, and you talk about labor standards, and the NDPs talk about labor standards, how bad they are in Colombia. Well, the member from King's Hands was there, and he says, you know, they have the strongest and most, the best labor standards in the world. The biggest problem is they don't have enough inspectors. They don't have enough inspectors on the ground making sure those rules are followed. So, and that's what Canada is also doing. We are right now helping them fund with a lot of their labor inspectors on the ground so they can fulfill and push those rules. We shouldn't just have a free trade agreement out there, carte blanche. Sure, we should have we should have things attached to it. We should have labor laws attached to it. We should have human rights attached to it. And that's the way we should look at it. There's no reason why we can't. We've done this with other trade agreements. So the best place for this is to move it forward. Move it forward to the Trade Committee. I've been on the Trade Committee. I know how it works. They're very efficient. They move fast. They'll go through this legislation quick. And let's dissect it a bit and make sure those things are in place that some Canadians are concerned about. And, you know, let the NDP, instead of stopping this from going forward, move it forward. They should be thinking of the people of Colombia. They should be thinking of companies like S&C Lavalin that are working down there. They should be thinking about the products we pulling out of Colombia that could make our lifestyle better, whether it's cut flowers or coffee or many of the produce items that we cannot grow in the winter here. So these are all things why we should move forward with this legislation. There's quite a few speakers on this over the last few days, and I think there was a lot brought out about it. Some of the information that was brought out, Mr. Speaker, was misinformation. And I think we should, for the record, we should correct that, and we should look at this because Canada is a leader. It's a leader in free trade agreements, and it shouldn't stop there, and it should help this go forward. So thank you very much for that time, Mr. Speaker, and I'll entertain any questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to the speakers for the Liberal Party on this issue for the last couple of days. and we have certainly a variety of views. We have the member for Mississauga South gave a very reasoned argument, I thought, yesterday for why members should oppose this agreement, but then he seems to be counteracted by other members of his party who are in favor of it. And I just wonder just what the criteria would be for the Liberal members here. How far would they want to go? If they're prepared to sign a free trade agreement with Colombia, then would they take this further to sign a free trade agreement with North Korea? Would they take it to, you know, at what point do you have to stand back and ask for an independent analysis, a study? And by the way, what is the harm of that? Taking a little longer, doing a study on human rights, rather than rushing forward and joining the government, who seem to be determined to sign a free trade agreement at all costs as quick as possible, when the United States Congress has held back, Obama administration has held back on endorsing this agreement, where the British government, both of these countries are our allies in the world, in Afghanistan and other places. The British government has pulled back on its aid, its military aid to this country because of human rights abuses. And certainly the killings are not decreasing, as the Conservatives are suggesting. So why...
Cut off the honourable member there to allow the member for Sydney Victoria a chance to respond.
Speaker, it's interesting, the dialogue here. I was just talking to the member from Kings Hants, and he's just been down to Washington. The Obama administration is fully in favor of this trade agreement. And I don't know where they're getting their numbers or their things on what's happening in the U.S., but they're fully in favor of it. The other thing he brought up, North Korea. How much different is talking about North Korea, who has nuclear weapons out there of mass destruction, and here we're helping a country get out of trading narcotics. We're helping a country step forward. How can you make that comparison with North Korea and Colombia? It's just mind-boggling. But back to where we stand over here. I've come in here this morning as a member of Parliament from Cape Breton, who was a business person, who traded with these countries, who traded all over the world. I know how important trade is for Canadians. I know how important trade is for those young people in Colombia that are going to move forward. And, you know, the proper way to go is take this and put it before a committee and let committee go through it. But I think, you know, to stand here at the NDP up, who's against every free trade agreement, they believe that somehow in this country we can trade amongst ourselves and survive. Where will we get where will we buy the oranges and the coffee? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments? Kiss has a comment there. The honourable member for Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Bonavista Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Very good. It was a long summer, but you still remember, and I'm impressed, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate my colleague on a fine speech, and I just wanted to get him to discuss the situation within the House in this free trade agreement, and certainly our party's position versus the position of the NDP, which was brought up earlier. Now, here's what I find the confusing part was, the earlier speaker, the question came from the fact that they wanted to study it further, I think was the quote that he said, when in fact they wanted to, what I call, what the NDP used to use, which was the wrecking ball diplomacy type of action here in the House. Lately they've been a little more collegial, we'll say, but I don't know what compels that. But certainly in this particular case, what we are arguing for certainly is for a further study on this, and also to comment from his own perspective, because he does have an agricultural background, and I would like for him to talk about some of the sectors that will benefit mostly from this particular free trade deal with Colombia. Thank you.
For Sydney Victoria.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member from Newfoundland and Labrador for bringing this forward. And you know, his area is a big trader also. Trading in fish products and oil and gas, and also from the mines they have up there. But you know, from my perspective, I was a trader before I got into politics. I did business in these countries. And you see the difference in these countries. You see how when they start buying goods and selling goods to you, you see the difference how, you know, people start visiting each country. They learn ideas. It's more than just money. It's also that thing that happens between countries. And look how better when we have Colombians visiting Canada and seeing how our laws are here, seeing how our infrastructure here, seeing how our social nets are here. What better way to open our doors and teach that country than show them the way. So, you know, And it was brought up, which is very important here. We're not passing this today. We're bringing this to the committee, and that's where the best place for it to tidy it up. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words of the member from Sydney, Victoria, and his insight and expertise in these regards. And I'm honoured today to be able to speak on the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, Bill C-23, for some very good reasons, as I will outline, that not just for the benefit of the Great Kenora riding, but for regions across Canada, this is another important step in opening up trade throughout the world. Canada is taking action, Mr. Speaker, during these difficult economic times by reaching out to our trading partners and reducing barriers to trade. This is not just about Latin America, Mr. Speaker. This agreement provides Canadian companies with a competitive edge in many sectors, including wheat, paper products, which in northwestern Ontario and the Great Kenora riding, we feel like we have an advantage in these regards, mining, another strong economic driver in the Great Kenora riding, oil and gas, engineering, and information technology. These are just some of the examples of the government's efforts to strengthen our own economy and deepen Canada's presence in Latin America. Now, I understand some of the concerns outlined by our colleagues. Labor and environmental standards are important. But labor and environmental standards are addressed within this free trade agreement. The side agreement with Colombia on labor and the environment will help ensure that this free trade agreement advances the cause of human rights and environmental protection in both countries. The labor provisions commit all parties to this agreement to respect and enforce standards such as the elimination of child labor, freedom of association, and the right to bargain collectively. Environmental provisions will help protect and conserve the environment in those sectors where our country is active. Mais c'est clair que...
But it's clear that during these difficult economic times, it is more important than ever before to open up new markets for Canadian companies. And that's why our government is negotiating a new agreement, a new free trade agreement, like this one on Colombia that we are debating today. The agreement will create new jobs for Canadians and for Colombians. Very strict labor standards and environmental standards are included in this agreement. And these standards will ensure that the agreement will advance the issues of human rights and environmental protection in the country. Colombia we feel that this commitment for free trade and other areas are key to success in Colombia.
Past 6 years, the personal situation of the vast majority of Colombians has improved. Illegal armed groups have been weakened, and that progress is acknowledged by global communities and international organizations that are present in Colombia. The February 2008 report on the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights on the situation in Colombia stated that, quote, "It must be recognized that Colombia has made progress in restoring security throughout the country in recent years, and the visibility given to human rights in the public agenda is a solid achievement." While important progress has been made, the Government of Canada continues to recognize that there are challenges in the overall human rights situation in Colombia. But I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to look at some interesting recent history, the context in which this agreement arose, and the content or key content of this agreement that helps to serve some of the concerns that we've heard from members in this House today from different political stripes, and those that concern us as well. In 2007, two-way merchandise trade between Canada and Colombia totaled more than $1.1 billion. And that's significant by anyone's standards. Certainly an important part of our history. Between 2005 and 2007, Canada provided over $33 million in development assistance to Colombia, mostly to address the rights of these vulnerable populations, which concern us not just in Colombia, but throughout the world. Chapter 16, Articles 1603 and 1604 of the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement in fact sets out the two countries' objectives and obligations with respect to labor. Annex 2 of the Parallel Agreement on Labor Cooperation sets out a maximum fine of $15 million for failing to respect the obligations set out in the agreement. It's worth noting that the International Labor Agreement represents the highest grade of labor standards. The labor agreement covers the right to freedom of association, collective bargaining, the abolition of child labor, elimination of discrimination, providing protections for occupational safety and health, and minimum employment standards such as minimum wage and overtime pay. And in Colombia right now, Mr. Speaker, things are improving. Colombia's social and security improvements since 2002 under the Uribe government are getting better. Between 2002 and 2008, kidnappings have decreased by 87%. Homicide rates have dropped by 44%. Moderate poverty has dropped from 55 to 45%. Colombia has attained coverage of 94% in basic education and 31% in higher education. Important achievements, Mr. Speaker. We have an obligation to be there vis-a-vis this trade relationship to help them further their causes in these important areas. Something that's close to home is a registered nurse. We recognize that currently some form of health system covers 90.4% of the population, while the population subsidized by the state has doubled over the last 5 years to 23 million people. Universal health care coverage is expected in 2010. And I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that hopefully with solidified relationships, again, vis-a-vis this free trade agreement and other important activities that we engage in Latin America and Colombia, we can show them the way, having advanced the cause of universal health care for some time now. We are leaders in the world with respect to providing some of the best universal access health care coverage in the world. The Canadian International Development Agency is continuing with important ongoing assistance. Between 2006 and 2008, CEDA provided more than $32 million for projects and initiatives in Colombia. Since 1972, the total amount of CEDA contributions is $355 million. More than 350,000 internally displaced persons with comprehensive protection and access to basic social services in that country. Training programs for more than 12,000 civil servants on the new Colombian law on children and adolescents. So in terms of our, and there are several other examples, Mr. Speaker, of how we're working in important areas. We've talked about health, we've talked about education, we've talked about improving conditions and outcomes for poverty and our relationships in these regards. And I'm confident, Mr. Speaker, through this free trade agreement, we are going to be able to continue to strengthen and build on this important relationship, not just in Colombia, but throughout Latin America and other parts of the world where these kinds of free trade agreements would benefit not just Canada, not just the Great Kenora Riding, but the countries that we engage in these important trading relationships with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the former speaker as well as others today, and they've certainly convinced me, as I've also read through the material, that the right way to go is to adopt this free trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga, I've had a number of constituents approach me and write to me about concerns regarding this agreement, and the concerns generally revolve around the area of corporate social responsibility and the labor agreement as it relates to child labor, occupational safety and health concerns, and the employment standards. And I know the former speaker commented on those. I wonder if he could just assure people in my riding and Canadians in general that, in fact, these points are very clearly covered in this free trade agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very important question. As I had highlighted in my speech, these are important principles, not just in terms of how we do business here in Canada, but the image that we're going to put out there on the world stage when we engage in trade agreements with other parts of North America, of Latin America, South America, and borders beyond. So I think it's imperative that we carry these core principles, the same ones we have here with respect to labor standards, with respect to protecting child's interests in terms of being exploited through labor, with respect to environmental protection and ensuring that we carry out the same kinds of activities and by standards that we do here in those countries. And I think this trade agreement gives us an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to lead by example, if you will, and work with these countries in developing important standards in the regards that the honourable member has pointed out. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the majority of the questions and comments have come around human rights, and I think that's very appropriate. I sit on the subcommittee for human rights, and so it's certainly paramount in my mind as well. But there's been less talk about the competitiveness of Canada and the need for us to continue to go down the free trade agreement, the bilateral free trade agreement route, to make sure that we have lots of partners that have common interests, that we can help them prosper and us to prosper, rather than only having the one venue, the World Trade Organization, for us to rely on for our trade. And so I wanted to ask my colleague, who's done such a great job at elucidating why the free trade agreement with Colombia is so beneficial, how these agreements, these bilateral agreements specifically, will benefit us in the future, and why it's necessary for us to say yes to these and more free trade agreements in the future as well.
The honourable member for Rickford.
Whoa, that's cool. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member for Rickford, I'm pleased to say, in response to the member's question, that I think these bilateral agreements are particularly important because it gives us an opportunity to break through, to get into those countries where we can have relationships that highlight some of the strengths of our economy. Things like wheat, as I'd mentioned, paper products, mining, all important activities that we are world leaders in, oil and gas, energy production, engineering and information technology. I think it's fair to say that we consider ourselves to be amongst the world's top people in many of these categories, if not at least at the top. And by entering into these bilateral trade agreements, I think we focus on a relationship that can be productive as between two countries, and really maximize or optimize, I guess, if you could say, the value for both of those countries, and ensure more direct relationships, because, as I've said earlier, they benefit both countries in so many ways. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak today with respect to Bill C-23. Other speakers have spoken before me in the Bloc Québécois, who have said that we will not be voting in favour of this. We don't want to fall prey to the Conservatives' demagoguery and their arguments. We want free trade, but we want free trade agreements that are well prepared, thorough, with countries where you can have a fruitful exchange and where there is this steady human rights. This free trade agreement, it does, with respect to our concerns, does not necessarily just deal with trade itself, but rather with investment. It would be easy for Canadian investors, particularly in the mining area, who invest in Colombia, to have difficulty. This is why the Liberal Party put forward a bill with respect to the social responsibility of companies that do business in Latin America. Those countries and those companies have to have a minimum of respect for the environment and the local environment. Colombia has one of the worst records in human rights in the world. If you look at the human rights situation in the world, governments normally use the approach of a carrot and a stick. They say that they can withdraw advantages if the human rights situation deteriorates. With a free trade agreement, the federal government, the Conservative government, will deprive itself of an extraordinary means to promote the economy in an area that really needs some help. The free trade agreement has a parallel agreement on labor and environment, but those types of agreements are notoriously inefficient. The investors would be able to act with impunity, destroying the Colombian environment, move the people around, and continue to, in a sense, support a government that is assassinating union members. There would no longer be the possibility of exerting pressure on that government there to meet the norms of Canadian society. I'm going to give you some figures and talk about the investment that Colombia has in Quebec. Imports represent 80 million for 2008. That is a drop over 2007 of 2.2%. 14% of total exports from Canada by Quebec, 120 million for 2008, which represents 17% of Canada's exports to Colombia. Quebec's exports rose a little less than 2%. Colombia, therefore, represents the fifth target for exports in the Caribbean. Canada has some preferred partners, far more than does Colombia. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, why would you have a misbegotten type of agreement like this, where Canada has other trading partners in Latin America? The government doesn't want to hear a word about the so-called parties too far left, too socialist, say in Brazil or Venezuela. Over the past few years, trade between Canada and other Latin American countries has increased. That deals with the proportion of trade with Colombia. Canada exports cars, parts, and grains. That affects the west of Canada, but there is no advantage for Quebec. That also represents 23% and 19% for 2007. The majority of Canadian investments in Colombia can be found in the mining sector, where there are very serious ethical problems in terms of the government. With this trade between Canada, Quebec, and Colombia, we find it hard to understand here in the bloc why Canada would want to sign such an agreement with Colombia. When two countries sign a free trade agreement, it's because they are trade partners. They are preferred trade partners. And there will be a drop in the tariff barriers for that trade. One of the greatest defenders of free trade with the United States in the 80s was, in fact, Quebec. The former Premier of Quebec, Mr. Bernard Landry, was a very strong defender of the free trade agreement with the United States for a single reason. Canada and the United States have always traded advantageously with each other. We are talking about countries with comparable economies, situated side by side, where there's a certain degree of synergy. Therefore, it was very advantageous for Quebecers in particular to do business with the Americans without any type of customs duty. You can see then, Mr. Speaker, that when you take a look at the situation, you say, let's be frank here, the Colombia market is not quite the same. Trade between Colombia and Canada is very limited. Trade between Canada and that country are quite minimal with respect to trade with other countries of Latin America. So, as I have said, the Western grain could be sold, for example, to other takers without any difficulty. Quebec and Canada would draw very limited benefits from the conclusion of this agreement. We feel that certain Canadian businesses might face a lighter load in terms of their trade, but here is what is important here in the House. Indeed, the motivation of the government, and I would say its only motivation in reaching this agreement, is not trade, it is investment. This agreement contains a chapter on investments, and that would facilitate any investment, business investment in Colombia. As you know, a bill like the Environmental Protection Act certainly diminishes the difficulties with respect to the environment and investment in the environment that is made abroad. But there is always the risk of costly litigation. In the past, this is why the Liberals stopped drawing up such agreements with certain other countries. In the 80s and early 90s, it was felt that it was a very poor way of approaching agreements. It wasn't a good thing to draw up an agreement like this, but once again, here we have a flip-flop from the Conservatives. They have returned back to that methodology. Ottawa is going on the offensive again. It's multiplying its negotiations with many countries. Colombia should have the opportunity of judging whether or not this meets the common good. This is dangerous. The Bloc is not going to be able to support this bill because it contains clauses that deal with, that are modeled on Chapter 11 of NAFTA. That was not a multinational charter. It really was something that acted detrimentally for the common good. When you sign a free trade agreement with another country, you will do so because you have a comparable economy. Why? Because protection measures can slow down the development of a poor country. And if the legislation is passed and with regulations, the investments that are made by the investing country will be reduced. Canada and Colombia are very different. Let me prove this. Colombia in 2007 had this record of 47% of the population lived under the poverty line and 12% in absolute poverty. It is a very rural area. In 2006, poverty reached 68%.
Which is quite different from the biased figures that the Conservatives gave us, which they got from the Colombian government and not data based on real facts, such as those of the UN. Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to give you a few figures with respect to what the Conservatives are saying about improvement in Colombia. There are thousands of trade unionists who have been killed, and 18% more have been killed since 2007.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech on the situation in Colombia. Considering the situation in Colombia, and we've heard about the number of trade unionists who've been assassinated, we've heard about displaced populations, displaced because of the agri-food multinationals. And you know, they say a free trade agreement would improve the situation of disadvantaged populations. We'd have a free trade agreement, people would do better. So they're saying that their social situation would improve, but I don't agree with this because it really depends on the will of the government in place. Because if it doesn't support the disadvantaged, and if it assassinates trade unionists, well, I don't think that a free trade agreement is going to really improve things. My colleague, the member for Repentigny, I'd like to hear what he has to say about this. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Maskinongé, for his extraordinarily intelligent question, and also for what he's had to say in caucus. He mentioned these problems. He said that by not being able to use the carrot and stick, we would not be able to control what's happening in Colombia. If a mining company goes to Colombia and continues to operate in a way that truly is upsetting, not just the way it extracts natural resources, but it should have a minimum of respect for the environment. I'm going to give you a few figures, which the Conservatives have not given you, because they're basing their information, or they're basing what they say on completely wrong-headed information. I put the question yesterday to the Conservatives and I got no answer. The American Department of State said that it's 3,500 people who were displaced in the past year, and and thousands have had to leave where they live or where they work because of violence. According to a human rights group, there's an increase in the population displacements. So I don't know how a free trade agreement could help local populations given the injustices they are facing now.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech and injecting some humanity and intelligence into this debate. I was a trade unionist myself prior to being elected in this House of Commons in October, and I worked for a trade union for 16 years. Were I to be in Colombia, I may not be standing here before you today. This is not just numbers on the page. 2,690 trade unionists have been murdered by the Colombian regime since 1986. 27 trade unionists were murdered this year. I come from Vancouver, where 29 people were killed in gangland killings this year. Now imagine if we had 27 trade unionists killed in this country in the last 9 months. I wonder if this government would crack down like they've cracked down on crime.
Tough on crime.
They're tough on crime, but they're not tough on Colombian crime. When there's 27 people that are murdered because they have the audacity to stand up for rights for their fellow brothers and sisters in the trade union movement. You don't sign trade deals with people like that.
Right.
This government, if they applied the same logic, would be signing trade deals with the gangs in Vancouver. I would like to know from my honourable colleague what he has to say about this government's approach on crime and on trade union rights in Colombia.
The honourable member has 1 minute. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on the question he's asked. I know it comes from his heart. And I must say very honestly that here we see the demagoguery with which the Conservatives are acting. They say they're tough on crime, that they're going to settle problems. They play tough guys. But on the other side, they find that there's no problem whatsoever in dealing with a government where 30 members of the Colombian Parliament are now under arrest. I find it ironic that we have a government that says it's tough on crime, and the first thing they do is a free trade with just about anyone.
For Leeds Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to talk about the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. And I'd like to start by congratulating the Honourable Minister of International Trade and all of his officials for their hard work in securing this agreement. In these tough economic times, we need to be doing everything that we can to open doors for Canadians, to create new commercial opportunities around the world, and to work with our partners to help our citizens succeed. As in other Latin American countries, Colombia needs the support of Canada to overcome its challenges and to ensure continued economic development. We would not want to turn our backs on the government of Colombia and send a negative message not only to Colombians, but to all those in the Americas who look forward to increased trade, bringing prosperity and improved governance to the region. The Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement is an important part of this commitment to the Americas, and a demonstration of this government's commitment to help all Canadians move through these tough economic times. But as previous speakers have indicated, this agreement is about more than trade and investment. It includes parallel agreements on labor cooperation and the environment as well. We have a strong and comprehensive labor cooperation agreement that will help improve labor standards for Colombian workers in many different sectors. And I know that some honourable members have raised concerns about the potential impact of free trade agreements on workers. It's an important concern for this government as well. But let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that this government firmly believes that prosperity cannot come at the expense of workers' rights. This government is committed to working with Colombia to improve labor standards and to help Colombia protect its workers. And that's why the Canada-Colombia Labor Cooperation Agreement, or LCA, is so very important. This labor cooperation agreement goes beyond what was negotiated on labor in the context of previous agreements and serves as a reference point for future labor agreements to be negotiated between Canada and the developing countries. In this light, this agreement commits both countries to ensuring that their laws respect the International Labour Organization's 1998 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the ILO Declaration covers a wide range of workers' rights and obligations. The right of freedom of association, the right to collective bargaining, the abolition of child labour, the elimination of forced or compulsory labour, and the elimination of discrimination. But our agreement with Colombia goes even further. It commits both countries to provide acceptable protections for occupational health and safety. For migrant workers, will now enjoy the same legal protections as nationals in terms of working conditions. And for minimum employment standards covering such things as minimum wages and hours of work. But as you can appreciate, these commitments are only as strong as the dispute resolution mechanisms and penalties backing them up. That's why I'm pleased to see that the agreement includes appropriate penalties for not living up to these commitments. To ensure the highest possible compliance, the agreement provides for an open, transparent, and streamlined complaints and dispute resolution process. As part of this, members of the public can submit complaints to either government concerning non-compliance of a party with its labour laws and the provisions under the ILO Declaration. If the matter cannot be resolved, an independent panel review process kicks in, which may require the offending country to pay up to $15 million annually into a cooperation fund to be used to resolve the matter identified through the dispute resolution process. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely false to state that murder of trade unionists will be penalized by a fine. Nowhere in the FTA or LCA does it state directly or indirectly that the murder of a trade unionist will result in a fine. Murders of any kind are a judicial matter and will continue to be fully prosecuted under Colombian laws. The Colombian government has demonstrated resolve in recent years to fight impunity for such crimes. The murder of one union leader is one too many. The government of Colombia has committed significant financial resources for the investigation and prosecution of violent acts against union leaders and members through a special unit of the Office of the Attorney General. In addition, through the Protection Program for Vulnerable Groups, the government of Colombia is providing protection for labor union members, their families, and other potentially targeted groups such as politicians, journalists, and civil leaders. These are clear examples of the Colombian government's resolve. Canadian citizens expect that the Government of Canada will remain committed to preventing those murders and other forms of intimidation and will prosecute those that are responsible. I'd like to reiterate that the fines payable under the labor agreement are not designed to punish specific criminal acts. They are designed to help ensure compliance with and respect for domestic and international labor obligations. Monies placed in the Cooperation Fund would be dispersed according to an agreed-upon action plan, which means Canada would have considerable leverage in ensuring that the matters under dispute are effectively resolved. Through the Canada-Colombia LCA, Canadians will have a unique tool at their disposal to ensure that the Colombian government continues to demonstrate the political will and provide the necessary resources to improve the labor situation. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we clearly recognize the challenges that a nation like Colombia faces, that they face in complying with each and every standard that's set out in this agreement. Nevertheless, Canada believes that the compliance with the obligations of this agreement can be achieved not only through a robust dispute resolution mechanism, but also through enhanced technical cooperation. That's why our agreement will be complemented with a $1 million labor-related technical cooperation program and has started to implement projects in Colombia to promote and enforce internationally recognized labor standards, particularly in the areas of labor inspection, tripartite consultation, enforcement of labor rights, and occupational safety and health. A program that will help Colombia enforce its domestic laws and meet the very highest standards established by this agreement. A program that will foster greater dialogue and cooperation between workers, employers, and governments to address labor issues. Despite the fact that these groups' relations have been marked by polarization in Colombia, improved collaboration between these social actors is facilitating a culture of enhanced social dialogue and better governance. Canada is committed to helping our Colombian partners make the most out of our new free trade agreement. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, this government is re-engaging with our partners in the Americas and also promoting the principles of sound governance, security, and prosperity. We see improving working rights in the Americas as a fundamental part of this pursuit. More broadly, we're committed to playing an active role in promoting human rights across Latin America and throughout the Caribbean, and that includes Colombia. Since 1972, Canada's Development Assistance Program has invested $355 million towards helping Colombia and focuses on human rights, specifically the rights of children, youth, and displaced persons. Over the last 2 years alone, we've provided $32 million in development assistance to Colombia. We're one of the largest supporters of the Organization of America's States work, and in that work in Colombia to support peace and demobilize paramilitary forces in that country. Our Global Peace and Security Fund is helping to promote peace, protect victims' rights, and help strengthen Colombia's judicial system. Our embassy in Colombia has also been very active on many fronts to support efforts in that country. And Canada enjoys a frank and open dialogue with Colombia's government at the most senior levels. All this to say, Mr. Speaker, that Canada takes human rights in Colombia very, very seriously. And this commitment extends to workers' rights. We believe that free trade can play a positive role in the country's economic and social life, and workers' rights fit squarely into this principle. We will continue to guide our engagement with Colombia and our partners throughout the hemisphere. Mr. Speaker, during these tough economic times, this government is committed to helping Canadians compete and succeed in the global economy. And we're doing so through an aggressive and principled approach to free trade, an approach that includes a strong focus on workers' rights. I would, Mr. Speaker, like to reiterate that Canada does not and will not ignore the difficult labor, and human rights situation in Colombia. Nevertheless, we believe that engagement with government committed to improving the situation is the right course of action. Canada will continue to monitor developments and progress in the labor area in Colombia. Canada believes that economic development and the enforcement of labor rights will strengthen the social foundations of Colombia. It will reduce violence and bring greater prosperity for all of its citizens. For these reasons, I ask all honourable members for their support for this agreement and of the many efforts to help Canada thrive in the global economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with, I guess, a little bit of surprise and a great interest about my honourable colleagues' talk about how to bring dialogue between the various labour and capital that exists. And he said that one death of a trade unionist is too much, and I was actually pleased to hear that. So I'd like to ask him about Tique Aldolfo, killed January 1st, 2009 in the municipality of Prado, Tolima. That murder took place while this government was having their frank discussions with Colombia. What steps were made to ensure that that murder was going to be the only murder? Because on the 7th of January, Rosedo Ricardo was murdered in Colombia. Samboni Arlaide on the 16th of January, murdered in Colombia by paramilitaries. Mejio Levaguido on the 28th of January. I could go on and on. Every single week of this year, while this government has had their frank discussions, people have been taken out of their homes and shot in Colombia. So I'd like to ask him, what concrete steps has he or his government taken to investigate these murders and to bring the perpetrators from those paramilitary death squads to justice?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I did say, one murder of a trade unionist and one murder of any person is one too many. But Canada has been helping in this regard, and we have been taking actions, and there has been positive developments in Colombia. Between 2002 and 2008, kidnappings decreased by 87%, and homicide rates have dropped by 44%. It's not perfect, but this agreement is a step in the right direction. It gives Canadians some leverage and some ability to have a say in what's going on there. We have been taking positive actions. This agreement, as I laid out in my presentation, brings a lot of positive developments to this relations between Canada and Colombia, and it is a positive step forward, and it will continue to allow Canadians to engage with Colombia in a positive fashion.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for Leeds Grenville in giving an excellent speech on this issue of explaining to us in more detail the free trade agreement between Colombia and Canada. I do know that in 2008 there were, I think, $704 million worth of exports from Canada to Colombia. So it's obviously not a new. It's not a new thing of Colombia and Canada doing business between each other. We've had with each other. We've had free trade agreements with the United States for some time. We just recently entered into free trade agreements with some of the smaller European countries in Europe. And of course, we're currently negotiating a free trade agreement with the European Union. So my question to the honourable member is whether he can tell us how he feels free trade agreements help us to expand our worldwide markets.
Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, in these challenging economic times, it's important that we reach out around the world and create new markets. Our government really is pursuing an aggressive trade agenda in the Americas, in Europe, India, the Middle East, and in China. And this gives me a little opportunity to talk about something that happened right in my riding of Leeds and Grenville just this weekend. The Canadian Thousand Islands and the Thousand Islands over in China. They signed an agreement of cooperation and friendship, and some folks came over from China. The ambassador from China to Canada was there. Our Minister of the Environment, who's also responsible for Parks Canada, was there. And this was further an example of reaching out around the world. And this government has been very proactive in working around the world and pushing Canada out there, which will not only help us in terms of our relations around the world, but will help Canadians. It will help create jobs. And that's what we all know, that what we need, especially in these challenging economic times.
Resuming debate, les prise de débat, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And given that this is my first occasion to stand up in the House on the resumption of our duties here, I want to say how personally pleased I am to be back with all of my colleagues of all of the parties, notwithstanding the clear challenges that we face in this particular session. With regard to freer trade with Colombia, between Canada and Colombia, there has been much debate here in the House, but also outside, on the subject of the pros and cons of, in fact, freer trade with Colombia. There has been much concern about human rights, and I do want to commend all of the parties for expressing those legitimate concerns. I firmly believe that everyone in this House is very concerned about human rights, the protection of human rights, the protection of workers' rights, the protections of labor standards. I believe that every member of this House believes very strongly in those issues, and no one, certainly no one here either condones the deterioration of human rights, no one encourages any kind of deterioration of human rights. On the contrary, I believe very strongly that everyone in this House and Canadians as a whole want, in fact, to encourage improvement in human rights and labor standards, workers' rights all around the world, and that includes Colombia. However, the big question is, how do we do that? And so in this context, when we're talking about encouraging freer trade with Colombia, this is not just a question of economics. And I will stand here and say personally, and certainly the Liberal Party, believe very strongly in free trade, both in principle but also in action. But again, it is not purely from an economic perspective that we take that position. I believe very strongly in constructive engagement, and that this is in fact an opportunity for Canada and Canadians to help Colombia and Colombians in fact improving the situation that they have, not only from an economic perspective, but also from a human rights perspective, an education perspective, and generally a lifting of the conditions in Colombia for Colombians. Those who suffer behind walls do not benefit from building of those walls any higher. Those who suffer behind walls benefit from the tearing of those walls down. And I, as a Liberal and as a Canadian, feel very strongly that the more we engage with countries like Colombia, the more we engage not just on an economic basis, but using those economic and commercial relations to engage more fully in terms of educational transfers, cultural engagement, dialogue, that increased economic and commercial transactions, increased economic activity between Canadians and Colombians will ensure an opportunity for that much more dialogue about the challenges that are being faced. We also see the international community is nearly unanimous in saying that what is happening in Colombia is moving in the right direction. I don't think that there's a country in this world that can stand and say that their human rights record is perfect. I think Canadians, every once in a while, we need very strongly to look in our own mirror and recognize that we aren't perfect either. So there isn't a country in this world that is perfect in terms of its human rights record. But the opportunity for Canadians to engage in dialogue through commercial transactions, through increased economic activity, and on all the levels that would accompany that, provides us with the opportunity to help Colombians in achieving improvements in their own situation in their own country. Canadians alone, Canada alone, will not change Colombia, but Canadians and Colombians together, working more closely together, do have an opportunity to achieve significant improvements. So if we look at increased economic activity, the more investment there is by Canadians in Colombia will provide opportunities for more Canadians to work in Colombia. That provides opportunity for more Colombians to work with Canadians and to engage in more dialogue and to see what we do here in this country. We do have an opportunity to show where there could be improvements, what we have been able to do that have achieved significantly high standards in this country. That provides an opportunity for Colombians to see what Canadians have been able to accomplish. And I will repeat, Canada will not change Colombia. Colombians will, but Colombians will be in a much better position to do the improvements that they need to do and to achieve in their country with the support of countries like Canada and the support of Canadians. This, I will go back again to the fact that every party in this House and every member in this House has expressed concerns. And in that, I will repeat, I believe all parties need to be commended for their concern. The debate is, how do we help Colombia achieve improvements? And it is not just an economic question. It is a question of an opportunity to help this country move forward. There is no, we've heard lots of statistics of all sorts of challenges in Colombia. I will go back again to the fact that virtually every country in this world, you can point to statistics and examples of things that have been really quite devastating. The fact that there have been challenges in Colombia does not by any means mean that we as Canadians should turn our backs, should help build higher walls. Those very challenges suggest that we take this opportunity to help and improve. And as I said, we certainly have seen, and many of the international community have seen, President Uribe and certain members of his government make really strong efforts for improvement. My honourable colleague from Leeds Grenville has pointed out just now significant statistics in terms of some of the improvements. These are the opportunities that we have to say to the people of Colombia, you are on the right track. We recognize that you are on the right track. We recognize that it isn't perfect, but by greater economic engagement, by greater commercial transactions, by greater involvement, greater engagement by Canadians with Colombians and Colombians with Canadians, we can then build on those commercial transactions for greater engagement on the educational level, on a cultural level, and simply on the basis of much greater dialogue. That will give us the opportunity, as I said. Canada won't change Colombia, Colombians will, but Colombians will be in a much better position to do so with the help of Canada and Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to great interest. I appreciate the comments by the honourable member, and it's good to see her again as well. She spoke about the reason why we should support this agreement, because it will further dialogue. And what I'm waiting to hear from the Liberal representatives and the Conservative members, who both agreed to the North American Agreement, which included the side agreements on environment, which provided for an independent forum. They provide for a council headed by the environment ministers of the countries, provides for a secretariat, which provides for an independent entity which will actually work with and provide that genuine opportunity for dialogue on environmental matters which relate to human rights in that country. How can she defend this extremely watered-down agreement? How is it that we're treating Colombians in a different way than we're treating Americans and Mexicans?
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question, and it is good to see her again as well. For me, it is a much larger question than a specific agreement, a specific signed document. It is a greater element of my personal belief, and I believe I can speak for the Liberal Party in this, our overall belief that greater engagement itself will inspire and encourage that greater dialogue. And it's not so much that it is a question of regulating specific requirements. And we can put into any agreement we want all sorts of specific requirements and milestones and things that we need to see met. But we all know what happens with international agreements in those areas. We all know, and my honourable colleague has highlighted the fact that in some cases those don't achieve necessarily the specific goals that they were intended to achieve. I'm pragmatic in that sense. I recognize that those are some of the challenges. My position, however, is that it is the larger the larger aspect of greater engagement, the larger aspect of greater involvement. When you have business people engaging in transactions, they meet, they talk, they see each other in action, they see each other in their respective cultures and environments, and they see how, in fact, to do better. It's not perfect, but I firmly believe that there is an opportunity for constructive engagement that, in fact, can help the people of Colombia economically, culturally, educationally, and environmentally, and we need to take that opportunity.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague across the way for, I think, some very sensible words on this free trade agreement. This is something that this government obviously supports, and I'd also like to, at this time, Mr. Speaker, wish her an early happy birthday, as I understand that's coming up. But my question is, I've had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, the last couple days of sitting in on the FIPA conference, which is the Interparliamentary Forum of the Americas, hosted here by Canada. And this Colombia-Canada Free Trade Agreement came up in them discussions by a number of countries, and it was even suggested there, Mr. Speaker, that this agreement with Colombia could even be expanded to include all of South America. Now, that's probably a stretch in reality, but it gives you an idea of the kind of feeling out there and support for these kinds of agreement. And I just like to, the question for the member across the way is, does she think that that this kind of an agreement with Colombia and other countries could actually open up a gateway there to and expand into other countries down the road, and would that be beneficial?
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Well, I would like to thank my colleague for your kind words about the debate, but I will volunteer that the birthday in question has already occurred recently, but given that it is a rather significant one, I plan on celebrating it all year. So I want to thank my colleague very much for his good wishes. Yes, the short answer to that question is absolutely, and I firmly hope, because as I said in my original comments, that we not only believe in free trade in principle, but we believe in free trade in action. And for all of the reasons that I said, and that applies all around the world, not just to Colombia. There are clear economic benefits to free trade, but there are also, in my view, very clear benefits to the greater level of engagement on all the levels that come with that exposure to greater engagement from a commercial perspective. I firmly hope that we will be able to build on this free trade agreement and encourage the establishment of more.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to be able to rise here in the House today to talk about this Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. This is a very important agreement for Canada, especially today. In these tough economic times, we need to be doing everything that we can to open doors for Canadians, Canadian producers, Canadian manufacturers, to create new commercial opportunities around the world, and to work with our partners to help our citizens succeed. Free trade agreements, Mr. Speaker, are a critical part of these efforts. We must seek out more trade and investment opportunities for our businesses, and our government is committed to this pursuit, Mr. Speaker. In our global commerce strategy, we're moving forward on our aggressive trade agenda, one that includes pursuing bilateral and multilateral trade relationships that will work for Canadians. Canada's own history is a textbook case of the benefits of reaching out to our partners for trade and investment opportunities. We are a trading nation, Mr. Speaker. Our businesses can compete with the best in the world. And today I'm proud to say that you can find Canadian businesses, Canadian products, and Canadian investment dollars at work all over the world. But it's a competitive world out there. Our businesses need market access in order to compete. Now more than ever, as our business community faces the greatest economic challenge in generations. That's why the free trade agreement that we signed last fall was such an important accomplishment. Canadian businesses and investors have long called for a closer economic partnership with Colombia. They certainly see the clear progress Colombia has made in recent years to tackle such difficult challenges as terrorism, poverty, insecurity, and crime. But they also recognize the immense economic potential. Colombia is a vibrant and dynamic market for Canadian exports, a market of 48 million people. I've had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of of traveling to Colombia twice, once with the International Trade Committee. And I was very pleasantly surprised down there to see I guess it's one of those things when you go to a country like Colombia, you don't know what to expect. And I was pleasantly surprised as far as their infrastructure and what have you. But there's still room for improvements there. This deal will go a long ways to helping them as well. Now, I talked about this market of 48 million people. At the same time, it's a very appealing market for foreign investors. Colombia's government is committed to reversing years of underinvestment in public infrastructure that I mentioned. Countries like ours, who have so much expertise in this area, can offer a lot. In fact, the potential goes far beyond infrastructure and includes other key sectors like agriculture and industrial goods, and services like engineering, mining, energy, and financial services. These are all areas where Canada excels, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, these sectors are linchpins of our economy in communities large and small all across the country. Once this free trade agreement is in place, Canadian exporters and investors in a broad range of sectors will benefit from lower trade and investment barriers in the Colombia market, which will increase their export potential and help them expand their reach into this exciting market, and also put them on a level playing field with competitors like the United States and the European Union, who are also seeking preferential access to the Colombian marketplace. In fact, Colombia is moving forward on an ambitious economic agenda that includes free trade agreements with a wide range of partners. We cannot put our speakers at a relative disadvantage, Mr. Speaker. The time for Canada is to act now. Thankfully, we're starting from a position of strength. We have to remember that Canada and Colombia already enjoy a significant trade relationship. In 2008, our two-way trade in merchandise totaled $1.35 billion. Canadian exports that year saw a 28.9% increase over the previous year to reach $704 million. Key Canadian products like paper, wheat, barley, pulse crops, and trucks were driving forces behind this success. Once the new agreement is in place, trade in these products, along with other products like beef, pork, machinery, and mining equipment, will now be easier and more profitable for Canadian companies and producers. Indeed, agriculture was a key driver for these free trade agreement negotiations. From the very start, we were guided by the principle that a successful outcome on agriculture was absolutely critical. In numeric terms, our agricultural exports to Colombia face tariffs anywhere from 17% to as high as 80%. Once this free trade agreement is in place, 86% of all those agricultural tariffs will be eliminated. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that being a farmer myself and representing a riding, a very rural and very large producer of agriculture products of all kind, this is great news, particularly for my pork and beef producers. Now, that translates into about $25 million in annual duty savings for our producers here in Canada. $25 million, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot of coin. Clearly, this is a significant benefit for our agriculture sector, one that will sharpen producers' competitive edge during this difficult economic time. But as we move forward on creating new commercial opportunities, we must also recognize the very positive role that increased trade and investment can play in a nation like Colombia. The free trade agreement benefits Canada, but it benefits our Colombia partners too, by giving them access to the North American marketplace, a greater choice of products from Canada, and a chance to promote economic development in their own country. That's very important, Mr. Speaker. As Canada's own history proves, the single best way to create opportunities for your citizens is to harness the skills, ingenuity, and products of your people, and carry those advantages to the marketplaces of the world. And that's exactly what this free trade agreement would do. Free trade is a vehicle to help us do exactly that. As you know, Colombia is a nation that is making substantial progress towards becoming a more stable and secure nation. They're not there yet, but they're heading in the right direction. And this deal and Canada will help them along that road. This government certainly wants to support that effort and give entrepreneurship a chance to take root and flourish in communities across the country. This fits squarely into the Government of Colombia's efforts to promote a more prosperous, equitable, and secure nation. And it also fits with Canada's own objectives in the Americas. namely to promote democracy, prosperity, and security throughout the hemisphere. We all want a democratic and secure hemisphere, one that's free from the shackles of terrorism, crime, and instability. But you cannot have a democratic and secure nation without creating a path for your citizens' aspirations, or without creating jobs and opportunities through the power of international trade and investment. That's just what the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement will do, Mr. Speaker. It's actually significant that at the same time as we signed the Free Trade Agreement, we also signaled parallel agreements on labour cooperation and the environment. These agreements commit both nations to work together to ensure high levels of protection for workers and the environment. Canada believes that trade and investment liberalization can and must go hand in hand with labour rights and the environment. These agreements with our Colombia partners prove it. Mr. Speaker, during these uncertain economic times, our government's commitment to partnerships, to opening doors for Canadian businesses and investors around the world remains strong. We are committed to moving forward on more free trade negotiations with other partners around the world, from Asia to the Americas, to ensure that Canadians have the opportunities they need not only to weather today's economic storm, but to emerge on the other side of it, stronger and more competitive than ever before. And for this reason, and for the many benefits to our Colombia partners that this agreement brings, I ask for the support of all honourable members in this House to support this Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before moving on to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, Arts and Culture.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I noted in the member's speech that he made several references to his Colombia partners, and he did reference that there's been substantial progress made to the stability of the country, and I'd like to draw his attention to the fact that that this year alone, 27 trade unionists have been murdered in Colombia, and in fact, in the last 34 days, there have been an additional 5 trade unionists murdered. In fact, on August 11th, Diego Cobo was murdered. August 16th, Gerald Martinez. August 21st, Gustavo Gomez. August 22nd, Freddy Diaz. And August 23rd, Antonio Mauricio. So I would like to ask the member whether he thinks that this is adequate progress on stabilization of this country. And as a party and as a government who believe in law and order and punishing criminals, doesn't he think that it's time to take a second look at this agreement and pull back a little bit and maybe look and see whether we in fact should be furthering the negotiations until there really is some stability in the country?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from the NDP for the question. And you know, his comments towards a number of people murdered in Colombia. I don't know of any country, Mr. Speaker, that murder doesn't happen from time to time, and as my colleague from Leeds Grenville mentioned earlier, one is always too many. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, alienating Colombia because of some problems that they have and obviously are working on and improving yearly, and there's facts to back that up, although I don't have them in front of me. And I'm sure that the member is quite aware of them as well. But alienating them, Mr. Speaker, by avoiding them, whether it's to dealing with them in trade issues until their murder rate is at 0, is not the way to go either. We need to help Colombia along. This deal is certainly going to do that, and we have an obligation as I think what we class ourselves as a well-to-do country to help others around the world that need help, Mr. Speaker, and this deal will do that, and I'm certainly proud to support it, and I hope that he sees the light at the end of the tunnel and decides to do the same thing.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I was a little shocked by my honourable colleague's response, and I'd like to follow up with him. He says he doesn't know any country where murder doesn't happen. Well, certainly murder happens, and people fall off buses, and people fall off cliffs. But we're talking about a very specific kind of murder that's been happening while this government has been promoting this deal. For example, Carbonella Edouard, who was kidnapped from his workplace, who was a teacher, was kidnapped and murdered for helping to organize a union on the 10th of September. Just a few days ago, murdered. I don't know if he knows, does he know other countries where they take teachers out and murder them? Maybe, but I'm not aware of that. Or 21st, 22nd of August, Maurice Vaquez, who was disappeared from his workplace, union member. August 22nd, same day, Diaz Freddy, taken out and shot by gunmen, union member. Would the member tell me other countries where they take 2 to 3 union members out a week out of their workplaces and shoot them? Or would he tell me any concrete steps his government has taken to raise these issues? Or is his biggest concern, as he said, that he's worried about alienating the junta that's taken these people out of their workplaces and shooting them?
Here, here.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Bruce Gray owns on. It's okay. In response, Mr. Speaker, the member from Timmins, it's got to be noted right off the bat, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP have never supported a free trade agreement of any kind, and probably never will. As far as the when we talk about some of the problems, the kidnappings and murders, what have you, some of the things, and I happen to have some facts here, Mr. Speaker, between 2002 and 2008, kidnappings in Colombia decreased by 87%. Homicide rates have dropped by 44%. Moderate poverty has fallen from 55% to 45%. Colombia has attained coverage of 94% in basic education, 31% in higher education. To get to the point, Mr. Speaker, Colombia is far from perfect. Canada isn't perfect either, Mr. Speaker, but they're heading in the right direction. And this kind of anti-Colombia sentiment, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's very good for Colombia. Certainly isn't good for Canadian producers. I just say to the member, get on track here, support this, and let them keep on improving their rates.
We're resuming debate. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
Well, I'm very honored to rise in this House once again and speak to this issue, Mr. Speaker. We could have a philosophical debate. Our friends in the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party use the mantra of free trade wherever, because fundamentally they say that as long as capital flows, the world will be a better place, and that as long as capital flows and there's no obligations of capital to have any regional, local, national obligations, that's okay. It's an ideological view, Mr. Speaker. It's part of the whole theory of the magic wand that, if you give all the capital and all the wealth to very few people, that they will make the world, they will sprinkle pixie dust, and we will all suddenly become better. And as my colleague from Willowdale said, it's not about regulating anything, it's about encouraging them. This is the worldview they have. It's a philosophical view. To me, Mr. Speaker, this invisible hand that the Conservatives believe in is always the invisible hand that's in the taxpayer's pocket, taking the money from the working people and giving it to the people who have so much. It's very much, Mr. Speaker, like G.K. Chesterton. If you look at this blind belief in capital without obligation, G.K. Chesterton, of course, said it's all about the horrible mysticism of money. And if we look through this veil of mysticism to get to the facts, this issue on Colombia free trade becomes very, very, very disturbing. Mr. Speaker, I come from one of the largest mining regions in the world. Mining is international in scope. Many of my constituents have traveled the world on mining exploration crews, on drilling crews. I know so many investors who work internationally because mining is an international, it's international in nature. However, one of the things we've come to realize that it's not the issue of capital itself that should be the prime focus of the economy, but how capital helps build a resource and helps build a regional economy. And to do that, you have to have certain rules in place. Mr. Speaker, nobody ever encouraged the mine owners in my region to lower the silicosis deaths. Those men died in their thousands, those immigrant men, and their wives were told that they shouldn't even ask for compensation because they were an embarrassment to Canada for having had the nerve to come here to work in the mines while their husbands died in their 30s and 40s. The only thing that changed the mining rules in Canada was people saying you had to lay down some rules and some regulations. So that's what we're discussing. And what I've heard from my colleagues today in the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party is we need to encourage the Colombians. That Canada can't change Colombia, only Colombians can change Colombia. And that if we all somehow just allow capital to do its thing, then the Colombians will all get better because they are getting access to our McCain's French fries and we're getting access to their massive copper deposits. But Mr. Speaker, we have to put this in context of reality. And this is the crux of the problem today, is we are dealing with a murderous regime. And when we've raised issues of people who've been murdered in the last week in Colombia, while this government has been flouting this agreement, we've been told by the Conservative member and by the member from Willowdale as well, backed up in the Liberal Party, hey, nobody's perfect. You know, we all make mistakes. You know, Mr. Speaker, certainly I yelled at my kids last week. But that's not the same as someone being dragged out of their workplace and shot for organizing a union just 1 week ago. So I think it's incumbent upon us in this House to say, what steps will we take to ensure that when capital is allowed to flow between Colombia and Canada and vice versa, that there are certain obligations that have to be met. My colleagues in the Liberal Party called the human rights record in Colombia a challenge. Mr. Speaker, that's nice. We're talking about thousands and thousands of people who've been murdered. These aren't drunken murders on a Saturday night. These aren't drive-by killings. As some of my colleagues in the Conservatives said, hey, we have murders in Canada. Well, certainly. I'm sure they had murders right the first week after the Garden of Eden. Cain killed Abel. Well, that's a different fact, Mr. Speaker, than the systemic and systematic targeting of people who are trying to organize their workplaces, who are being taken out and shot and murdered in front of their families. This year alone, 28 people murdered. All of them tied into the fact that they were working in unsafe work conditions and trying to speak up. And my colleague, who I got a great amount of respect for, my colleague from Leeds Grenville, said, one murder is too much. I certainly agree. It would be a lot easier for myself and for my colleagues to support an agreement with Colombia if we heard, after the first murder this year, which happened on January 1st, 2009, this government stand up and say, hey, we said one murder is too much. What steps will you take to stop those murders? But we haven't heard that from this government. We've heard, hey, there's great opportunities for our producers. So you know what? The murders will go on, and as long as we keep selling to them, somehow they will stop murdering. And my colleague from Willowdale said, you know, Canada can't help change Colombia. Only Colombia can change Colombia. Mr. Speaker, that is an absolutely disgraceful, pitiful response. The only thing that changed apartheid in South Africa was an international response that fought back.
Hear, hear.
The Afrikaners didn't change apartheid. It was the international community who said, contrary to the position of the Liberal Party today, that, hey, you shouldn't regulate these things. You should just encourage them. Nobody's perfect was the line I heard from the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, last year, murders went up 18% in Colombia. Things weren't getting better under the Conservative Party's negotiations. They continue to deteriorate because you have a murder regime that is targeting people who are trying to improve their conditions. That's what this is about. Now, I know many people in my riding who will be more than happy to move, work in Colombia, Peru, many other countries because of their mining expertise. But I also know there is an extreme unwillingness of people to go into regions where you do not have the basic rule of law. And that's what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put this in context of my colleague from the Conservative Party said we had to have a hemisphere that was free of terrorism. If you look at the history of terrorism in North America and in the Americas, Mr. Speaker, it's almost entirely based up of the state terror that existed in countries like El Salvador, in countries like Guatemala, where you had murderous regime death squads. And to hear colleagues in my House today say, well, certainly there's challenges, and certainly there's many places where people aren't nice to each other. Mr. Speaker, they said the same thing when they took the Maryknoll nuns from the United States out and had them raped and murdered. They said the same thing when they killed all the Jesuit priests in El Salvador. They said, well, you know, there's problems on all sides. But we knew then that it was false. The problems were the result of the regime, and the problems today are from a regime that is targeting, same as they did in El Salvador, human rights activists. So I'd like to pose the question that I posed earlier to the Conservative Party. T.K. Adolfo was murdered on the 1st of January this year for trying to organize a union. That is the one that was too many for this year. What steps did this government take at any time to raise that as an issue? To raise that as an issue, to say, to have a legitimate free trade agreement, you are going to have to do better.
You're here.
But no, 7th of January, 16th of January, 28th of January, 12th of February, 15th of February, 24th of March, 24th of March again. The 3 on 24th of March, taken out, all of them, union members killed by paramilitaries. The killings have gone on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government is telling us today that we're setting an example for the world by accepting the fact that these murders go on, but we're going to get access to their copper, and we're going to get access to their oil, and we're going to sell them farm machinery. There's 4 million displaced people in Colombia. There's been 3,000 people murdered. We're not talking about a country that's been at war. We're talking about a regime that's been at war with its people. So what steps will this Parliament take to say, if there's going to be a trade agreement with Colombia, there's going to be some strong principles, not side agreements, not platitudes about one being too many. When are they going to speak out and publicly say to this government, we want to see action? Because we haven't heard that in this House. And we look to the United States, where Congress is pushing back on the Colombia free trade agreements there as well, because they recognize that there is no benefit of giving legitimacy to a regime like this until there are concrete steps that are being made to protect people whose only crime is speaking up to have safe workplaces with proper wages.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Speaker, I've been listening with interest and somewhat disbelief to the pathological words coming from the NDP today, who, in their description of Colombia and of the Uribe government, completely ignore the reality of what is happening in Colombia. The fact is that the murders, the attacks he describes have been a product of the narco economy, the FARC guerrillas fueled by drug money, the drug gangsters, once again fueled by drug money, the civil war fueled by drug money. How on earth does providing legitimate economic opportunities and jobs in the real economy through legitimate trade and helping the Colombian people wean themselves away from the narco economy in any way, shape, or form risk human rights, labor rights, and the environment? Mr. Speaker, we already have a commercial relationship with Colombia, yet it does not have a robust rules-based structure around labor and the environment. This particular trade agreement has the most robust labor and environmental agreements of any trade agreement Canada has ever signed. How does introducing a rules-based structure around labor rights make things worse, Mr. Speaker? Why doesn't the honourable member just stand up and admit that the NDP are against every free trade agreement and sit back down? And instead of that, they're trying to hoist it so that it can't go to committee. Are they afraid that at committee the truth will come out and people will actually learn that there are some strong advantages to free and open trade in a rules-based structure with countries like Colombia as we help those people, those proud people move forward?
I'll have to stop the honourable member there to give the member for Timmins James Bay a chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate my colleague coming mightily to the defense of the Conservative Party as he's done so many times in the past. 6 days ago in Colombia, Eduard Carbonello Pena was murdered. He wasn't murdered by drug gangs. He wasn't murdered in an SUV drive-by. He was a teacher. He was a teacher organizing a union. That's how he was killed. So he is trying to foist on the Canadian people that narco gangs are interested in teachers who are organizing unions. Mr. Speaker, that is a pitiful piece of fiction. Because I look a few days before and we have another union organizer murdered the 21st, 22nd of August. Oh, the narcos are after that workplace too. 21st, Gomez and Gustavo, Diaz, Freddie Diaz. I'm looking at names of people not murdered in drug cartel deals. I'm looking at teachers. I'm looking at people working in mines. So if the member wants to come in here and cover up the fact that him and the Conservatives are signing agreements with absolutely no respect at all for the fundamental rights of workers to organize, that's a position he can take. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly a worldview that certain people have, but he should at least admit when people are being murdered, as they were last week, what it was for. And I'd like to also wonder, why is it that nobody from the Liberals or Conservatives has spoken out once when one of these union members was taken out and murdered? We're being told, well, nobody's perfect. Now we're being told it's the narcos doing it. You've never spoken out, they've never spoken out, and union members are being murdered.
Time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, very briefly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member, the Liberals and Conservatives have criticized the NDP were against any free trade deal. Well, the questions we're raising are, what about this deal? What about the commitment supposedly by the Liberals and the Conservatives to the rights of workers and to environment being part of economic development? I don't see that in this agreement.
30 seconds left for the member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trade is so important for Canadians, but legitimizing countries that are out murdering union activists and teachers, that's not the business that this Parliament should be involved in.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of my honourable colleagues have reiterated over the course of this debate, trade and investment can help a nation like Colombia move through troubled times and create new opportunities for people and opportunities for them to thrive and prosper. Colombia has made remarkable strides and showed great resilience towards bringing about an end to this conflict. Colombia has an established democracy, a growing economy, a responsible government, an active civil society, and stable institutions. Over the last 6 years, the personal scrutiny situation of the vast majority of, or security situation of the vast majority of Colombians has improved. Illegal armed groups have been weakened. This progress is acknowledged by the global community and international organizations that are present in Colombia. The government of Colombia has also taken positive steps that demonstrate its continued efforts to curb violence against trade unionists, fight impunity for the perpetrators of such crimes, and promote security and peace within a framework of human rights, protection, and the rule of law. Nevertheless, the Government of Canada recognizes that challenges remain in Colombia and is supporting efforts in Colombia to strengthen peace, security, and full respect for human rights. Colombia continues to experience the effects of over 40 years of conflict and violence, and it is all too often Colombian civilians are the ones who suffer the most. Clearly, for all of Colombia's progress and ongoing effort, it is vital for Canada and other countries to pursue policies of engagement and support for peace in Colombia. Canada has taken this call for international responsibility seriously. Our America strategy recognizes a need to pursue three priorities, which are prosperity, security, democracy, and human rights. All vital issues that intersect in a very compelling way in Colombia, Mr. Speaker. Prosperity is, of course, an important aspect of this engagement. As many honourable members have rightly stated, trade creates opportunity, and opportunity generates prosperity. Prosperity, when pursued with full respect for the rights of all members in society, offers incentives for individuals to move out of the networks of conflict and criminality and into the legitimate formal economy. Prosperity, in short, can make its own contribution to the improvement of stability. But while a commitment to expanding economic opportunities is an essential ingredient of long-term stability, prosperity alone will not bring an end to complex and long-standing conflicts such as Colombia's. For this reason, Canada aims not only to promote prosperity, but also to strengthen peace-building efforts and respect for human rights. Canadians can be very proud of our steadfast role in assisting our Colombian partners along this path. My esteemed colleague spoke yesterday about the important work being done by CETA, and the member from St. Boniface did that again this afternoon. For this important work being done by CETA in this complex environment, I would like today to make special mention of the contribution Canada is making through the Department of Foreign Affairs Stabilization and Reconstruction Task Force, or we can refer to that as START, and the Global Peace and Security Fund. Since 2006, START has developed over $14.5 million in conflict prevention and the pursuit of justice for conflict victims in Colombia. With a program of $5 million from the GPSF this fiscal year alone, START provides vital support for increased stability through conflict resolution activities, often in partnership with key democracy, rule of law, and human rights-related institutions. Canadians can be rightfully proud of the range of work that has been carried out by START through the Global Peace and Security Fund. For example, Canada is one of the largest donors for mine action in Colombia. From 2003 to 2008, working primarily through the Organization of American States and UNICEF, START has contributed more than $3.7 million for humanitarian demining, stockpile destruction, victim assistance, mine risk education, and mine action coordination. We're also one of the largest supporters of the Organization of American States mission to support the peace process in Colombia. The OAS mission is doing critical work on behalf of the international community to support peace and to monitor the demobilization process of over 30,000 former illegal paramilitary combatants in that country. Canada's contribution goes far beyond disarming combatants and removing the destructive ordnance of war. We are also placing the rights of victims at the forefront of our peace-building efforts. Canada is one of the first countries to step forward in support of Colombia's truth, justice, and reconciliation process. We have developed new partnerships with Colombian, Canadian, and other international civil society organizations to protect the rights of vulnerable groups, including women, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-Colombians. This year, for example, START is supporting Lawyers Without Borders Canada to provide international accompaniment and legal assistance to threatened Colombian human rights defenders. Lawyers Without Borders work will help Colombian Indigenous communities in conflict-affected areas to receive legal representation and pursue justice for past crimes through the Colombian legal system. START is also providing over $1 million this fiscal year to provide legal representation for women's victims of sexual violence as a result of the conflict. Canada's assistance is ensuring that hundreds of women are provided psychosocial support in dealing with crimes against them. Our work has enabled some of the first trials under Colombia's justice and peace law to seek justice for these sexual crimes. Another new project, coordinated by the United Nations Development Program, is bringing together for the first time the Colombian government and the Colombian labor unions. Together, they will conduct a joint evaluation of violence against union leaders and organized union members and develop new ideas to improve the legislation for their protection. Canada also continues to be an active member of the Group of 24, a group of countries which encourages and facilitates dialogue between the Government of Colombia and international and national civil society organizations working in the country. This year, we are proud to take up the role of supporting the G24 Secretariat to ensure this forum of frank discussion around conflict and human rights issues continues. Clearly, protection and promotion of human rights and seeking a durable resolution to Colombia's conflict are at the very core of Canada's engagement in Colombia. Canada's pioneering support to the OAS mission to support the peace process and to the justice and peace law has positioned us as a leader and trusted partner in Colombia with government and civil society alike. Canada can be rightly proud of the partnership we have developed with Colombia. It is a relationship that can be strengthened further for the benefit of both countries through this agreement under debate today. For a country like Colombia, Mr. Speaker, free trade can open up new avenues for success by promoting economic development and opening up new doors to prosperity. Free trade agreements like this can strengthen the social foundations of countries. This growth can help solidify efforts by the Government of Colombia to create a more prosperous, equitable, and secure democracy. In other words, we believe that economic opportunity goes hand in hand with democracy, peace, and security. And we believe firmly that economic opportunities can reinforce these objectives. That is why we're committed to being a helpful and open partner for nations throughout the hemisphere, nations like Colombia. And Mr. Speaker, often over the years we have known that there has been human trafficking issue in Colombia. And with the free trade, where jobs are opened up and opportunities are produced, this helps all aspects of this kind of society. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to echo comments I heard earlier where I do believe that every member in this House is a proponent for human rights and that nobody, no right-thinking person advocates violence used against any person because of their political beliefs. And I'd like to make that point clear. But the question really is one of philosophy here. The question is whether or not we as a country should be making trade deals with countries that have murderous records, or if we should not. The question should be whether or not, before we sign those agreements, whether we should make those countries demonstrate an improvement first before we sign economic trade pacts with them, or if we should sign trade pacts with them first when their murder rates of trade unionists has gone up 18% in the last year. Now, I want to talk a bit about philosophy because I've heard my colleagues in the Liberal Party talk about supporting free trade. I guess it depends what year you're in with that party. 1988, the Liberal Party didn't support free trade.
No.
In 1993, they promised to abrogate the NAFTA.
Drawn lines
Of course,
on the map.
little did we know then, but they don't keep their promises, so they didn't do that. But they weren't opposed to, or they were opposed to free trade at that time. But here today, we find that they're supporting free trade.
I just have to cut off the Honourable Member. If you could wrap up his question.
Ahead of trade agreements at this point and make Colombia demonstrate improvement before we sign a free trade agreement with them.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And some of the comments, though, Mr. Speaker, I have to disagree with and perhaps ask my honourable colleague to double-check some facts. When we talk about murder rates, the homicide rates have dropped by 44% in Colombia. And The moderate poverty has fallen from 55% to 45%. There are many things that are happening in Colombia now that are very positive. And when we talk about this business with unions and free trade, I think it's very poignant point that this new project coordinated by the United Nations Development Program, by bringing together for the first time the Colombian government and the Colombian labor unions, there's going to be a lot of good things result from that. So when they together conduct a joint evaluation of violence against union leaders and organized union members and develop new ideas to provide legislation for their protection, we're stepping in the right direction. This trade agreement is a step in the right direction for both countries.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member from St. Paul, Kildonan, St. Paul's, notwithstanding the NDP ideological disdain for free trade, would the member agree that free trade creates economic opportunity for people right across the socio-economic spectrum? And with that, does that not improve chances for freedom, democracy, and human dignity?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank my colleague for that question, because clearly this is one of the major aspects about this free trade agreement. Building prosperity in a country does much to enhance the justice and the focus on the vision that each individual Colombian can have for their lives. We know right now that there are issues in Colombia around the ex-combatant children. It's estimated that around 11,000 or more Colombian boys and girls have been participants in the army. We know that there have been displaced people. We know that the exploitation forms of child work and HIVs is a growing threat, and the human trafficking has been a threat. With the free trade agreement, it is one more tool, one more piece of the puzzle that builds the prosperity in a country that will enable people to have a new vision for their lives. And when I talked about a few minutes ago, the homicide rates that have dropped by 44%, that is worth noting, as well as the kidnappings have decreased by 87% between 2002 and 2008. So this is some very good reasons why the free trade agreement is a real positive thing for Colombia.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Petit.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of interest and also concern that I rise today to speak to Bill C-23, an act implementing the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. I want to reiterate that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this agreement with Colombia, because signing a free trade agreement with this country raises very serious problems due to the fact that Colombia has the worst human rights record in the Western Hemisphere. As in the case of the agreement signed with Peru, the Conservative government presented Parliament with an agreement that had been concluded and negotiated with Colombia before the Parliament even had an opportunity to take an in-depth look at it. In fact, I was a member of the committee at the time, the International Trade Committee. We traveled to Colombia and met with several stakeholders in the country, unions, social groups, members of government, and members of their... And in fact, our committee prepared a report and submitted it to government. We presented some recommendations on the situation in Colombia. But before the report was even tabled, the Conservative government signed an agreement. Now, this is really a blatant waste of public funds. Sending a delegation, a committee, to examine a situation in Colombia and to have at the same time an agreement signed before the committee even tables its report and presents its recommendations. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives boast about managing public funds well. That is a clear example of how public funds have been wasted. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to remind members of this House that the agreement with Colombia was announced on June 7th. At the time, 2008 rather, at a time when the committee was studying the possibility of a free trade agreement. Now, I traveled to Colombia with the Standing Committee on International Trade. And when we were there, we met with representatives of various groups, etc., members of government. And on the issue of displaced persons, we were shocked and dismayed by the scope of the situation. There were some 250,000 people displaced by mining companies, by agri-food companies, and in fact these people are now residing in a very small area, and the government isn't taking care of them. They get some water, some bread, and a few measures are being put in place to ensure that they don't starve, but that's all, Mr. Speaker. I haven't heard anything about that. Nothing mentioned by members of this government. What's going to happen to these 270,000 people who've been displaced? No one's mentioned it here in the House. We're just signing a free trade agreement, a so-called agreement that's going to promote trade with Colombia. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about a trade agreement here, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about an agreement that will enhance protection for the investments made by certain Canadian companies in that country. When we look at the agreement as such, you can see that there is trade in grain from the West, but there's a lot of talk about Canadian companies in the extractive industry in Colombia. Now, we know full well, Mr. Speaker, that these companies have been behind the displacement of people and are not respecting or honoring any environmental standards. I was also shocked to see in the last session here in the House a Liberal member of Parliament present a motion to encourage companies, foreign companies, to show more social corporate responsibility as part of their action and their work. I was surprised to hear that from a Liberal. At the same time, when we're proposing, at the same time as proposing this kind of a motion, and at the same time in the Liberal Party, they're voting in favor of the Canada-Colombia agreement. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker. Shameful. It's shameful when you think that some 305,000 people were displaced in 2007. More than 380,000 people who had to flee their homes or their workplace due to violence. Now, we have denounced the number of trade unionists that have been assassinated, the assassination. We've got a long list. Raphael Antonion. And look here, we're talking about an assassination on August 20th. That's very recent. Since the agreement was signed, trade unionists in Colombia, people who are attempting to defend the rights of the people, are still being assassinated. continue to be assassinated. The human rights and the rights of these people are not being respected. And I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, convinced that a free trade agreement signed here in this House between Canada and Colombia will not reduce the number of assassinations of trade unionists in the country. No, Mr. Speaker, a free trade agreement in this House will not do anything for the 380,000 people who've been displaced by the mining companies and the agri-food companies. The fate or the lot in life of these people is not going to improve because of a free trade agreement. No. Certain companies in the mining industry will be better protected, their investments will be protected, and that's all this agreement will do. Certain people may get richer, but the government in place, and there are 30 members of the Congress that are facing accusations for associations with paramilitaries, the paramilitaries in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, that's not the government, or it's not that government that's going to be focusing on the victims of violence, the most underprivileged in society, and improve their living conditions. That government will not be doing anything for the over 300,000 people who are living in shanty towns, Mr. Speaker. This agreement is not going to resolve that situation, Mr. Speaker. I'm convinced of that. How will we be helping the people of Colombia? There's talk of humanitarian assistance, support for the country in structuring its democracy, having a fairer democracy, a fairer society, a more equal society. Mr. Speaker, we're also talking about fairer trade, a fairer economy. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we're involved in many countries, Afghanistan, we're defending the rights of women, I wonder if there isn't some kind of a peacekeeping mission that needs to be sent into Colombia if we look at all of the assassinations, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of these reasons and for many other reasons, I'd like to point out that this is not an agreement that's going to help the country. It's an agreement that's going to simply protect investors, and we will be voting against this agreement in the Bloc Québécois because it does not meet the needs of the people of Colombia, nor does it meet the needs of the people of Canada and Quebec.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-268, an act to amend the Criminal Code minimum sentences for offences involving trafficking of persons under the age of 18 years, standing in the name of Mrs. Smith.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-268. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will now put motion number 1 to the House.
Numéro 1.
Motion 1, Mr. Ménard. Marc-Aurèle Fortin, seconded by Mr. Lemay, moves that Bill C-268 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Debate.
L'honorable député de Marc.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin.
Alors, cette loi le dit très bien.
This bill clearly states from the outset that it seeks to establish minimum penalties. For trafficking of children. Now, the first thing that we must bear in mind when we read this bill is that nowhere in the text, as proposed, does it talk about trafficking in children. Nowhere does it talk about sexual acts, except rather in a specific case. But
quand on lit,
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that I was going to be speaking immediately. Now, when we read the definitions, let's look at Clause 2. It says, every person who recruits, transports, transfers, receives, holds, conceals, or harbors a person under the age of 18 years, or exercises control, direction, or influence over the movements of a person under the age of 18 for the purpose of exploiting them or facilitating their exploitation is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to, etc. What we can see here is that the intent is the most important aspect in this definition. It says, for the purpose of exploiting them or facilitating their exploitation. Everywhere else is the word or. And this means that the situation can involve transporting, transfers, holding, concealing, etc. But there must always be the intention of exploiting the person. Now, what is exploitation? I think that everyone will agree that exploitation is a very vague term. It can cover a variety of criminal behaviors. Even the case, if we were to include minimum sentences in our criminal code like they do in the United States, even if we were to establish a minimum sentence here, minimum penalty, it would have to apply to a specific offense, not to an offense which requires an assessment by someone to determine what kind of exploitation is involved, how serious it was, what the consequences on the victim were, how long the exploitation lasted, whether it was an economic nature or not, or another nature. In what context did it take place? Was it in a family environment? Now, as I know, in some countries, there are families that are weaving rugs that we buy, and these are large carpets that we purchase and buy. It's exploiting child labor. But a judge will have to assess the seriousness of the exploitation, not establish a minimum sentence, not a 5-year penalty, we need to maintain the leeway for the judge. Now, if we don't define exploitation in this bill, then this clause would have to be put in a specific place in the criminal code. We're talking about 279.011. So what that means is that it would be between 279.010 and 279.03. Because of the way the numbers are, and it's very unclear in many cases. I don't want to get bogged down in that detail, but .011 comes after .04. But at any rate, if we look at clause 279.011 of the Criminal Code, it says that for 279.01 to 03, so that includes 279.011, a person exploits another if that person offers services through which it is reasonable to believe that this will endanger the security of the person, etc. So I'm thinking that, or what I'm saying here is that what we can see is intimidation is involved. There has to be intimidation for there to be exploitation. But the definition as such is very broad. In addition, this focuses on economic exploitation. We're not talking about sexual exploitation, clearly, in this definition. So I'm prepared to acknowledge that if young girls are trafficked for prostitution. That is exploitation. Yes, I'm prepared to acknowledge and recognize a term that is one of my colleagues' dislikes of sexual services, but ask anyone what their first reaction is. And when I showed this bill to many people in private practice, many experts, they said that's very broad. What kind of exploitation are we talking about here? So I think that generally speaking, now I'm not saying that I'm opposed to all minimum sentences. I accept that for murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, but people who are driving under the influence are repeat offenders, and we need to deal with this way. But I think that everyone will acknowledge that in an area where a judge needs to make an assessment of the various circumstances surrounding the exploitation in very different circumstances, well, that's not the kind of a situation where a minimum sentence should be applied. Now, if I look at the arguments that were put forth by the member who's moved this bill, I can see that none of the sentences have been appealed. Now, there are some scandalous sentences that have been handed down among the thousands of decisions that are rendered on a daily basis in Canada. Perhaps there are some that can't be justified, that are scandalous. But there is a recourse to an appeal, and before we decide to change legislation, to toughen it up, we need to go through that process and look at what the appeals courts have to say about it. What is problematic with the application of a minimum is that oftentimes a minimum sentence is established from an emotional perspective, and I am not criticizing the member for this proposal, but we can see that there is an emotional reaction here in this bill. And if someone is truly scandalized by a sentence that's handed down and the offense is serious, people tend to say that with a serious offense there needs to be a serious penalty. And the member opposite thinks that in those cases a minimum sentence would be justified. But rationally speaking, and let's look at this rationally for a moment, a minimum sentence should not be used for the worst cases. A minimum should apply to the least serious cases. And there should be some leeway for the judges to make a decision with respect to when the minimum sentences are applied and when a maximum sentence should be handed down.
Now, I do not understand the following. We have been very heavily criticized for the position that we have taken. Let me just say this. Let me look at the clause in question. 279 rather, .01 says that life imprisonment, if the person commits the aggravated sexual assault against or causes death to the victim during the commission of the offense. And there is a term of not more than 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 5 years. I know that sub 1 has been amended since, but what was quite astonishing was that there was a minimum for the lesser offense, but there was no minimum for the offense that dealt with aggravated sexual offense, aggravated assault, or aggravated assault causing death to the victim. To avoid the minimum, there should be the committing of another offense. And that's the way it read. That's the way the bill read. It made absolutely no sense at all. It was corrected, but how did they correct it? By adding another year, which showed me that this bill was drafted privately. It was not read by other people, or perhaps the whole issue was so emotional for the sponsor that she was not able to look at it rationally, and that emotion indicated that the worst cases would be punished by a lesser sentence, where the lesser sentences would also be punished by the same sentence. And that is what I see as a vicious circle in minimum sentencing. Now there's another reason. I give the benefit of the doubt to the honourable member, but I do suspect that amongst those who have surrounded her, in her entourage, and we've seen that in Quebec, in her entourage, if there are those who want minimum sentencing, it's not because they want to diminish the rate of crime, to reduce it, because rather it is because it is a popular notion that will bring them more votes. I'm aware of this, and I think that it takes far more courage to require rigor in drafting legislation than to be borne away by the emotional reaction of the people. And how do they defend their rights? By photos that were absolutely abominable, terribly deprived little girls, old men that kidnap girls, children. The Bloc is against protecting children. That's what they were showing. But if you read this legislation and give it to someone who is rational and objective and say, read this legislation, take a look at it carefully. With the intent of exploiting, what does that mean? What does that mean? Does that cover crimes against children? But it covers, perhaps, but it covers a great deal more. The exploitation in the Act, exploitation is defined as being leading someone to provide their services through certain acts to be fearful. Well, if you look at this, it's a little harder to see that it's dealing with trafficking in children. And I think we have to go further in the argument that's been submitted. With respect to what the honourable member has submitted, I'm not saying that it doesn't cover sexual assault. It's just that it goes too far. It covers far more, if you like. It covers far more. I will say one last thing in concluding the criteria established by the Supreme Court with respect to freedom. We are told that the legislation has to be very careful, has to be drafted very, very carefully to as little as possible fall over into other sections. Therefore, I say that this legislation has not been seriously drafted. We had one idea in mind, and it seems to me that the answer is very clear. They were seeking to attain one objective on that side of the House.
For Kildonan, St. Paul.
Well, there are couple questions, Mr. Speaker, that I have. I have heard today that my bill makes no sense, that it was just drafted arbitrarily. And, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering how the top lawyers in this country will feel as they're listening to the honourable member. The top lawyers like Professor Benjamin Perrin, who was last month cited as Canada's hero for his work in human trafficking. He teaches, he worked in the Supreme Court, he worked in this Parliament, he is now a professor in the law school at UBC. He was one of those lawyers who were helping me draft this bill. So I really want to ask the member across, the real motivation behind this speech today from members across was the fact that they have no intention of protecting children, the innocent victims, from child traffickers. They have no intention of standing up for children in Quebec and all across Canada to protect them from these perpetrators. The other thing is, don't I have a right as a parliamentarian to be emotional against traffickers who want to sexually exploit young children? Is that not what we should be passionate about in this Parliament of Canada, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Are you sure?
That was your speech.
She thought it was a question.
There may have been some confusion. There are no questions and answers in this.
There are no questions and comments. Does she continue, or does she continue?
Yeah, the honourable member has a little less than 8 minutes remaining in her 10-minute speech.
That's good. I spent 2 minutes asking a question of members across, and I think it was a good question. So now I will continue to speak, Mr. Speaker, at report stage to my private member's bill C-268. First, I'd like to take a moment to thank the member from Abbotsford who kindly agreed to exchange spots on the order of precedence. The member has been a strong advocate of protecting our most vulnerable citizens. First, I'd like to make clear the bill was not introduced to address or solve the complex and clandestine nature of human trafficking. I want to assure members that I certainly believe that Canada can and must do more to combat the trafficking of humans within our borders and abroad. Since being elected, I championed a national strategy to combat trafficking in persons, and I thoroughly agree that there are many root causes of human trafficking that must be addressed and resolved. I believe that a legal system that routinely criminalizes victims of trafficking must be changed to restore dignity to the victims. The same legal system that ignores the men and women who provide the demand must also be addressed. And I can go on with many more initiatives. That is a debate for another day, Mr. Speaker. And this evening, we are debating the motion by the Bloc Québécois to gut the heart of Bill C-268, to remove the mandatory minimums that forms the intent and scope of the bill. Bill C-268 was drafted with one clear intention: to create a separate offence for the traffickers of children in Canada and to ensure that the penalties reflect the gravity of the crime. This followed considerable consultation with victims' NGOs and law enforcement representatives. This bill will also bring parity between Canada's legislation and that of many other countries. Dr. Mohammed Matter, Executive Director of the Protection Project at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, points out that many states have specific provisions in their anti-trafficking legislation or criminal codes guaranteeing enhanced penalties in cases of trafficking in persons, including a crime committed against a child victim. The United States, for example, has a minimum sentence of 15 years for trafficking cases where the victim is under 14 years of age, and a minimum sentence of 10 years where the victim is between 14 and 18 years of age. The current legislation in the Canadian Criminal Code does not distinguish between age and offers a penalty between 0 and 14 years in most cases and up to life in other cases. The suggestion that those who traffic minors could face no time in jail is not speculative. The limited convictions in Canada for the traffic of minors have more often than not resulted in sentences that are grossly disproportionate to the offence. Last year, Montreal resident Michael Mark received a 2-year sentence, but with double credit for the years served before his trial. The man who horrifically victimized a 17-year-old Montreal girl over 2 years walked out of jail a few days after being convicted. I have spoken previously of Amani Nikpangi, who received a sentence of 3 years for the offence of trafficking a 15-year-old Ontario girl. After selling her body over and over each day for 2 years, raking in profits of at least $360,000, Amani Nikpangi was credited 13 months for time served. There are few other injustices that can compare in severity and to the utter devastation caused by the enslavement and auctioning of a human being, especially when this is a child. I am certain that no honourable members would dare contest with this statement. Yet there are members in this House from the Bloc Québécois who proudly oppose this bill, claiming it is a bad law. Let's be clear about one thing. The opposition of the Bloc Québécois to mandatory minimums for the trafficking of minors is not only reprehensible, it is unacceptable in our country. To openly oppose serious penalties for those who sell and abuse the bodies of minors doesn't just suggest approval for this horrific abuse of human rights. It virtually endorses this grave form of exploitation. Over the summer, the member from the Bloc Québécois, from Marc Arley Fortin, first suggested that Bill C-268 is a bad law because it has no minimum sentence for aggravated factors. This concern was addressed at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and a minimum sentence was added for aggravated factors. Then the Bloc Québécois member went on to argue that it was a bad law because it contained mandatory minimums. In fact, during the second hour of debate on C-268 on April 1st, 2009, the Bloc member from Hochelaga stated that parliamentarians here will acknowledge that the Bloc Québécois' positions are consistent. We have never been comfortable with mandatory minimum sentences. Yet in 2005, Bloc MPs supported and even moved amendments containing mandatory minimums for the sexual exploitation of children. So what's happened since 2005? I implore them to be consistent today and support mandatory minimums for the trafficking of minors. Finally, the Bloc Québécois argued that this bill is a bad law because it would result in scenarios where employers would receive a minimum sentence of 5 years for not providing proper wages to teenagers. Mr. Speaker, this is an absurd suggestion. No prosecutor would bring human trafficking charges against an individual who commits labor infractions by underpaying a teenager. This bill has nothing to do with labor laws. What the Bloc is attempting to do is to take the focus off the abuse and sexual exploitation of women and children by attempting to make the bill something it is not. As an elected representative of Canadians, this is completely irresponsible. Maybe the Bloc doesn't believe that this type of exploitation occurs in Quebec. The Bloc Québécois seems to think the worst form of exploitation occurring in Quebec is paying young people wages that are below the legal minimum. I have news for them. Canadian girls and boys from across our country are being sold for sexual exploitation and forced labor. This harsh reality exists even in Quebec, regardless of whether they acknowledge it or not. With one exception, that is the honourable member from HoC, who courageously stood up alone in support of this bill. The Bloc Québécois, the Bloc Québécois are the sole entity in Canada that have voiced opposition to mandatory minimums for child traffickers. The sole entity in Canada. The Bloc Québécois has chosen to stand against legislation that upholds Canada's commitments to the UN optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, on the sale of children, child prostitution, and child pornography. Mr. Speaker, our children are not for sale. The price of inaction will cause us to have a lost generation. With this amendment, the Bloc Québécois have forfeited an opportunity to stand up for the victims of this modern-day slavery. Instead of fighting for the rights of children, they fight for the rights of the traffickers. Members of the British Parliament, a member of the British Parliament years ago, William Wilberforce, a great abolitionist and personal hero of mine, was known for his eloquent speeches in the British House of Commons. In one of his speeches on the abolition of slavery, he captured the essence of what motivates me to combat this modern-day slavery. He said, "Never, never will we desist until we extinguish every trace of this bloody traffic to which our posterity, looking back to the history of those enlightened times, will scarce believe that it has been suffered to exist so long to disgrace and dishonor this country." History will remember those that fought against this evil trade, and it will certainly not forget those who are complacent when faced with it. Today, Mr. Speaker, I apologize after the last speech. I thought we were going into Q's and answers because I just finished the last debate. And I was so taken by the absurd comments that were made across the way that I did ask that question. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure members opposite that the top lawyers in this country worked on that bill. And looking at my website at www.joysmith.ca, you will see hundreds of law enforcement agencies. You will see letters from the Chief of Police from the regional Toronto Peel County. And you will see a lot of support from people all across this country. So why are they right? And I believe the Bloc Québécois are ignoring what Canadians across this country want. They want to obliterate traffickers from Canadian soil.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est mon plaisir d'être ici.
It's my pleasure to be here to enter the debate on Bill C-268. I'm a member of the Justice Committee. I was involved in the meetings for this bill. First of all, I would like to congratulate the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul's for the effort that she has put into this bill. We know that this is something that is extremely important for her, and I wish to congratulate her.
C-268, and to perhaps, at the risk of lowering the temperature just a bit as fall approaches, just outline what the bill does. Mr. Speaker, a Liberal government in 2005, my colleague from Scarborough in this House, Bruce River, was part of a committee, part of a team that brought in the first law with respect to trafficking. And that's found in the Criminal Code 279.01. And it makes it an offense for a person who recruits, transports, or transfers, receives, holds, conceals, harbors a person, or exercises control, direction, or influence over the movement of people for exploitation purposes, which is defined further in the Code. So exploitation, which the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin properly sets out in this debate, is at the heart of what this section or this law is all about. And exploitation, I think we all think we know what exploitation means. But exploitation, in the end, is forcing someone to do something they don't want to do, that is usually for money or some benefit to the person exploiting the victim, and is done, and this is the key part, as defined in 279.04, in circumstances which could reasonably be expected to cause the victim to believe that their safety or the safety of a person known to them would be threatened if they failed to do what was asked of them. That's what exploitation is as defined in the Criminal Code. And that is what carries over with this new offense. The new offense, in other words, is like a branch placed on the tree of the good liberal law with respect to trafficking, which specifically says that the same offense, when it is carried out against a person 18 years of age, under 18 years of age, is meriting stronger sentencing. That's all this law does. This law says that trafficking is bad. Exploitation, which is the basis of how trafficking occurs, shall be punished. That's already in the code. But when it's with a minor, with a child, our most sacred possessions, our most sacred assets in this community, every member of Parliament would agree, the sentences will be stronger. The sentences will be a minimum of 6 years in the presence, as the bill says, of evidence of aggravated assault, kidnapping, sexual assault, attempts to cause death during the offense. That means the accused, the victim, the convicted person will get 6 years minimum. In any other case, there will be a 5-year minimum. And I have the utmost of respect for the member of the bloc and his legal prescience to any debate carried on in this House. He's a former Solicitor General of his province, and he's the spokesperson in this debate. But what I really think he's saying is that the bloc is generally against mandatory minimum sentences, and they don't like this law. And I would respect that if that is what they believe. But to come out at report stage with a motion that says nowhere in this law as presented is a mention of young people, well, we have just gone through the fact that people are very much identified in the law as proposed by age. It's there twice. I don't know what isn't so obvious about it. And the second thing is to say that, well, exploitation is so nebulous, it's so difficult to determine what exploitation means, and therefore the harsh sentences of 5 and 6 years are out of proportion, which I know is what he's leading to. The Supreme Court of Canada may someday, or a court in this country may someday, believe it or not, read these debates and say, well, did they turn their minds to the issue of proportionality? The sentence is severe, so is the crime well defined. That's really what the debate is about here on this law. I think, Mr. Speaker, and the members on the Liberal side think that the crime, the section, is well defined. We know what it means when a person who traffics in children by exploitation means. When that occurs, we know that 5 and 6 years, respectively, is an adequate and a proportionate sentence. We have turned our minds as parliamentarians and as members of the committee to that eventuality. And for the member from the bloc to say that exploitation cannot be properly defined in this instance belies the fact that there have been convictions already under the underlying section passed in 2005. And if he had evidence that the courts brought up the issue of the weakness of the definition of exploitation in 279.04, he should have brought it forward, because I have seen nothing where judges have complained about the definition of exploitation. Monsieur le Président, le Parti libéral a toujours été...
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has always been against human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, we had a colleague, Raymond Simard from Saint-Boniface, who gave me a letter from the Oblate missionaries in Saint-Boniface. And I'd like to use this letter in support of this bill. It reads, we, the missionaries, Oblate missionaries of Saint-Boniface, are against this terrible trafficking in women and children. We think that Canada should support human rights, especially in this area. And it is signed by Cécile Fortier.
There are words from the conference, the Canadian Religious Conference President, Father Yvon Pomerleau, in February of this year, who says, in the global context where systems of oppression threaten the sacredness of all forms of life on our planet, the conference believes it is imperative that we call on the Canadian government to adopt C-268 in order to actively fight against human trafficking. We support that. We want to do what is right, but what is really our job here, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that the law, as passed, stands up to debate and scrutiny and criticism, and is law that will be used by our courts. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I, too, read the words of Professor Benjamin Perrin at the University of British Columbia Law School. He certainly made the case that mandatory minimums, and we on the Liberal side have nothing to be ashamed of with respect to mandatory minimums. I wasn't here, but they were brought in by Liberal governments. Mandatory minimums have been appropriate in certain circumstances. There has been great debate as to the implication, the ongoing onslaught of mandatory minimums everywhere, in the ceiling, in the hall, in the closets of the Conservative legislative agenda. But in this case, it is appropriate. In other cases, it has been appropriate. And the lack of convictions thus far with respect to the trafficking offenses promulgated in 2005, 5 convictions under 279.01, and trafficking convictions up to spring of 2009 being 8 in number, suggests to me that this might have been an area of law that merits a mandatory minimum and a roadmap to prosecutors and judges to be harsh in these instances of crime. Certainly my friend from Kildona St. Paul's made it very clear the egregious case of Amani Nakapangi making over $360,000 in a 2.5-year period by selling the girl notionally called Eve and selling her services is horrible. It is absolutely épouvantable, Monsieur le Président. Maintenant, je vous...
In ending, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we on this side support this bill.
Members of the Justice Committee on this side and the critic, the member from Beauséjour, we have done the due diligence to make sure that the law stands up. It's one thing to propose a law. It's one thing to get a lot of press for a law, but it's a much better thing as parliamentarians to work together and make sure that it stands up, is legal, and will stand the test of judicial scrutiny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would perhaps start off by saying that a great deal of what we just heard from the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe is the same position that I would be taking, and I endorse a good deal of his comments. I want to raise some cautions, and I want to take this opportunity to attack the government. I know that comes as a real surprise and if not a shock to my colleagues on the other side of the House. But I want to start off before I attack the government by praising the work that the member from Kildona and St. Paul has done on this subject. Oftentimes, I think with a great deal of frustration with her own government. She doesn't express that, but I certainly have a sentiment that she feels it quite substantially from time to time. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to know that the motion that is brought by the Bloc is really an attempt to gut this bill. I mean, I don't think there's any other way of addressing it. And it doesn't go to the essence, really, of what the debate is about, but it is their attempt to gut the bill. Mr. Speaker, the attack on the government really takes two parts. One, they have clearly abandoned their responsibility of dealing with this problem of human trafficking. The evidence that we heard at the committee was that up to this point, even though the law was passed in 2005, specifically dealing with human trafficking by the previous government, the Liberal government, since that time we have had, and this is an approximation, but only about a dozen charges under the law. And my friend from Abitibi points out that it's less than that, and I would tend to agree with him, although there's been a couple of more that he may not have seen during the summer. So I think we're up to just about a dozen now. That's how many charges we've had, not how many convictions, Mr. Speaker, just how many charges we've had. I think we've had less than a half dozen convictions. Mr. Speaker, the estimates that we've been able to get, and they are wide-ranging, from a minimum of 1,000 cases a year of human trafficking in Canada, both domestic and international that come through Canada, to as many as perhaps 10,000. That's how many cases we've got, something in that range. It's a huge variance, but even if we take the lowest figure of 1,000 that I think just about everybody agrees to, having only 12 prosecutions approximately over that period of time is absolutely shameful. And what it reflects, Mr. Speaker, is again, being critical of the government, a lack of resources and, quite frankly, a lack of training for both our police officers and our prosecutors. We're beginning to see that change. The first charges only came down in the last 12 months. So they're beginning to get on to it. They've taken some training, and they're beginning to prosecute. But the resources are not there. So that's one that the government clearly has to take some responsibility for, including this government. They've been in power now long enough that this issue should have been addressed, that we have more adequate resources given to our prosecutors and our police forces. The second criticism, Mr. Speaker, is that both at the time we passed the original amendments to the code incorporating the concept of human trafficking into the code as an offense and imposed penalties at that time, now being increased in this bill. What should have been happening, and I say this from having spoken to a number of agencies that deal with victims of human trafficking, we should have been looking at changes in policy and legislation under our citizenship and immigration legislation, or immigration legislation. Because all too often what happens, Mr. Speaker, is when a case is identified, a charge is laid, the victim of the crime, oftentimes a young person, as the member from Kildone and St. Paul has set out so eloquently, is kept in the country long enough for the prosecution to go ahead and then immediately deported. Oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, back to the same country where, in most cases, it's a woman, young woman, she came from, and is oftentimes submitted once again to human trafficking crimes, maybe to another country, occasionally back to Canada. I had one case, there was a documentary on the trafficking in England about a year ago, and they identified one victim who was trafficked into England 6 times from Central Eastern Europe. 6 times. Now, the way around that, Mr. Speaker, of course, is to look at our immigration laws and say, can we keep this person here, at least for an extended period of time, so they no longer will be victimized? So that's another area that this government has not looked at, nor did the previous government when we passed the law in 2005. But we need corresponding amendments in changes to policy and perhaps amendments to the Immigration Act, so that if we do identify victims of human trafficking, they are given some special categorization under that legislation and those laws in order to be able to remain in the country at least long enough so that they're safe from further persecution and abuse. So, Mr. Speaker, those two things have to be done. We need more resources in this area. I think of our, again, my colleague from Moncton, speaking to Sister Helen Petrimo, who's the head of our refugee agency in the city of Windsor, and is a strong proponent of further action by government in enforcing the laws and prosecuting these charges. Speaking about the need for this, but very eloquently speaking also of the need for looking at these victims, not just as someone who is a witness in a criminal trial, but somebody who needs the assistance of our state in order to be taken care of. And she tells me of some of the really tragic stories that we have seen in the Windsor area, because we're one of the conduit areas between Canada into the United States and vice versa. The final point I want to make with regards to the legislation, both what we passed in 2005, maybe just in 2005, because I don't think it needs to be addressed in this bill. It should have been addressed in 2005, and it certainly should be addressed now, is greater penalties going after the organized crime elements, who to a great degree are the ones who are the masterminds behind the prosecution of these offenses. Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns that I've got in that regard is that earlier this year, in February of 2009, the United Nations came out with a report, a very extensive report, on human trafficking. And one of the shocking statistics or patterns that they demonstrated in the statistics they had gathered was that in more than a majority of cases, in more than 50% of the cases around the globe, it's women who are charged with human trafficking, having been almost invariably themselves victims of it, and then pressed into the same trade by almost exclusively men who are involved in organized crime gangs. So that the people that we're catching and prosecuting in the majority around the globe are women who themselves were victims at one time. You can't help but think if we had got to them earlier, they wouldn't have been part of the prosecution at all. They would not have been prosecuted because we'd have gotten them out of the system. What we need to do with regards to this is look at severe penalties specifically against the organized crime syndicates, both nationally and internationally. We know the Hells Angels and the biker gangs are trafficking. We know they're using the street gangs to help them. And we know they have connections with international crime syndicates. So we have to go after that. This legislation, and this is not meant in any disrespect to my colleague from Kildone and St. Paul, but this legislation is only going to scratch the surface. It's going to affect those people under 18, and that's a good measure. But there is much more work that needs to be done, both practically on the street with our police and in the courts with our prosecutors and judges, and with our immigration law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Erindale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to review the Bloc Québécois proposed amendment to Bill C-268 put forth by the member for Marc Aurel-Fortin yesterday, which would delete Clause 2 of the bill. I welcome this opportunity to share my views with the honourable members and trust that you will all see as clearly as I do why we must vote against this proposed amendment. I am both distressed and puzzled by this proposal. I believe that anyone who reads this bill would readily agree that Clause 2 is the heart of Bill C-268. It is the very clause that achieves its laudable objective. Without Clause 2, there would be no stricter penalties for those who would target children to subject them to some of the worst forms of exploitation. In short, if we were to support this proposed amendment, there would be no mandatory minimum penalties for the offence of trafficking in children, which is the express purpose of this bill. We have heard about this terrible crime and its effect on victims, how victims are forced to provide labor or services out of fear for their own safety or the safety of someone known to them. We have heard that trafficking in persons disproportionately affects children. We know that UNICEF's estimates indicate that as many as 1.2 million children are trafficked globally each year. In the face of these horrible facts, why would we not want to strengthen our criminal laws to ensure that those who would abuse children in this way are brought to justice? Mr. Speaker, as you know, my riding in Mississauga in the region of Peel is very close to the Toronto airport. The Toronto airport, as part of the Peel, being located in the Peel region, experiences every year many children that arrive at the Toronto airport unescorted by adults. The Canadian Border Security Agency often intercepts these children, and they are turned over to the Peel Children's Aid. I've spoken to Peel Children's Aid, and they tell me that many, many children every year are sent into their custody who may be, in fact, involved in trafficking. We must do something about this. This is happening on our doorstep. This is happening in my home region of Peel. As we know, Clause 2 of Bill C-268 seeks to add a new offence of trafficking in children, which would mirror the main trafficking in persons offence in Section 279.01 of the Criminal Code. This new offence would carry mandatory minimum penalties of 6 years for the aggravated offence, where the maximum penalty is life imprisonment, and 5 years in all other cases where the maximum penalty is 14 years imprisonment. The Justice Committee has already amended Clause 2 of the bill to include the 6-year mandatory minimum penalty for the aggravated offence. This Justice Committee amendment to Clause 2 ensures that Bill C-268 fulfills its objective of imposing mandatory minimum penalties on anyone who traffics children, whether they are convicted of the aggravated offence or the lesser offence. Therefore, to delete this bill completely defeats the objective of this bill. The committee has considered the 5 convictions that have been secured under the main trafficking offence, Section 279.01, since its enactment in November 2005. Some of these cases involve child victims, but sentences range from a mere 2 to 7 years. We have to ensure that traffickers who target children, society's most vulnerable, are held to account, that they pay for their unspeakable crimes. The current law does not adequately do so. Clause 2 of Bill 268 would make sure that these traffickers remain behind bars for a longer period of time. This matters. It matters to the victims. They would be assured that their traffickers would no longer be able to abuse them or other children. And it matters to all Canadians. They would be assured that other children would not be targeted, that other traffickers would think twice about harming children in Canada. It makes no sense to support the Bloc Québécois proposed amendment, and not just for the compelling reasons that I've just given, but also because deleting Clause 2 renders the remaining clauses in the bill entirely meaningless and even incoherent. Clauses 1 and 3 to 8 of Bill C-268 propose consequential amendments which refer to the new offense of child trafficking that would be created by Clause 2 of the bill. They ensure that along with the main trafficking in persons offense, Section 279.01, the proposed new offense of child trafficking is referenced in the provisions that deal with the interception of communications, exclusion of the public from court, publication bans, DNA, sex offender registry, and dangerous offenders. If we were to support this proposed amendment to delete Clause 2, we would effectively be voting down the bill in its entirety. It defies all logic to support consequential amendments without supporting the main amendment itself. The Criminal Code's provisions addressing interception of communications, exclusion of the public from court, publication bans, DNA evidence, sex offender registry, and dangerous offenders cannot refer to an offense that does not exist. That would be the incoherent result of supporting the Bloc's proposed amendment. Effectively, what the Bloc is asking us to do is vote down this bill, despite the fact that the bill has already received overwhelming support in this House. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this to happen. As we have heard so many times before from parliamentarians, stakeholders, and Canadians themselves, trafficking in persons is a serious issue. We must have a strong criminal justice response. I am very pleased that we do have comprehensive criminal laws attacking trafficking in persons. 3 criminal code offenses were enacted in 2005, as was previously mentioned. The main offense, Section 279.01, criminalizes anyone who would traffic in persons and imposes a maximum penalty of life imprisonment for the aggravated offense, where it involves kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated sexual assault, or death to the victim, and 14 years in all other cases. Section 279.02 criminalizes anyone who would materially benefit from the trafficking of persons and imposes a maximum penalty of 10 years. Section 279.03 criminalizes anyone who would destroy or withhold identity documents to facilitate the trafficking of persons and imposes a maximum penalty of 5 years. In addition to these important offenses, Section 118 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act also criminalizes cases of trafficking in persons that cross Canada's borders, and many criminal code offenses continue to apply to trafficking in persons cases, such as forcible confinement, kidnapping, assault, sexual assault, and prostitution provisions. It is without doubt that law enforcement now has a wide variety of tools at their disposal which they can use to fight trafficking of persons in Canada. But how do we ensure that traffickers get sentences that properly reflect the severity of their crime? I have already pointed to several cases involving convictions under the main trafficking in persons offense, Section 279.01, that show that sentences imposed have not always reflected the serious nature of the crime committed. To achieve this pressing objective, we must vote against the Bloc's proposed amendment to delete Clause 2. We must support Bill C-268 as amended by the Justice Committee. And we must ensure that those who traffic children feel the full force of the law. We must ensure that mandatory minimum penalties are imposed on those who traffic in children. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I ask all honourable members to join me in voting down the amendment put forth by the member for Marc Aurel-Fortin, and most importantly, I ask all honourable members to join me in supporting Bill C-268 as amended by the Justice Committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating our colleague for her efforts here, and I know that she's worked very hard, Mr. Speaker. However, I would like to warn all of us about certain reflexes that may, in fact, seem like demagoguery. In the past, in the House, the Bloc Québécois supported a bill that was introduced by the previous Liberal government that changed a provision of the Criminal Code and was designed to create an infraction or an offence for trafficking. And we supported unanimously that provision, and it was at the time a C-49. Bill C-49 contained provision for 279.1. It stated that whoever transported, held, hid, exercised control over the movement of a person for the purpose of exploiting them was to be considered to be involved in trafficking. And I'd like to remind my Liberal colleague that his government had not, at the time, felt the need to make a distinction between people under 18 and people over 18. The government of the day had not seen fit to impose minimum sentences that were mandatory. And the House voted, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was unanimously. It was in 2005 when we voted on these provisions. And I will have an opportunity to come back to this, but there were simply about 10 offenses that were condemned, and there, in fact, this is a very important issue when we deal with trafficking. Now, the issue that we need to ask ourselves here today is if this bill, tabled by the member opposite, in fact, what the objective of this bill is, and if there are means in the bill to achieve those very objectives. The member opposite would indicate that the courts have not been strict enough or harsh enough in dealing with exploitation of involving young children. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that under Clause 279.1, we need to point out that between the spring of 2008 and 2009, there were 5 accusations involving people under the age of 18. So the courts were not facing accusations for people under the age of 18, and among the 5 that I mentioned, there were 3, one of which received a penalty of 5 years, 1 7 years, and 1, Mr. Speaker, received a 10-year penalty. So from that, what can I conclude and understand? Well, that under Section 279.01, as it currently stands, the Crown attorneys can provide, can deal with young people. And does anyone in this chamber think that a judge would, in the event that a case is well put together by a Crown, by a Crown attorney, will the judge not look at the importance of it being dealing with the child? We in the Bloc Québécois believe in the judges. We feel that they are well trained, and that if the sentence isn't strict enough, then in fact there's nothing in the document prepared and the bill prepared by our colleague opposite which would enable us to adequately deal with young people under the age of 18. So, Mr. Speaker, you are pointing out that my time is up. I would like to congratulate our colleague opposite for her bill, but I would invite her to understand that we can have as much emotion, we can be just as opposed to trafficking, while believing that there are other means of dealing with the issue. And that was the point of the comments made by my colleague from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
La période prévue.
The time set aside for this study is now concluded, and the item will be placed at the bottom of the order paper.
During the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rose in this House to ask a question about the government's lack of support for our national broadcaster, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. And I've been thinking, going to battle the Battle of Britain commemorations on the weekend, how important BBC was to that nation in times of its peril. And I personally believe how important CBC has been to the fabric of Canadian culture. Growing up as a young Canadian, when there were only 2 or 3 stations on the television and far less radio, CBC was a thing that unified the country. It made me feel as part of a country that included people in Saskatchewan and in Ontario and in Newfoundland and even Toronto, where CBC radio came from. Elwood Glover from the Four Seasons Hotel. I remember that was an elegant program growing up. But I guess what has happened to Canadian government today, Mr. Speaker? What has happened that they don't believe in CBC? Non plus SRC, c'est ça.
And there's also Radio-Canada in Moncton. There has been 10 positions have been cut. The radio programming has been cut as well, Tam-Tam, and cuts to the service, radio service and TV service in that region that serves 4 provinces.
The only regional office to have that regional mandate. And CBC in Moncton, as well as St. John, have had job cuts, and they have had cuts to our unifying noon program, Mar Noon. I guess the question is, given this government's, preference for private broadcasters and its complete indifference to the importance of having a national broadcaster, that is CBC, won't they admit that these cuts of $200 million, the failure to bring bridge financing to allow CBC executives, who I have met with, the opportunity to have a plan to recoup monies from the private sector through advertising, will they just come clean and say, we don't believe in CBC? Will the next Conservative poster say, get rid of the CBC and sort of tell the truth, as opposed to these cuts by attrition, death by many slow cuts, which is a popular line there from another minister perhaps. But the point is, the $200 million is going to completely devastate the corporation. The corporation itself has said previous cuts were absorbed in time, in a timely fashion. They were done with a way to cut administrative costs, overhead costs, etc. But these cuts will completely obliterate the CBC that we know. So here's the option. The parliamentary secretary can get up and bluster that this is all the Liberals' fault. He can get up and bluster that it's CBC's decision. He can get up and say that, well, CBC will be fine. Or he can just say what I think's probably in his mind and in his heart. I don't like CBC. We should get rid of it. I'm just waiting for the answer, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I love the CBC. On Sunday night, I watched the Canadian Country Music Awards, thought it was fantastic. I'm looking forward to Hockey Night in Canada. I think it's starting in September this year, and I can't wait to see all my favourites on CBC appearing on Saturday night, a great tradition in the Dalmastro House, and has been since I was probably too young to be able to answer this question. But I can tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker. I have been gifted in some regards that I have a memory that goes back more than just the past few months or few weeks. In fact, I can remember back to 93 and 97, and I can remember how a Liberal Party treated the CBC. See, I can look at how this government, every year since coming to power in 2006, has increased the funding to CBC. Once again, since coming to power, this government has increased the funding to CBC. It's more money than the Liberal Party provided in any of its 3 2005 budgets. But let's be clear. What we didn't do was what the Liberals did in 93, which is promise to increase funding and then cut. In 97, once again, promised to increase funding and then cut. And how much did they cut, Mr. Speaker? That's a great question, because it pains me to answer this. They cut $400 million from the CBC. A lot of money, Mr. Speaker. And what was the outcome of that? 4,000 people lost their jobs. 4,000. So much money, Mr. Speaker, the president of the CBC quit his job. Now, this Liberal member may call that orderly. He may call that it was just done in a fashion that allowed them just to cut here and there. Whatever. That is simply not the case. What we are looking at right now is a situation where all broadcasters, private and public, have seen their revenues decline. They've seen the revenues decline because we are in an extraordinary economic time. There is no question about that. Their advertising revenues have fallen off. If you look at the key industries that spend money on advertising in large quantities, things like the auto industry, we know about the difficulties they've had, and they aren't spending money. CBC has a plan. This government has provided record funding to the CBC in excess of $1.1 billion, and they are moving forward. This type of information, misinformation, that the Liberal Party member is spreading is simply not true. The Executive Board of the CBC have in fact indicated that even if loans had been granted, these decisions, these difficult decisions in difficult times would have had to be made. But difficult decisions are being made by Canadians in this country from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. It's not something that we enjoy. But I'll tell you something, that these decisions are necessary, but this government stands by the CBC with a firm commitment to make sure the broadcaster has a bright future.
The honourable member for Riverview, Moncton, Riverview, yeah, pardon me.
Well, this member is saying he stands by the CBC. The image is that they stand beside the CBC, digging the grave of the CBC, because the CBC itself has said that while previous rounds of budget cuts in recent years have led to modest programming service reductions, they have focused on reducing administration and support services. There is effectively no more room to continue that type of belt-tightening. Future cuts of the magnitude proposed, $200 million, would have to come almost entirely out of programming. And programming is exactly what the honourable member talks about when he says he has a great love of Hockey Night in Canada, the Country Music Awards, etc. If he believes that, why didn't his government offer the bridge financing? Why don't they take a more active role in supporting CBC to make sure that the people out there, it may be all right if you're in parts of Canada where there's a multitude of services, but in parts of the regions of Canada, there's nothing else with the CBC, and I say long live the CBC, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member would be very happy if he read the Future Broadcasting Report that was just completed by the Heritage Committee last June, Mr. Speaker. You'll see that there's a number of recommendations, and they're good recommendations for broadcasting. One of the things that we recommended in that report was an extension of the Local Programming Improvement Fund. Of interest to this member is that the Local Program Improvement Fund, or the LPIF Fund, specifically provides funding for those stations that operate in communities smaller than 1 million people. The types of communities that he's talking about, to make sure that there's funding to provide information and services into these areas. I think if the member does his research on that, he'll find out that this fund is providing the exact help that he seeks to see. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Bruno Saint-Hubert on arts and culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 22nd, I asked a question of the Minister in the House, and the response was inadequate. The cuts to the department for artists in August 2008 hit the cultural community very hard, and we haven't finished picking up the pieces. $27 million was cut in August 2008 with contempt by the Conservative government. These cuts were to programs that enabled artists and organizations, including performing arts groups, to perform abroad. The two programs in question are Promart and Trade Roots, and cuts to those programs had serious effects. Some groups had to cut their international tours, etc. Now, on April 22nd, I asked a question about BC Scene. The department gave $2 million to hold an event here in Ottawa, an event that enabled British Columbian artists to present their performances to foreign broadcasters. And I asked a question at the time, it was a very logical question, why invest $2 million for an event that will promote artists who won't be able to travel abroad? Because support for programs in this area were cut. So I asked how the artists would be in a position to honor any future contracts that they might sign as a result of that event. And I found that it was a poor investment, and that's what I told the minister. Now, at the same time, I asked the minister what he had to offer the Grand Ballet Canadien that had contracts to honor last June and was performing in the Middle East. And the answer is nothing. The minister had absolutely nothing to offer the Grand Ballet Canadien. The minister, who was offended, said, once again, that's completely false. But on June 17th, he responded in writing to a question that I had put to him, where I asked regarding the programs available at Heritage Canada and the Canada Council of the Arts. Are there any programs that would enable the Grand Ballet Canadien to receive funding of up to $51,000 to perform abroad? And if this is the case, what programs? He sent his answer on June 17th saying that there are no programs at Heritage Canada that meet the criteria. But there was nothing. The Minister of Canadian Heritage had nothing to offer the Grand Ballet Canadien to enable them to perform abroad. I asked the question specifically, and I'd like to ask it again. What does the Department of Canadian Heritage, what is Canadian Heritage prepared to do so that cultural organizations and artists can tour abroad and perform, especially the Grand Ballet Canadien?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise once again and respond in the late show edition of the sitting of the House today. Well, we put this question to our hard-working folks in the department. They gave me back a book, Mr. Speaker. There's so many things that they're doing. They couldn't possibly sum it up so that I could get through it all in 4 minutes. But let me first address the issue of BC Scene. And I want to congratulate the National Arts Centre on an excellent program that brought and established an emerging stars of British Columbia's vibrant artistic scene to the nation's capital. I know that I speak for my entire department when I say that we were delighted to provide the significant support to make that happen. BC Scene, Mr. Speaker, focuses primarily on providing an opportunity for Canadian artists to share their work with Canadian audiences. And BC Scene is a part of a series of biennial festivals focusing on different Canadian regions that was developed by the National Arts Centre as a part of its mission to be truly a national institution. There were over 60 arts presenters invited to attend the festival in order to create new opportunities for BC artists, and they included presenters from abroad to ensure opportunities for tours and so forth as well, Mr. Speaker. So it was, absolutely just a fantastic event at the National Arts Centre, and I want to congratulate everyone involved with BC Scene at the National Arts Centre in that regard. Now, the member cited a few numbers. I'd like to cite a few numbers as well. The government, of course, is going to invest close to $22 million this year to support Canadian culture abroad through organizations such as the Canada Council for the Arts, Telefilm Canada, the Association for Export of Canadian Books, the National Film Board, and Factor Music Action. Their mandate includes support and the promotion of Canadian culture both at home and abroad. And of course, if I got into the list of everything that this government is doing in support of Canadian arts and culture through our Economic Action Plan and Budget 2009, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we'd get out of here much before midnight. It's a very significant list of what our government has undertaken. And we're proud of it, Mr. Speaker. We think that the investments that we're making, into Canadian artists and into creativity are going to pay a significant dividend, not just for Canada, but indeed to enrich the entire world. Our artists, they compete with everyone, Mr. Speaker, and we're very, very proud of them. Just to cite a couple of numbers to you, Mr. Speaker, just this year, we are investing $60 million in new funding for cultural infrastructure, a further $20 million in new funding to train artists. And because we understand how important culture is to our economy, we'll invest over $100 million in just this year and next in the Marquee Festivals program to also draw tourism and related spin-offs. We're investing $200 million in the Canadian Television Fund, $30 million in magazines and community newspapers, $28 million in new media. And subsequent to that, Mr. Speaker, in June 2009, we announced $504 million in renewed investments in the Canada Heritage Arts programs and the Canada Council for the Arts over 5 years. You can see, Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. The fact remains that no government has put more support behind arts and culture in the history of this country than this Conservative government. I'm very proud of it, and this member knows full well the numbers that I speak.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary has listed a number of support programs at Canadian Heritage, but that doesn't mean that performing arts groups can travel abroad. Groups like the Grand Ballet Canadien to perform. The Grand Ballet Canadien, and I'm giving you this example, but there are a host of other examples that we could give. They traveled abroad in June. They had a $150,000 deficit because of this government, because of the Department of Canadian Heritage, which cut their funding through cuts to trade routes and Promart. I'm not exaggerating here. The minister in this House said that I had everything wrong, but no, he has everything wrong. He wrote to me the next day after saying that I was wrong, and I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to the authorization to table this response. There are no programs that respond to the criteria mentioned there, and that applied to the Grand Ballet Canadien.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's interesting that the member cites the Grand Ballet Canadien. I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that specific group, an outstanding Canadian group, receives substantial support from this government. In fact, more support from this government than they got from the previous government. And in fact, more support this year than they got in years past. Our government is standing behind Le Grand Ballet, and this member knows that. She's simply not being fulsome with her answer. She's picking out one part of it and saying, well, they didn't get as much money here as they would have liked, but oh, by the way, they did receive in excess of $1 million in support from this government. And we're proud of it, Mr. Speaker, because we're supporting excellence. We're supporting artists when they need it, in a way that they need it, in a way that will allow them to continue to thrill audiences and quite simply, Mr. Speaker, to continue to hone their trade and to put Canada on the map as one of the premier arts countries in the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.